Hello guys, and welcome to day 14 of this full stack shift taking application. In today's video we are going to look at this page here, this page that we are calling report. This is where staff can be able to report any incidents that will happen while attending the shift, and this is where the user will be able to enter the date and also the time, location, and many other information that will help to capture this as incidents that have happened. So if you have worked in this industry of shift where you take shift, you might know that these are sometimes incidents can happen, and also there is a point that you need to report that incidents. So now in this case, now we are going to build on this page here. Before that, what else I'm going to do is that I'm going also to show you how to upload our code that is into GitHub. And this is where now we are starting to, I'm going to show you how you can use also Git and GitHub to just manage your code and while working on a larger project. So I never thought I would use this GitHub by this time, but I've seen like we need to have a session whereby also I show you how to upload your code and also be able to make sure that your code is safe, because you can lose your computer, you can maybe sometimes lose that code, or you can delete your code in a mistaken way. So now what I'll do is that, because now I'm in the folder that we have this shift taking application here, what I'll do is that first of all, because the first thing that you need to do is that you need to first of all make sure that you have two files or one file, and this file we call it git ignore here. And this git ignore here, we will put everything that we don't want to upload to our code or to our GitHub, that is, because our repository will be public so that everybody can see it. So here I'm going to add node modules like that, and also I'm going to add a .env file, so that I'm not going to upload these two, because remember in .env, this is where we save our secret things like our email and the password that we use to send those emails. And also there are some other information like database and some other password. So I'm not going to push this, and this is what you do to make sure that you don't upload things that you don't want to upload. For these node modules here, these are very large files here that you don't need to upload it to your GitHub, because it is unnecessary, because you can when you clone your git repository, you can be able to do npm install, and then you install all packages that were installed in these node modules. So there is no need. This is a very big file and there is no need to upload it into GitHub. So after this, now what I'll do is, now I'm going to go into my GitHub. I'm assuming right now you have a GitHub account. So my GitHub here, this is my GitHub account, and when if you need to visit my GitHub here, remember also to make sure that you follow me, and also make sure that you leave star on this repository, because also you can clone it and use it as your own project. So here I'm going to first of all click this new repository in here, and you can see here this is a new repository that I'm going to create now. So after some time, now you'll be able to be directed to this page. So this page here, I'm going to give now a repository name. So I'm going to call it YouTube, and then dash, now I will just call it shift taking application. I'll just say shift taking application, so that I'm not confused, because I have another, like the other repository called also shift taking application. So here I'm going to click on this public and also other things. So now here I can be able to create my repo. So remember, you need also to connect your GitHub by Git, and if you don't know that, you can Google and you'll be able to know how to do that. After now you have connected, since in my here in my Git now, if I have installed Git, and if you do, you can just type Git and then hit enter. If you see these options, then know that you have Git. Also, if you don't have a Git, make sure you have installed Git, and remember now to log in into your GitHub using Git, so that you can be able to upload your code using your Git from your local machine. So now the other thing, the commands that we are going to use here, first of all, we are going to initialize Git. So let me pull this down here. So I'm going to show you one by one. So this one, we need to do git init. You can see the first command here that we are being asked to do, and here I can say initialize. The other thing that I will do is I can add this readme.md, but for now I will not be able to add that. So I'm going also to do git add like that, because I need to add all file that is in that location. So you can see here there's this node modules here that are being staged by our Git. I don't want to do that, so I'll just Control C, and because these are node modules, node underscore modules, and here in my code I indicated node modules like that, so this one should be underscore module. So if I save on that and then come back here and run now the command, you see that we are not indexing these node modules. They are all ignored, so we are not going to stage them, because we are not also going to push them to our to our GitHub. So now after this, now the other thing that I can do, let me open this, is to commit. So I'm going to say git commit, and here I'm going also to say added frontend and backend like that. And then if I do this, I can also be able to say git. Now I can be able also to come here. I'm not going to use this git branch main, because I don't want us to have a branch that is called name. So I'm going to add all of this like that. And now from here I can be able to now paste this command here, git remote add origin, and this is to add now this repository here into our code. And now the only thing that I can do now, let's first of all check the branches that we have in this repo or this code. You can see it is master, so I'll just do git push origin master like that, and then if we do this, it will push all our code into our repo. And you can use this repo also to track how we are building this application. So then you can see now we have uploaded. If we reload now this page here in our GitHub, you'll be able to see the code. So you can see the code here. We have our backend here and we have our front end here. So there is something that I want also for you guys to notice. So because we indicated here we don't want to upload this node.modules, node underscore modules and .env file. If you check here, you can see we have node modules here, this folder here, and also other pages. You'll be able, like in our front end here, you can see we have node underscore modules folder here, and which contains all the packages that we are using in this project. So if you come here into the code that we have uploaded, you will not be able to see node modules, because we already have said that we should ignore that when we are uploading our file. Here you can see we are having no node underscore modules. The other thing that also you will not be able to see is .env file, because this is where we save our secret files and things that we don't want to push into our Git repository, because it is public. So, and then when you upload also .env file, GitHub will just send you an email, and they will tell you that you have exported some of your secret things. So now that is it. I don't want us also to have to spend a lot of time there. So I will have been having a course in future about GitHub and Git, but now from now on you'll be able to see how I'm going to use GitHub in order for us to be able to use GitHub. But even before I forget, I need for you guys to see here in my insight here, and I want to go to a tab called network. So this is, let me check for the network here. So if I click network here like that, you'll be able to see how now using this graph we'll be able to track our code. So keep in mind that we have this network graph here, and you'll see by the end of getting this project how this graph will be, how we'll see this graph. So now that is it. Let me now go back and create this page that we are going to call report. So by now you know how we create pages and how we make sure that we can route to that page. So you can go ahead and do that, or maybe you can wait for me, we do it together. So I'm going to close all these shifts here. So let me close this. So in our last video also we looked at how we can use data grid to be able to display our data in a good format, and also to be able to sort the data, and also to be able to hide some columns, or to just manipulate our shift information. So here I'm going to create another page. So this page I'm going to call this report like that, and here this is the folder. Now here I'm going to add a file that is called report and JSX. And also the other thing that I'm going to do is to create a CSS file. So this is this let me come here, and I will create now report.css like that. So from here now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do RFCE like that, and then here I'm going to push this down, this part here. Let me just move it up, yeah, or even I can just leave it like that. So now the other thing that I'm going to do is to import. I'm going to import now our CSS. So if I do that, you can see our CSS is imported now. So now from here now what I can do is that I'm going to need to now create this this report page here, and this will have a lot of inputs and text area. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to give it this class name here. So the class name here I'm going to call it report, or I'm going to give a class name of report. Another thing here, I'm going to give a span. So this is a span here, and this span here I'm going to give it a class name of my shifts. I just give it my shift back because here I'm going to use the arrow back, and here I'm inside here now I'm going to use the, let me first of all remove this because we are not going to need this. So here I'm going to use this this icon for arrow back. So far like that, and then arrow back. So there's no auto completion for us. So what I'll do is that I'm going to import it directly. So alpha arrow and then left like that, and then this is self-closing here, and then here I'm going to add it back like that. So here I'm going to import it. So import now from React icons. Yeah, you can see React icons here, and then /var, and then here I can be able to say var arrow left. Yes, you can see that one. So just like that. So that is my icon. From here now, let me first of all also format the code so that we remove the unnecessary space. So from here now, the other thing that I need is a heading here, and this heading here I'm going to call it report header, or to give a class of report underscore header like that, or just let me use a dash header like that, and then here I'm going to say report incidents. So report incidents like that. So if I save also on here like that, let me now go the other part. So here now I can start now creating now the input. So what I'll do here is that I'm going to create a label
when I create a label here like this one, I'm going to call this one here like this one I'm going to call it date of incidence. So I'm going to say date of incidence like that, and here I'm going to add an input now. So an input, and this input here I'm going to give it will be a type of text and a placeholder. Here I'm going to give a placeholder of like this example of date is 01/01/2024. So that is it. So the other thing that also I'm going to give here is I'm going to give the date as my name as name. So name here is equals to date like that. So now I'm going, because we have a lot of input, so first of all let us save, and if we check now here, actually there is something that I have not done. So let me come here in my code, and in my app here, app.jsx, I'm going to also need to copy this like that and then paste down here. Here this one I'm going to call this report. So I'm going to call this report like that, and here I need to now import the page report, this page that is called report like that now. So I'm going to import it. So let me import it like that. So this one here, so we have imported it, and you can check up here if you have imported it. And now if I save that, and if I go now to now report like that, you are going to see now this part. You can see now we have this arrow, back, report, everything here. So now this is, we are going to, because it is label input, I'm going to copy this like that, and I'm going to paste it. So when I paste it there, so this one here will be now another label and another input. So this will be time of the incidence like that, and here I'm going to give the date. So this is the placeholder. Now for this placeholder here, I'm going to give this let me add time. So like this here to show how they should write the time, and here now this is time. So this is time. So the other thing here also we need to paste the other thing, the other label and the input. So here also I'm going to add I'm going to add location. So we need also to have a location here and where the incidents happen. So I'm going to give e dot g, and then here I'm going to say kitchen, maybe somewhere like lodge and etc, something of the sort. And in here now, this also we are going to give a placeholder of, let's say, kitchen, to show how they should add the location where the incidents happen. So kitchen, and here I'm going to add this name here. Remember, we are going to use this name when we are going to collect the information from this input. So this one I'm going to give it as location like that. Also I'm going to add other things here, another label and input. So this time here I'm going to have, like, after now location, we need to also to have like a person completing the form, though the person who is writing this form. So person completing this form here. So person completing this form, and then here we need to now add like a name as our placeholder. So I'm going to write John Doe, and also here I'm going to write person person completing form, like that. Actually they should not, we should not have a space here. So a person completing form, like that. So I'm also going to paste this one here. So after now the person completing the form, we can have address of location. So here I'm going to add something you are calling address of location. So address of location, like that. Actually this one we are going to add as capital O, and here I'm going to add like let me add like something like maybe Melbourne, something of the sort. So I'm going to add Melbourne here, and here also I'm going to say maybe something like Laura Avenue, like that. So I'm going to say Avenue here. So and then the other thing here is I'm going to add address of location. So here I'm going to say address of location, like that. So the other, I'm going to paste the other part here. So after now the address of location, we need to have person affected. So here I'm going to have person, so a person affected, so a person affected in the incidents or by the incidents, in incidents. So if there are people who are, or if there's some person who has been affected by the incidents. So now here you can see also we need to maybe add something like maybe a name also. Let me say Jane Doe, and here I'm going to add placeholder as person affected, like that. So what else? Here also we need to have label here. So here I'm going under input. So after the person affected, now we need here to we need to ask like a question like were there other persons present or witnesses at the time of incidents? And I want to show you this one. So you can see how it looks. Right now it has not taken shape, but this is where I need to add were there other people present or witnesses at this time of incidents, yes or no. So I'm going to copy this like that, and in here I'm going to, let me show you something first of all. So if here you click yes, it will open for you this part for adding a person 1, person 2 and person 3 as witnesses, like that. So let me add it here. So date of we need to add here this label here, just like that. And then here we are going to have two input now. So here I'm going to have a checkbox. So should be a checkbox here. Let me add a checkbox. The type is checkbox, and in here we are not going to have like we are not going to have a placeholder. So this is, we are going to remove this here, like that. And then here I'm going to add here as let me say, actually here I need to add and say we have a span here, and this span here I'm going to add it as yes. And also, so this is a checkbox. Also we are going to have another span here, and this one is no. This one here now I'm going to give it as another input, and this input now is a checkbox also. This one is a checkbox, so rather than just text input. So after this now we are going to have another like a div down here, and this div is which it will be going to handle our like person 1, person 2, and some and their phones also. So this I'm going to first of all give it a class name. So here I'm going to add a class name of other people, just like that, other people. And here now I'm going to have like this part where I'm going to have like a label here. So a label here will be person 1. Actually I need to just copy paste because I had already copied the not really, I don't want this. So let me remove that. So here I'm going to add here person. So person 1. And here also we need to have another input. So an input here, I'm going to have an input of text, but here placeholder will be a person, like placeholder here will be John Doe, like that. Also we are going to have like a phone number also. So all phone. So this one here we are going to have another input, but this time this input here we are going to have an input of now the phone number. So here the placeholder here should be like something like a phone number, because you're adding a person name and their phone number. So here also I'm going to have like a name. So here I'm going to have a name here. So this is a name, and this name here I'm going to add the name as phone or person 1, and also here I'm going to add this as phone 1. The name here should be phone 1. So now after this I can copy all of this, and then I'll paste, because we need to have 3 people. So this one here will be person 2. So person 2 here also we can say is just Jendo here, and then here we can add as person 2 phone 2, like this one here. Also I can paste it again here. So we are having like maximum of 3 witnesses. So here this is person 3, going to have a person 3 here and a phone 3 here, just like that. So I think this is okay. So this part here we won't show it by default unless someone checks on the checkbox, that is here yes or no. So that is it. What else do I need? So here I can now continue with other now the label and the input. So I'm going to paste down here now, like let me first of all remove this one input here. We can continue with these ones here. So in this label we are going to add another data, like here we are going to add who was injured. So if they were a person who was injured, we can add here. So who was injured. So who was injured, if anyone, and now the other thing is that after this now I can add here as maybe something like James Rock or something, and here also I'm going to give like a name as person injured, like that. So that is it. We need also to have other information. So the other information here, actually I need to, first of all here I'm going to remove all of this. The other thing is that also I'm going to first of all format this code, and here I want to just let me take this. So this who was injured, and also I'm going to paste this down here. So who was injured. So this time here we are not going to have person injured, we are going to have type of incidents. So let me take here type of incidents. So type of incidents, like that. And here if we have a type of incidents, so here in the type of incidents, if we check here into this here, you can see this part here that we are calling type of incidents. So we'll be having act of incidents, and then you can see the checkbox down here. So what I'll do is that I'm going to remove also this, or maybe I can just do here a span, and the span here I'm going to add like act of violence. This is one type, act of violence like that. And here I'm going to have an input, and this input should be a checkbox like that. So I can have several act of incidences. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. So act of violence, we are going to have a property damage. So this is property damage. So property of, or property damage, like this one here, property damage. And also I'm going to leave it as a checkbox. And here also I can have accident, like actually it should be here, accident. So this is accident. And also after accident here I can paste this act of accident. And the other thing is behavioral. So if the act of incidence is behavioral, so yeah, I'm going to first of all here come here and I say behavioral like that. And also the other thing is that we can have behavioral and we can have also others. So if it is any other type of incidence, then it will come down here. So other like that. So after this, now we can also have other data or the information. We can collect other data. So you can see how the data is. So we can say details. Here I can just like can just write a label, or like I can add a label, and this label here we should handle. We are going to handle something like details of incident like that. And here now we are going to have a text area. So this, we are going to have a text area here, and the name of this text area we are going to add as what happened. And also here the columns and row, we can leave them maybe like that. I think that's okay. Also I'm going to have another text area also, and then here also I can add a placeholder if I want, but I'm not to be going to add that. So I can have another text area. So this is another text area here, and this one here, the name will be actual incidents like that, or let me add as actual incident. And what else do I need? So also I will have another text area here. So we are going to have another text area here, and this text area here we are going to call it after incident, or after incident like that, after incident. So we are going to have that. And also down here now we are going to have other information like a label, and here I'm going to have report by, or let me use small letters. Here also I'm going to have an input, and this input here I'm going to have like a type also is a text, and then name here we should have a name, and here a name should be like report by like that. Also I'm going to have another label, so label here, and here I'm going to add a date report, date of report, like that. Here also I'm going to have an input also, and this input now I can add a type is text, and then here I can add a name also, and this name here I'm going to add name like date of report, like that. So the other thing is also I can add another label, so another label here down, and this one should be title / role, and this role is, let me add a role of person reporting like that. So that is it, and now here I can have like an input, and I'm going to give this input a name here. Okay, here a name of, let's say, role of the person, role of a person, role of person, like that. And then now we are going to have a button, so for submitting. So here I'm going to add a button, and actually this should not be capital, so a button, and then dot. Now we are going to add as report underscore btn or button, and then here is submit like that. So that is it. Let me save and see how it looks. So now this is the whole thing that we have been creating. So now if I check here, I can see, you can see how it looks like. So now we can go and start styling it, and this should take a little bit or a very short time to just style this. So I'm going to come here in my CSS here, and I'm going to start by report. So I'm going to say report. On this report here, I'm going to have a margin of, let's say, 5% and 15% and 15%. Actually this is 15%. Here I'm going to say display flex, and then here we are going to say flex direction to be column. So if I save this and I check here, now you can see already it's taking shape. So also I'm going to add another, to style another part here. I'm going to style report header here, and this one I'm going to say a color should have a color of this here, and then I'm going to have a font size of, let's say, 19 pixels. I'm going also to have a text decoration here, underline, like that. I'm going to also now style other part, like let me just come here and let me now style report and text area, like this one here, and I'm going to say a margin of 20 pixels and 0 pixels. I'm going to have a width of 50%. So let's save this and check how it looks. So you can see how it looks now. And then the other thing is that also I can have other things. Let me, I can also target now the label. So here in my report, I'm going to style all labels. So my label here can be font weight.
So I'm going to give a font weight of 900, but this is too much. I can give it like 500, or let's say 600. And also I'm going to add here other people like that. And here I'm going to add as display flex, and then flex direction should be column. So let's check. If we save that and check it, yeah, you can see how it looks here. And now the other thing that I need to do here is after other people, I can now be able to style the button. So I'm going to add report underscore btn. First thing first, I'm going to give a background color RGB like that. And here I'll say 2492 and then 175. I'm going to add here border of none. I'm going to add also color of white. I'm going to add a display block like this one here. I'm going to add a padding of 10 pixels. So 10 pixels. Yeah. I'm going to add also like a cursor to be pointer like that. I'm going to add font weight. Font weight here should be have a font weight of maybe say at 900, and also a width of, we are going to have a width of 200 pixels like that. So let's save that, and then here we can check, and you can see here we have this button for submit. So here also I need to here to do something. So if you see here, if we click this, yes, that's when we need only to see like this part here, like person 1, person 2. So what I'll do is that I'll come here in my code here, and I'm going to use state hook. So here I'm going to add const, and this const here should handle something like we say show, and then set show like that. I'm going to say use state like that, and this use state here will say false. So let me add here false like that. So you can see we have imported from React app here, and here I'm going to create like a function. I'll say handle show like that. Here I'm going to add as arrow function, so like that. So here I'm going to say set show. So by now you know what I'm doing. So I'm going to negate show. So if show is let's say if show is false, it will turn it to be true, and if it is true, it will turn it to be false. So let's come here down, and here in my person, what I do, I remove all of this, and then I'll just first of all check for show, and then if it is true, that's when we just create this. So here also I'm going to, here in my this input, I'm going to add on click here, and I will say handle show like that. Actually handle show, yes, like that. So if we save that and then check back here, so if you are not be able to see were there other persons present witness. If you click here, you can see it is giving us the other person if we say yes. So yeah, I think that is it for now. So here also we need to have a placeholder. You can see here is details of incidents. We cannot be able to see what we need to write here.
and if you check here, you can see you have this information here inside here. So I can just add this as a placeholder here. So describe what happened before the incidents. So I'm going to come here and in my text area here. So let me check here my text area. I'm going to add a placeholder. So a placeholder here, and I'm going to say describe what happened before incidents, before the incidents, like that. Okay, so the other thing is also we are going to check here. So if I check here, it will, after it will save, it will have that describe actual incidents. So here also I'm going to add another placeholder here. So placeholder, so describe an actual incidents or incident, like that. So the last one here is what else? What happened after incidents. So describe, so this is placeholder, describe what happened after the incidents, like that. So that is it. This also we are going to add as incidents. So after that, now let's save, and we should check here now. Yeah, you can see now we have this information here. They are just not like blank text area. So now this is it. We have finished working on our report. Now in the next video, we are going to look at shift detail page, and then we now start integrating with our backend. So that is it. Hopefully you have a good day. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome to day 15 of this shift taking application. So in today's video, now we are going to look at the shift details page. In our last video, if we check here, you can see we created this page for report incidents, and we looked at various input that we can have in our report page here. You can see we have a lot of details that you can fill in when an incident has happened and staff want to report it. So in today's video, first of all, and the first thing that I want to do is to push the code, because remember in our last video we started to commit our code into our GitHub. So what we'll do now, I'll come here, and first thing that I want to show you is how I'm using Git. So here, if I do git branch here, I want to see every branch that I have in my GitHub. So if I do this, you can see we have this branch only. So it is called master. So in today's video, I'm going to add another branch here, and I'm going to create another branch that I will call report or report page. I can do like report page like that. And if I do that now, if I do again git branch, you'll be able to see that I have two now repository or the repos here. I have this here master and then report page. So I want to navigate to go to our report page here. So I'll do git check out like that, and again now I'm going to do report page, and that is to switch to this a branch called report page. That is, so if I do this and then here I want to also do git branch, and if I do enter, you can see now I have now navigated to this report page branch. So I'll just do the normal now commands to add git add, and then now I want to commit also git commit and then -m and then the information that I want. So I'll say added report page like that, report page here. And if I do this now, I can do also git push, and then I'll say origin, but this time I won't be pushing the branch master. I will be pushing report page this branch here. So let me see. And remember, if you don't want to just go through this process of adding the code to GitHub, you can just keep here. So I'm now pushing this, and now you can see I pushed this git now, or this branch. So if I go in my GitHub, so this is my GitHub here. So I have already included this git here in my code in description of this video, so that you'll be able also to follow up with this code also. And also remember, you can follow me and also leave a star on this repo. So if I come here and look for this repo, so I want to open the repo here. So if I open the repo, so now you can see this, the repo that we created in our last video. So I'll open this repo, and I want you to notice something. So if we open this repo, you see that we need to also, we need to pull request. So you can see we have a request to compare and pull request, and this is because we have more than 2 branches. This is how the GitHub works. So I want to compare here. I will do compare, and also I will do pull request. And here, let me see, here let me pull request, and this is how the work or the environment for working in a company looks like. So you have your branch, and then other people also have their branch, and then the person who owns the master branch now is the manager, or the project manager, who will be able to compare your code whenever you push, and then they can merge the recipe, the branches, that is. So I do merge, confirm merging. Now it is merging. So if I now go back into, now let me go into insights here, and I want to see my graph, like the one, or the network, just like I did in our last video. So if you have not gone through the other video, you can just go in the other video, so that we be on the same page and you understand what I'm doing. So right now you can see this is our graph, and this is because we started committing our code here. You can see here, and then again, now I have created another branch here. So this branch is called report page here. So, and again here, now you can see I'm able now to merge those 2 branches here. So that is it. At least we have now merged our code, and now we can continue with our tutorial. So here I'm going now to have another page, and this page is this page that we are calling shift detail, or shift and then the ID of that shift. So I'll be clicking on view, and here you can see things that it will contain. You will be able to see all this information. But remember, here we need also to have like something like where to add case notes, and also we need to have a report here, and then clock in and clock out button here down here. Right now you cannot be able in this here, because this are the part for, or this are shift for bidding. You cannot be able to see the case notes, because this shift doesn't belong to you until you bid, and then you'll see the other part. So if I have this here, if I have this part here like that, so here you can see now all details that we require here, or that we'll have here. So here also I can add case note, so I can say no, and then I can say here if there was a violence, or I can just say, let me add here violence here, and here I can say a violence occurred between the client and this neighbors, something of the sort. And then I can just submit, and I need to double click here. So if it reloads now, you'll be able to see we have this here. We have this what we are calling now the case note. So the case note contains the date, the time, and also you can see we have case, and also we have the notes here. So what we do now is that I'll be coming here into here into my code, and right now because I want to require this, I'll be able to just remove them, and in here I want to create another page. So this page here, we are going to call it shift because it's a shift detail. So I'm going to add shift here. So here I think I can see I have a page that is already called shift. So let me see here. So actually it's already here, so I won't be adding any. So here I'm going also to say shift or to add this CSS file. So now I can go back here, and what I can do is that I will import now the CSS shift here. So let me try and import it here. Up here, I don't know why I cannot be able to autocomplete. So import, and then here, so you can see it, I have now imported it. So that is it. So the other thing that now I can do is to create parts. You can see here we need to have this part here, this part, and also we have this part here. So let me create now here, inside here now can be able now to create this. So this one we are going to give a class name of shift container. So shift underscore container or hyphen container, like that. And inside here also I'm going to give like another div. So this div here I'm going to give it a class name of shift. And now here I'm going to have like a span here, and this span I'm going to give it a class name of shifts, my shifts, or my shifts here. Let me just remove this hyphen, and then here or underscore, and add here underscore my shift back, and in here I want to add an icon for going back in, or the arrow that is for going back. So this arrow here I will be importing it from React icon. So I'll just say import here from React icons here, and then FA or whatever you want to call it. And inside here I want to import far arrow left, so like other arrows, just like that. I want to include it here or to add it here. So far arrow left, like that. So now you can see we have added the arrow, and of course if we save on this, you'll be able to see it here. So actually there's something that I forgot. I need to indicate here or to add the page in our app.jsx. So I'm going to copy this here, and then I'm going to paste down here. This one I'm going to call shift here. But now because we need also to have like a ID for that shift, we need to add this ID here. So here I'm going to also import now the shift. Let me like this one from the pages here, like that. Let me see if I have imported it like that, and then here we can see shift from pages and then shift. So if I go back into shift here, and then in our application here, what I can do is that I can say now shift, and then here I can give any ID now, but we will be using IDs, we'll be passing ID so that we can see other things. So we can see that particular shift that is. So here you can see we have added this ID, and you can see the arrow here. So we are going really well. So here also I'm going to add this back, or this here back, and if I do this now, I can be able to see it also. So let me go, and now I need to add the other parts. So the first thing that I need is to have a shift detail, and the shift details is this part here, this one, and also we have this one part here. After now we have added shift detail. So let me come here. I'll be adding here what I will call shift details. So shift underscore details, like that. and in here I'm going now to add the details. So here I'm going to add a list, add, yeah. So I'm going to add now like an ID. So I'll be copying here. So let me see how I can copy them. So I'm going to add here. So this one will be here. First thing that I have this strong, like that, and in here I'll be having an ID like that, and also here I'm going to have like just now the text now. For example, here I'm going to copy this information here like that. Let me put it here, but here also I need to have this like these colons there. So if I do that, and then let me go back into my application, you can see how it looks. So now I will be copying and pasting. So let me copy this, and then I'll be able to paste here. So I'll paste here. This one will be, let's see, location. So location, and I'll be coming here, and I'll be taking from this. So this one here, I'll be taking this location. Location is the same as address. So this one here, I'm going to add here the location. So the other thing here that we can add now is the date and time. So I'll just add date and time, like that. So also I'm going to take from here, like this one here. You can see how it has been organized. So this one I'm going to paste it here, and also I'm going now to copy this and paste it several times like that. So after this date and time, we also need to have like type. So here we need to have the type. So this is type, and here the type, now I'm going to come here and I can add type as AM, like that. So this one here should be the AM. And also now the other thing that I can do is to make sure also that I add other details. So the other detail that I can add here is duration. So here we need to add duration. So duration here, and here the duration I can add like 3 hours. So 3 hours, like that. So, and again I want to also add let me see what else that I can add. I can add client. So client here, like that. So now our client here will be, we can just say alloc mandala. And then what else that I can add is that we can add client and also status. So the status of this shift. So for now I'll be adding pending. I'll say pending. Actually this will add as capital P. So after this, now I don't think we'll have any other information, or we can just add notes, because remember in our shift we have notes. So this one should be notes, and again here also I don't know what we'll add. We can add here, make sure to clean a room, so like that, and then let me paste it here. Yes, so you can see how we have added it. So now we have finished one side, so we want also to go to the other side now, and the other side we are going to call it or we are going to add it as our shift case notes. So here you can see we have this part and we have the other part. So before that, I want to also first of all here after this UL or the list, also we add the distance. I forget to add this distance. So what I'll do is that now I can add the distance. So to add the distance, I want to add the distance after now this part here, after UL here, because it is not a part of the list here. So what I'll do here is I'll just add distance. So let me say distance here, and if I do distance here, I can add also strong, and here I can say distance covered. So distance covered like that. I think that's the correct spelling. So distance covered, and then here I'll be having an input here like that. In this input we are going to add a placeholder of, let's say, something like 10. So here also I want to add number to be able to allow only to type numbers, because kilometer are in integers. So also here I'm going to, after this, I'm going to have another div, and this div I'm going to give it a class name of distance. So distance like that, and also update here like that. So here I'm going to have like a span, and here this one is in kilometers. The other thing is that also I'm going to have a button here, and this button I'm going to give it a class name of update distance like that, distance, and then here I can add update. So update like that. So that is it. I want also to first of all format my code. I'll push this down. So now after this, you can see now we have this div here. So after this, now here we can add something else here. So the other part now, which we are calling case notes. So before that, I want to also show you something. I want to come here and show you how our details look like. You can see it is not styled, but we'll do that in the videos that are in a moment. And also I want to now start creating the other part, and the part that we are referring to is this part that has case notes here. So and then we build this part down here that is for report, clock in and clock out. So let's do that. So here I'll add a div, and this one I'm going to give it shift class name of case notes, shift case notes. Here also I'm going to give now I'm going to create a table, and this table here we have a tr, and this one here will have inside here we'll have a th or thead. Here will be date slash time. So that is date and time. Here we are going to have also another th, and this one will be case. Here we are going to have another th here, and this one will be notes. So now after this, now I can have now the other row. So this one here we can have td, and this td here will be, let me add it like that. Also here td we need to have a key, or let me just leave it like that for now. We are going to do that in the coming video. So now this one will be, let me show you. So this one, first one here, we need now to copy this information as our dummy information. When we start fetching from our database, we'll be using the information from our database. So this also we need to have a td again. So this one, I'm hoping that you can see the table here. So this is the table, and here also I'm going to have another td, the last one, and I'm also only going to add that one case note. So I'm going to copy this like that, and then I can add it here. So that's okay. So now we have finished our table. Our table is not that big, and now we can move on now to this part that we are calling now, like here we can move to this part now for adding the case note. So here I'm going to say add case notes. So add case notes, and in here, inside here, I can add a span, and this span we say add case notes like that. Also here I'm going to add another icon, and this one will be a far here. I want to add a plus icon, so here I'm going to add fa plus like that. So I'm going to use it here, fa plus. So because it is hard for me to autocomplete, so fa plus here, can see it here, and then now I can do that. So this is the icon that I'm going to use here. Also I want to give it a class name so that I can be able to style it. So a class name here, we are going to give it a class name of add underscore case notes, and also I'm going to give underscore icon like that. So this is the part. So this part here we are calling it like add case notes, and also let me have another div here, and this div we are going to call it case notes underscore inputs like that. And in here I'm going to have a label. So a label here, this label we are going to give it like a case, and also I'm going to have another input here like that, and this input will be the one to add case, and then we have also another label here. So this is a label, this one is notes, and in here, because notes, you can add notes in a very big area, we'll use text area. So this part here, so our text area here, I'm going to give it a column of 30, and also we are going to give a row of 10. And also the other thing that I can do now is now to see how it will look like, but also we need a button. So let me first of all also add a button here. Before everything, we need to have a button. So a button here for submitting, so I'm going to give this a button, and also I'm going to add submit like that. So after this, now we'll have another part now. So here we need also to focus on another part, and this part is now the button container, and this button container, so this one is like a class name. So button container, or let me add like a hyphen container like that. So this part that we are going to create now is this part down here, like the one you can see here. So let me start by looking at the first part, and the first part is for report. So button for report, so I'm going to add button, and this button here I'm going to give it a class name of shift, and then I'm going to add a report, and then I'm going to add btn like that. So this one I'm going to add report, so you can see how it looks there. So, and the other thing is that because you can see this report is button is just way to the left, and you can see the clock in and clock out button are all the way to our right. So what I'll do is that I'm going to add another div here, and this div I'm going to call this div clock in, and then underscore clock out, because it will contains the button for clocking in and clock out, just like that. So here I'm going to have these two buttons, and the first button here is button. I'm going to give it a different name. So here I'm going to give it a class name of shift underscore clock in, and then underscore btn, like that. This one will be clock in, like that. Let me just leave it like that. So also we are going to have another. So I'm going to copy this because they are similar. But here now I'm going to add, now this one will be clock out, of course. So this one will be clock out, the class name will be clock out. And also here we are going to have a clock out here, like that now. So this is clock in also. So there's a space here. So, and this is capital, like that. So now that is it. I want now to start styling this part. So I'm going to format my code also. So remember to format your code also as we go. So that is it. Let me save. Let me see how also it looks like. So if I come down here and see, you can see how it looks. It looks really ugly. So what we'll do now, we just go into now styling. So in our styling, we are doing styling using this shift here .css. So the first thing that I need, okay, let me push this down so that I have a space. So the first thing that we need to style is shift, and in here I'm going to give it a margin, and a margin here we give a margin of 3% and then 10%, just like the other pages, because we don't want it to be like have like to extend the whole page, that is. So also here I'm going to add another thing. So display, here we are going to add display flex, and also here I'm going to give height, and the height here will be 200 pixels, or I can just add auto actually, but I will show you what we'll do. So here also I'm going to add to side shift details. So in case if you are wondering which part is shift details, so this is the shift details. You can see this part here, and also now you can see we have done display flex, and you can see now everything is right now you can see we have styled them horizontally. So let me continue. So shift details, now we give it a flex of 1, like that. Also I'm going to give it a padding of 20 pixels. I'm going to give it a border radius, so a border radius, okay, so this is a border radius, so a border radius of, let's say, okay, this is border radius of 10 pixels. Also we are going to have a width, and a width of 300 pixels, and also I'm going to give a margin. So a margin here will be having a margin of 20 pixels, and also we are going to have a height of auto. I'm going to give a background color. Background color here will give this color a1 ADB F, and then 730F, like this one here. So I don't know the name of this color, so I'm going to just save, and then you can see this color here. So the other thing that we also do is we are going to style like UL or the list. So I'm going to do shift details and then UL here, and I'm going to say list style, and I will say none. This is to remove the dots. So you can see this dot will go away. So this list here, dots. If I save this, now you can see they are gone now. So that is it. I'm going also to be able to style other part, like I'm going to, let me style this part that we are calling shift take button. So I'm going to style shift underscore take underscore btn, and in here I'm going to have a margin of 20 pixels and 0 pixels, and here also I'm going to give a width of let's say 150 pixels, and also I'm going to give a cursor pointer. So cursor pointer, also I'm going to give a font weight of, let's say, 900. Also I'm going to give a border, and a border here we are going to give a border of none. We are going to give a color, and a color of white, so this one white here. Also I'm going to give a background color. So background color here will be having RGB, and then 24. We are going to have 92, and also I'm going to have 175, like that now. So that is it. We are going to also to add here padding of 10 pixels, like that. So yeah, so let me style also the other part. So the part that I'm going to style also is case notes, add case notes. So I'm going to say add underscore case notes, like that. And in here I'm going to add a display of Rex, and also I want to align items, to be center. The other thing is justify content. So this is justify content Rex end, so just like that. So let me see first of all how it looks. So if we do this, you can be able to see how it looks like. So let me also go back to styling. So here I'm going now to style the other part. So let's first of all style this case note and then the span. So the span here I'm going to give a margin right here of, let's say, 20 pixels, like that. I'm going also to style case note, and then we are going to style underscore icon, and here in icon I'm going to say cursor pointer, just like that. So this icon, if I save on this, is this icon here, you can see. So the other part now is we are going also to say case notes. So case notes, like that, and then underscore inputs, and here I would say display flex, and then display flex, and because I want them to be vertical, I'll say flex direction. So I'll say flex direction, and I'll say column, and that is it. Let me see how it looks. So let me save, and if I look here, you can see now it's starting to take shape. So now here I'm going to, after case notes or this case notes inputs, we are going also to style like a label. So the label here, actually I'm not going to style the label, I'm going to style the button. So in the button here, we are going to now add everything that we had here, this one here. So let me copy this, and then I'll be able to paste here. So let me paste. Actually, don't know why I'm not able to paste. So let me copy this, and I'll be able to paste it here. So if I do to save, you can see how it looks. but right now also I'm not going to add this font weight to be there. I don't want it to be there. So yeah, you can see it's taking shape. So, and then we can also be able to style. Now after the button, we can be able also to style other parts. So this is the case notes and then inputs, and then I have taken the button. So now I want also to, let me first of all come here. I want to take shift, and then I want to just come here, and let me first of all do one thing. I want to now be able to also do croaking. So for croaking and then button, here I'm going to give this button here the same like this, everything here like that, and then this one here. But now I want to give this like another color here. So this color I'm going to give a color of 24 and also 92, and then here I'm going to give 175. So this one for clocking in, let me see how it looks. So actually I cannot be able to see it. So first of all, let me check if how it looks like. So this is shift underscore clock in here. So actually I've made a mistake here. So this is clocking, but here I want also to change this color. So this is 25. So clocking here is 20, is this color is green, so 185. And here I can add the other thing is 25 here, like that. So that is green. So I'm going also to style shift taking button here, but this one will be clock out. So like that. Also I'm going to copy everything here. So, and then I'm going to paste here, but this one, now this one will be red, so almost red or something to do with red. So I'm going to add 21 to 41, and then here I'm going to say 84, and then I'm going to add 84 again, like that. So if we do this and come here, you can see how it looks like. So now the other thing that I want first of all is to make sure that I have styled the button container. So the button container is this part down here. So let me do this. Let me go back here. And here now I want first of all to take button underscore all. Let me add like a here container like that. And I want to style this, so I'll just say display flex, or display to be will be flex. The other thing is that I'll say justify content. Justify content here will be space between. So this one here, I'm going also to have like align items to be center, like that. Also I'm going to have padding of 10 pixels, and also I'm going to have a background color of, let's say I'm going to give a background color of FO, and then I'm going to have like a position will be absolute because I want it to float in the bottom. So or I can say position fixed, and then here I'll give it a position to be bottom. So this one will be bottom, of which will give it 0, and a width of 100%, like that. So that is it. If I save this, yeah, you can see we have this part here. So it is fixed. I cannot be able to see the other part, and I don't know why. So actually this is, I think it's because of this margin that we put in this part. So what I do is that in my code here, I want to remove this container like that. Actually no, I want to copy all of this and then I'll paste it here, and then you'll be able to see. Now you can see how it looks. So now the other thing also that we need to do is let me come here in my styling, and up here I'll be able to add, like also here we need to have a margin, like a margin of let's say 20 also, or let me just add button of margin of 20, and here I'm going to give it a margin of 20 all around. So if I do this, you can see how it looks. So this one we have not now styled, and I want to now style this. So this one, let me see the class name. So the class name here is shift report button. So I'm going to copy this and copy it here. So in my here in my CSS, I'll just paste, and because I've already now done this, I'm going to copy and I will paste it here. But now rather than now this one, this background color, I'm going to add it to be red. And if I save this, let's see, yeah, you can see now how it looks like. So you can see how our page have come to be. And also the other thing that I want to look at is styling the table, because also I need to style the table to look nice. So here, before I do that, let me first of all take care of this distance part, because I've remembered I've not done the styling. So I'm going to add here the distance covered. So this is the distance. So here I'm going to say, or let me see first of all here distance covered. Let me see the distance covered here, this distance. So let me come here in my CSS, and here I want first of all say flex. So this is this display flex. I'm going to add align items to be center, align item to be center, and also I'm going to have a margin of let's say 20 pixels and 0 pixels. So here also I'm going to add or to style distance and then input, and here I'm going to add a width of let's say 70 pixels, and also a margin of let's say 0 pixels and 5 pixels, like that. Also I'm going to have a distance. So this is a distance of let's say as for this span here, we are going to give it like a margin, and a margin will be of 0 pixels and 5 pixels. Here also I'm going to have a color of let's say this dark color, and also I'm going to have a font size. So the font size will be a font size of let's say 15 pixels, like that. So that is it. And again, there's another thing that I want to style, and this is distance here, and then button. And also here I'm going to take my color here. So I'm going to take this here, and then I'll paste it. So let me copy again to make sure I've copied, and then here I can paste this and then save it. So if I look at this now, you can see I have been able to style this, and also actually I can remove this width because it's too big. So I can be able now to see how it looks like. Distance covered here, you can see how it looks like. So yeah, so that's how we first of all leave it like that. Before we start the next video, we look at how we can add the child here to have like one row to have color, the other one to not have, so to alternate, and also to make sure that we have like a distinction between case and notes here. So now we have finished with the front end part. After we have added that the table part here of now alternating coloring the rows here, we now move to start integrating. So I'm happy to end this part of styling the or creating the design for the front end. In the next video now we start looking at how we integrate those part. So remember, if you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe and also like this video so that you'll be able to be notified whenever I upload another video. So see you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome to day 16 of this full stack shift taking application. In today's video, we are going to look at how we can add admin dashboard. And this is because I wanted us to start by integration, but I think it would be better if we start looking also admin and then we start integration at the same time. So in our last video, we were looking at this shift detailed page here, and you can see how we created it. But now I wanted us also to give this table a new look so that we can, for example, we can make it to distinguish between the date and time here, case, and then also the notes here. So what we'll do is that I'll come here in my shift.css and I'll just come and style the table. So the first thing that I'll do, I'll select the whole table and I'll give it a width of, let's say, 100%. The other thing that I want to do is that I'll give it a margin, and I'll give it a margin of 20 pixels, that is top and bottom, and 0 pixels right and left. So after that, after now styling the table, then let's look for the rows. So here I'm going to give it a height, and I'm going to give it a height of 50 pixels, and also I'm going to also give it cursor pointer like that. And after that, now I can take now the columns and let's see if how we'll be able to style. Or actually, the other thing that we can do, let's not style the other column. Let me just select this, but here I want to use something here like end child. So end child, take that end child, and here I'll take odd rows, and in all odd rows I want to give it like a background color. So a background color here, and the background color here will be this one here, like you can see it. So just like that. So let's see how it looks. So this is saying that in end child, take any odd row and then it will be colored this background color, this one. So if we look here, can be able to see now, like here we have the date and time here, the case, and notes. So if we come here and change this to odd, so to even, that is, if I do that and then save that, you see how it looks here. So you can see here there's a distinction between now this you can see here this the date time, and then you can see we have a margin here, and also you can see we have a space here and this space here, and now you can see how it looks. So this is what I wanted, because if we have another row here, it won't have this background color, and then the other row here that follows will have this color, so it will look really good. So now we can proceed, and remember, now since we are adding our code into our GitHub, so let's see how we do that. So here I'll come here into this folder for my project. And what I'll do is that I'll come first of all do git branch, and here you can see the branches that I have. So I will add another branch. So I'll say git and then branch here, and this branch I'm going to give it to call it shift detail, like that. Or yeah, let me just use that. So if I do git branch detail, if I do also another git branch here, you'll be able to see now we have added this branch that is called shift detail. So I'll do git checkout and then shift detail. This means that we are navigating or we are switching to this branch shift detail. And if I do this git branch again, then you can see we have navigated to this shift detail branch. So now I can use now the normal commands, git add and then everything. I will just say also commit, git commit here and -m, and I'll say added shift detail page, like that, and then hit enter. So and then I'll just say git push and origin, and then right now I'm going to push this shift detail branch, that is, because now if you look at here we have navigated to this shift detail. And if you don't want to add your code to GitHub, you can just skip this section. So let me do this now. Let me also add my passphrase. So like that, let me push my code. So I have pushed now my branch now, and if I come here into my GitHub, so this is my GitHub. Let me see. I want to do pull request, and then I merge now my branches. So let me come here. This is the repo that we are pushing our code to. So I'm going to first of all click here. So let me click here, and I don't know why it is taking time. I think my computer is a bit slow or it's lagging. So let it load. So it is loading. So if it reloads, you'll see notification for pull request. As you can see here, shift detail has recent pushes, and you can see it is 54 seconds. So here it is asking you if you compare and pull request. I'll click this button, compare and pull request. And now after this, now we'll be able to compare the code that has been pushed. Now you can see here the code that now has been pushed. You can see here we have this very first part here. You can see the code that we added. You can see here, and also this page here. You can see the code that also we created for that detailed page, and also this CSS here, shift CSS. So if I was a manager, project manager, and this is one of my developers, I had given that branch, I'll be able to see if this code is good, and then I can pull request and then try and merge. So now, because here now we have this, what I'll do is that I can also add a description if I want it, and now developers will be able to see. So let me now take this, so and say create pull request, like that. And after this, now what we'll do, you can see here, check for ability to merge, and let me do here merge pull request. So if the code was not like a standard code and I'm a project manager also, I can just deny to merge, that is. So confirm merge, and now it has merged. If I come here into my insight, because I want to show you how the graphs look like, you'll be able to see like how my network here looks. So, and this is what will help you to see how you have been creating this project. So you can see here we were having report page, we merged it with our master here. Also we continued here and created another branch here that we call shift detail, and then we merge it with our master. So this graph is very essential because it can show you how we have been committing our code. So yeah, so that is the whole process. So right now, the other thing that I want us to do is to be able to now add our admin dashboard, and we are going to use admin dashboard from another Git or GitHub. So I'll come here in my code now. So this is my code, and what I'll do in here, I want to cross everything here like this. Front end here we have our backend, and now I want us to look at our admin. So here I'm going to delete it first of all. So I'm going to let me delete it. So I've deleted it. So here I want to clone one of the repos. So I'm going to come here into this repo here, and this is where we get our admin dashboard, because the admin dashboard also is generic and we can use it in our application. So and also I'm going to give you this GitHub here repo, so that you'll be able also to git clone and clone into your project also. So I'm going to clone this. I'm going to copy this here, and now you can see we have this repo has different branches, because we want this branch that is called React branch. What I'll do is that I want to clone a specific branch that is called React admin. So if we check here, this is how you can clone now a specific branch. You need to do git clone, and then this -b here, specify the branch, and also now you can add now the repo here. So because now I'm inside this folder for our project, what I'll do, I'll just do git and then clone here. You can see it here, and then -b, and then we want this branch that is called React admin, and then I'll be able now to paste the URL for this repo here. So if I do that, you can see it is cloning it is cloning here into my project. And if you check here also, you'll be able to see that it is cloning, and it is downloading the code here from the GitHub into our now project. So if check here, let us wait until it finishes now to be when it finishes now to just download all the code. So right now you can be able to see here we have finished cloning our repo. And the other thing that I want to do here is to rename this folder here that we have just downloaded for, it is called YouTube, but I want to call it admin. So I'll just come here and rename admin like that. Also, the other thing is that if you look here now, you can be able to see this one is another version of React, but we'll be looking at how we can also work with the previous version of React. So the other thing that I want also, I'll be able to come here. Let me just come here, and what I want is to also delete the Git folder. So let me come here in this document, and then let me check here in my YouTube 2024, and then I'll come here into shift taking, and inside this admin I want to delete this Git here because this is from another repo. So now I will just delete this. So I have deleted it now like that. So let me close it. And the other thing that I want to do is to install all the packages because right now if you check here, you can see we don't have like node modules. This is because when it was the admin dashboard was created, this person did not push with node or those packages installed. And but the good thing is that we have this package.json that can show us already what we had or what we need to install here. So the only thing that we need to do is that we can just come here and add another terminal, and this terminal now will be able to navigate to admin like that. And in here I can do in npm install, and because this is a previous version, I'll also add force, and I'll show you how to use the like previous versions of React. So I'll just do npm and then install and then force, and this is the like a process that you use when you want to install package, when you want to use a repo that is already, or a repo that is already in your, a repo that already had that you clone into someone's GitHub. You need to, after you have cloned, you need also to do npm install, and then you can use force if it doesn't, or you're not able to install the packages, so that it can force installing those packages. And this is, now you can see here it is installing the packages. So now let us wait until it finishes installing those packages, and then we'll be able to continue. Hello guys, and welcome to day 16 of this full stack shift taking application. So in our last video we cloned this admin dashboard here. So let me check here in my code. So here you can see this admin dashboard here, and when we cloned it and tried to run it, we ran into problems. So one thing that I ran up about this admin dashboard is that it contains React 16, so it is not like very compatible with my Node version. So my Node version is version 20. So what I did is that to debug this code, one of the things that I did is that I came here into, let me show you. So I came into this package.json, and then I added this code here in the start, in the script here in the start. Now I added this code here, dash dash openSSL dash legacy dash provider here. So, and then you can see already start is already here. So, and then also in here in build, also I added this code here, like openSSL dash legacy and then dash provide. So this is what also you should do. So the other thing that you should do also is that you need to remove these node modules here. So remove this folder here, delete it completely, and then after you have deleted it, then also delete this package dash lock this on this one. So this also fine, you need to remove it, and then after that, now what you do is, now you come here in your terminal and you'll navigate. So let me come here. So now you navigate to admin here, and then do npm install. After that, now the other thing that you will do is that you now do npm start, and then this will now you'll be able now to be able to run this admin dashboard. So I'm going to run it because already have done all those steps, and this is a solution that I found in one of the pages of overflows or Stack Overflow, because this is the problem that I was running into. When I tried in the last video to run the code, there was this error that was occurring, and this error is this one here, node internal modules CJS loader and then 1054. So you can see here we have this part here, and let me try to go back. so I cannot be able to see like the full error also. So let me just reload this page, because this is the page that I found the error in. So someone had already solved that problem. So you can see this is the problem that I was experiencing, and then I pasted it in this Google searches. So the first link that came here is this page here by Stack Overflow, and then I looked at this page. So if you look here, you can see all the procedure that I have told you. Let me just scroll down. So you can see also this person was using Node version 19.4.0. So I think the same thing he was experiencing. So let me show you. So here there was some solutions here, but the first solution here is the one that you should use. So you might try to also do, like, to start with running this command when you're inside that folder for admin dashboard, npm cache clean, and then dash dash force. And then you can see here the other step is then remove all node modules folder from the application. So in this case, because it is this folder that is admin, then you should remove the node modules in that folder. After that, now remove the package lock package hyphen lock .json file from the application. And then the other thing is install packages again by using the command npm install. And now then after that you'll do npm start the application using npm start. So I'll be also attaching this URL for this Stack Overflow, so that already you'll come and see it here directly, because this is something that will help you to not run into the problem. So that is it. That's what I wanted to show you, because in our last video we ran into a problem, and we had some errors, of which now I have solved by looking at internet and found the solution. So that is it. I want us now to continue. So if you check here, you can see our admin dashboard that already we had in our in our project. So this AM shifter here, and then you can see how it looks. But now we are running here our, let me show you our admin dashboard now. So it is starting now. So let it run, and already we see how it will look like. So we need to customize, and then it will look like this one. So this one is that admin dashboard is generic, and you can use it in your project also. We can use it maybe into e-commerce project. We can use it in things like school management system. Is something that you can play with and also be able to use it when you are building other projects. So you can use it as yours also by customizing to any project that you are using. So I wanted also you to have that experience of maybe using other people's code, because I used other people's code, and also customize so that you'll be able to have like a courage of able to see other people code, or to be able to interact with other people code with confidence. So that is what I wanted. So if now we come here, I've seen that it's running. So you can see how it looks like. So here also, if you want to know how to also to create such an admin dashboard, you can come here, and in YouTube here, I want to show you where you can find this if you want to create such a admin dashboard, where there is another YouTube channel that uh, you can look at. So you come here in YouTube. So let me show you. So you come here, and you just search Dev dashboard. So, or admin dashboard, admin dashboard. So you can see this YouTube channel that is called Amadev here. So what you do is that you come here and you find this React admin dashboard. So you'll find out how he created all this admin dashboard. So this is like giving him also credit for building such a good admin dashboard. So you can go through this admin dashboard. It is 2 hours and 50 minutes. And also, if you check here in the description of this video, also you'll be able to find like the URL for the GitHub, that is. So that is it. I want now to close that page. So now here we can see now we have this admin dashboard, and also we want to customize it so that it looks like this one here. So let me close this actually, because I don't want to interact with our front end now. So now the other thing that I'll do is to make sure before I do anything else is that, remember, we are committing our code. So I'll just come here, and now if we do git branch right now like that, you can see now we have 2 or 3 branches here. So what I'll do is that I'll create another branch like we are doing with other previous video also, and here I'll just add a branch that is called added admin, like that, added admin, and then I'll do git checkout added admin. So already you know, if you have gone through the previous video, you'll understand why I'm doing this. So this is git checkout added admin. So then I'll do git branch again like that, and now you can see we have switched to this branch that is called added admin. So I'll just say git and then push origin, and now we are going to push this branch that is called added admin, and then let me try to push it. So support here, so like that. So when I push, you can see created a pull request for added admin here. So let me see if I committed. Actually, I never committed. So what I'll do is that I'll do git add, like now the code here. Let me do the previous these commands here, added changes, because I forgot to run these commands. So and now after that, now I can push my branch that is called added admin. So let me do that. Now let me run this, and this is because you need also to be able to run your code and also commit it into GitHub. So now because we have this now the branch, so let me come here and open my GitHub in another page. So I'm going to run now this my GitHub here, and then let me show you something. So if I come here in my repos, so this is my repo. So I will go into this repo that is called YouTube shift taking application, because this is where we are committing our code. And also you can be able to go through this repo as we are going ahead with our project. My GitHub link is in the description of this video. So let me compare and pull request here. So let me compare and pull request. So here also you can see the code that already we have added, all of this code now. This is something that it happens in work environment, where the project manager always do the pull request, and then he must compare and merge the code. So let me do this. So create pull request. You can see now we want to merge because already I know my code, so there's no need for reviewing my code. So confirm merge. Now after we have merged now, like that, we can also come here into my insights and then also come here into network. So here in the network now, we can able to see like this graph here. So that is it, because already we have talked about this graph in the last videos. So let me just close it. So right now, let's go and now concentrate by customizing this code. So if we go back into my code here, so in this admin dashboard here, and open this src here, you see that is the normal React. So here we have pages, you can see pages, we have home, new product, new user, you can see home, product, and then you can see here something like product list, user list, and here this is the main dashboard for an e-commerce. So I need us to change it also to use it and use it as a admin dashboard for shift taking application. So the first thing that we'll do is start by coming here and customizing this part. So we are going to customize this part up here. So first of all, let me change the name here, and to change the name, you just come here to my pages and then into my component, and then top bar here, and then you find this name here, so just change it. So I'm going to add am shifter like that. So let me see how it looks also. So admin, am shifter admin, like that. So the other thing that also we should do, so if I do that, and then here, let me show you. So if I do that, you'll be able to see it changes automatically here. So the other thing that we should do is to change this part here, and you can see this part that we have revenue, sales, and cost. So this point here, we are going to start by, let's see what we need to change to. So we have shift, we have clients, and we have like staffs. So right now, because we don't have any data that we are fetching from our database, we're just going to add just a demi data. So here we need to go into featured info. So inside this featured info, so let me push this down. So when I push this, you can see here this featured info. Now this is where we have that part where we can change. So the first thing here is we need to have shifts. So we can add here one, like, let me just add here 1000. So let me do this. So here I can add, like, let's say 1000 here. Also I can also be able to, I'll be able to remove this arrow down here, and here I'll just copy arrow up. If we have arrow up here, you can see we have arrow up here. Copy it, and then let me show you. So here also I need to paste it. So here also I'm going to change this. So this one will be staffs, like that. So I'll just add here, we have like maybe 100 or staff. and then here, or let me add like just 50, and then here also I need to add that arrow up, and then here also I need to change from cost now to something that we call clients, like that. And then here I'm going to just remove this. Let me see here. So I'm going to actually leave it like that, and then when I save, be able to see that here everything will change. So if you check here, and here you can see we have also different, we have now achieved what we wanted up here into our featured info. So there's nothing that I'll also change here in my home page now at this time. So this one here, and unless we go and change this user analytics, because here I think I added client analytics. So let me see this part here. So this part is this part we are calling chat here into our component, and I can come here. So you can see this is the line chart here, and I don't know. Let me see. I can't see why. I can't see where the user analytics text is. So I'll just leave it like that by now. So let me see also other things. So let me try and come here into my app.js like that, and you can see here we are using app.js. So I want to see something here, and I want to, because we have our home page here, I want to come into my home page. So let me just navigate into my home page so that I see if I can get the information for that chart. So this is my home page. You can see we have featured info here. We have this chart, and inside this user chart here, this is where you get this user analytics. So you can see how you be able to track your code and change what you want. So this is client analytics. If we change that, also you'll be able to see that this text here will change. So you can see we have changed it to client analytics. So actually, so this is, we have not changed here. Actually, I have seen just right now. So let me go back into top bar of featured info here. So here also we can change this one here, and we can see client are like maybe 30, like that. And then now let's see if it will change. Yeah, you can see we have changed that. And then what else do we want to change? Okay, here also we are going to change, because if you see here in the left sidebar, you can see we have staffs, we have clients, we have shifts, we have announcement here, and we have now like incidents. So we are going to see this sidebar here. So in this sidebar, let me show you something. So let me close other parts, and also I'm going to close these very many parts because I don't want it to confuse us. So let me close all this part here. So now let's go into this. Actually, let me close this folder for frontend, and also this part. Okay, this is the part that I want, and I want to go into the components and then sidebar here. So in the sidebar, so let's see what we need here. So actually we are going now to this part that we have products, and instead of products here I can add, let me add shifts, and then here instead of users I'm going to add staffs like that. Also, I'm going to copy this. You can see this link. I'm going to copy it like that, and before you stuff, I'll paste it, and then here I'm going also to add clients. So the other thing that also we need to add is announcements. So I want us first of all to see the changes. So if you check here now, you can be able to see we have client stuffs, like here also. Actually, it is the other way around. So I'm going to copy this actually from this link here. I'm going to copy that and paste above this one here like that. Yeah, and then if we do that, yeah, it will be now the way around. So here I'm going also to have stuff, clients, shifts. Let me see the other thing. Need to have announcements and then incidents. So let me see here. We need to have now other than now, or if we don't want announcement here, we can have announcements, and then we can have incidences. So incidences like that. If we change now to that, you'll be able to see this part here will have also announcement and then incidences. So if you want to change also like icon here, you can be able to see this icon that we are using here from, let me show you. So you can see this is the icon and then the text. So for example, for announcement, we are using this attach money and then announcements. For incidences, we are using this bar chart and then incidences. So if you want to change, you can just come up here. So you can see where these icons are coming from. They are coming out from at material UI and then icons. So we can add, or we can try to add other icon. So for example, we can try and see this announcement outline. So you can see we have such an icon. So I can copy this now, and then I'll be able to paste it. So let me see where I can add it. So yeah, need to add it here. Announcement outline like that. So let's see how it looks. So yeah, you can see now we have changed that. So if you have any other appropriate icon for incidences, also you can look for that in material UI and add it here. So don't add any other package and in for icons, because already we have material UI installed, and also we have material UI icons. So if also you want to install any other package, I'll show you how to do that and without running into problems, because right now if you just try to add your packages like npm using npm, so like for example you come here and type npm. So let me show you. If you try to just navigate into this admin folder here, into admin dashboard, and then just add maybe npm I install and then anything like maybe react here and then dash icons here, and try to install this, you run into problem and it won't be able to install those icons. So you'll be able, what to do is that you can add another tag here, or another here you can add another option here, this dash force, and then when you click enter here, this will be able to install, because it will be able to merge the conflict, because we are having like previous version of React. So that is it. So let me show you also something. So now if we try and use this part here for our nav bar here to navigate. So let me show you something. So I don't know why I'm not able to use them to navigate. So let me try and reload it. So yeah, you can see we can navigate to now stuffs, we can navigate to clients, and because they are all from we just copied and uses the same stuff, and then the clients, the roots are the same. So that's why you can see you're not changing like the page. So you can see here also we are using this data grid, and this data grid is from data, or this one is coming from a data React and then Material UI data grid. So this we call it a data grid. And then if we try to go to shift also, you see this is the product, and also we are using data grid, and we use data grid in front end. So if you haven't watched the other videos, just go back and watch those videos so that you'll be able also to come here and understand what we are doing. So here also for announcement, I have not added this page, and for incidences, I have not added that page. So now what we'll do is that I can come into this announcement. So let me first of all, I wanted to do something else first of all, and let me show you something. So here I wanted first of all to change this. You can see up here this is React admin app, but here this is AM shifter. So just come here, and to change that you just need to come into the public folder here inside this admin folder, and you can see this index.html, and this is where now you can be able to change the name. So I'm going to change AM to AM shifter like that. Let me save it, and now if you check here, let us run. You can see now it has changed, or even we can call it AM shifter, and then admin, let me add it as caps, admin like that, and then save. It will just change. So now the other thing that I want us first of all to add a page for announcements here. So let me do that. So here I'm going to add another page, and now because I'm using another person code, I'll be able to see how he's using this code. So for example, if you are creating pages, you need to create a folder here, and that folder will contain like this home.jsx, and also here you see like the CSS for that page that is. So that's what we'll do. So I'm going to create here also. So let's create something like let me create what announcement like that. So or announcements, whatever. So here I'm going to also create a file that we are calling. Okay, let me first of all select this. Let me scroll up here. So announcement.jsx, and also inside here I can have now announcement.css like that. So here I'll do the same RFCE because there's nothing that has changed. We are using React. So and then I'll push down this part down here, and here I'm going to import this one, my now announcement CSS. And now I want to show you from our previous admin dashboard here, we can be able to see this part here that we are calling now announcements, and then also we are having like announcement up here, and we are having also like this button that we are calling add button. So this add button here, we can click it, and then we can be able to add whatever we are adding as our announcement and then submit. So let's create that. So inside these announcements here, let me start by creating here. So let me add here class name here. So here we need to have a class name that we call announcement, like that. Also we are going to have a span here. Inside this, going to have a span. And this one we are going to give it like a class name of announcement and hyphen header, like that. Here we are going to have announcements like that. And also here we need to have another div. So we having a div here, and this div we are calling it announcement CRUD. So this is the part where we'll add announcement. So we have announcement and then hyphen CRUD, and here we will have like another span, of which we are going also to give it like class name of announcement hyphen text, like that. Here we are going to add, let me just give it a dummy information here like payout, and then here we have another like a span, and this one we are going to give it like let's say class name of announcement dash time, like that. And then here we need to add, like, let me see how we are adding the time. So you can see this time here. So let me copy it, and then we are going to paste it here. And then we have this span, and the last thing that we need to have is this icon, this here. We need to have this icon here. So I'm going to import. So let me come here and let me see an icon that is called delete outline. So you can see already here, we are able to see it from material UI icons. So I'm going to just click on it and then close that. So here also we are going to give it a class name, and this class name we are going to give it a class name of delete, like that. So if you see here, we have already installed it from, let me see, import it from now material UI icons. So after this, now we also need to have another div. So we are having a button first of all. So this button, we are giving it a class name of announcement. Okay, here announcement and then add, and here also we can have add announcement like that. Actually I don't want it to be caps out of it. Add announcement and add announcement there. So announcement like that. I think that is the correct spelling. So, and after now this div here, also we can have now the other part for adding now our shift, adding an announcement, sorry. So this is this part here now, this title input here, we have text area and also the button here. So let me add it after the button. So I just do div, and then this div we are going to give it a class name of announcement and then input, like that. And in here I can now be able to add my input. So input here, and then we are going to add a placeholder here. So yeah, I'm going to add enter title, or the subject, the way you want to call it. We have text area, and this text area also we can give it like a placeholder here. So we have a placeholder of, let's say, something like enter description. Yes, like that. And then now the other thing now we need to have also is a button for submitting our announcement. So I'm going to say button, and this time I'm not going to add any class name. We are just using a normal button, so like that. So if we save on this, and then let's go back into our application here, and then first thing that I need also to do is to add here into app.js. I want to add another here. I want to add another page. So, and I'm going to add this as announcement. So this is announcement here. And in here in our announcement, I want to import now our announcement page. So you can see our announcement page, and it is from pages announcement. So if we do that and come here, you can see we have added this announcement here. So also we need to go to our sidebar. So into our component here, and inside this sidebar, so let me open this sidebar. Let's go into announcement, and if you see here, we have this link. So we have this UL here, and I don't know why we don't have this link. We need to have this link here. So you can see there we have the link for product. So I'm going first of all to remove it like that, because now we need to navigate to another page. So I'm going to do link here, and then let me paste now this code here. So I'm going to also, if you see here, to add this too. So because we are going to navigate to now announcement, I can add this announcement like that. So let's see how it looks, and if we will be able to navigate to the other page. So you can see already here, actually it is giving us like this blue text. So I'll show you how to remove this blue text and also URL. So if I try, so let me first of all reload. If I try to click now announcement here, you'll be able to see I cannot be able to see now the other part for the announcement. So I don't know why. So I can see here announcement. Let me see if I have added like the right route. So let me show you something here. So into my app.js here, let me see what we have added. So this is announcement, and have added this page here. So this is the page also, and I cannot be able now to see my here. If I navigate, I cannot be able to see my text here. So the first thing that I'll do, let me first of all come here, and let me come into this announcement here .css. I'll just say do text decoration. I'll just say none, and also I'm going to actually not here. Let me just remove this, and then I'll go into sidebar. So in my sidebar here .css, this is where I should add this. So let me paste this one here, and then I'll just say color inherit like that. So let me save, and then also save this. So let me see if, yeah, you can see now the blue text has gone. So I don't know why I cannot also be able to see like the announcement part. So this one, because if I click announcement here, now I need to be able to see the page here. So now if you come here, you'll be able to see, like, you cannot be able to see the page for announcement. So the other thing that I want is to make sure that I be able to see this page, and I saw where I did the mistake. So the mistake is right here into app.js here. You can see the other path we are adding with this / here. So you need to add also a path here. So this / here, and then if you come back here, you'll be able to see the other things that we have added here. So now we can go into styling. So let me navigate to styling now, and so if you come in here into announcement, you need first of all to style this announcement and then give it a flex of 4, because if we don't do that, we'll be able to see, like, we will not have like this part looking very good, because we need to give it like a length in code. So you can see this sidebar is taking majority of this part. And then let me come here and then paste the code like that, and then if we do that, you'll be able to see it is taking like the rightful length, and the sidebar is giving it also is taking like right full length. So now let's go into now the announcement and styling. This is the now CSS. So I'll just also add announcement dot header here to be able to style it. And in here I'm going to say display flex, and then I'm going to do align items to be center. I'm going to add justify content to be center. I'm going to add another thing is that I'm going to do font weight to be 900, and also I'm going to add like a color of this dark color here, and then I'm going to add font size to be 20 pixels like that. So if I save this and check here, you'll be able to see this announcement here. And now I want to push this to give this announcement margin. So I'm going to have a margin of top and bottom. We'll give it 3%. Let me do 3% here, and 5% here, left and right. So let's save, and then now I want to also style a card, announcement card. So announcement dash card like that. I'm going to have here, I'm going to do height. So I'm going to give it a height of, let's say, 70 pixels. I'm going also to give it a margin here of 10 pixels. I'm going to give it a width of 100%. Also, I'm going to give it a background color. So a background color of #1D, and then F7, and then 30F, this one here. So actually, I don't know, I cannot find, oh, this one here, this DP, like that. And then here I'm going also to add display flex. So display flex, and then align items to be center here, and then justify content. You have justify content to be space between. So space between. Also we need also to have like announcement, and then input here. So here we need to style it, give it a display of flex. I'm going to add like flex direction to be column, and also I give it align items to be flex end like that. And then we can have also other parts. So let me see first of all how it looks. So we have tried to do now the styling. You can now also be able to see how it looks. It looks really nice. And also here in our card, I can give it a padding. So let me give it a padding of, let me see, padding of 10 pixels. I think that will be okay, 10 pixels. If I save this, we need to see like this padding. You can see now we have that padding. So the other thing that we need to do after announcement input, we can also do announcement input here, and then just select only the input, and here we can say width. Actually here I can add width to be of 50%. Now we need to have a padding of, let's say, 15 pixels, and also we can have a margin of 20 pixels top and bottom, 0 pixels left and right. So let me also add announcement here, announcement input, and then select text area, this one, and then inside here I'll just add a width of 50%, and then I'll add a padding of 15 pixels, and then the other thing is margin of 20 pixels, and then 0 pixels, like that. Here can have announcement input, and then we need to select the button. So here I'm going to have a margin top of, let's say, 10 pixels. We are going to have a padding. We give a padding of 7 pixels and 10 pixels. We are going to have a border of none. We are going to also have a border radius of 10 pixels. We are going to have a background color of dark blue here. So this is a dark blue, you can see it up here. And then also we are going to have a color of white. We are going to have like a font weight of 600. And the last thing that we need to have is cursor, and then we are going to have a cursor pointer like that. So after that, let me see how it looks, and then here it should have style. Yeah, you can see how it looks. And then what else should we do now? We are going also to, let me style. After the button here, we can be able also to style announcement text dot announcement, and then text, and then here I can say display flex, and then here I can add a line items center. We are going to do justify content to be center also, and also we can be able to have a font size of, let's say, font size of 20 pixels. We can have a margin of 0 pixels, 20 pixels, and then we can have a font weight of, let's say, 900, and then we can have also like a color. The color here you can have #948 and then 787, and then here also we can have dash announcement and then time, and this time here we can have a display of flex like that, display flex, and then we can have like align items to be center. We can have also justify content to be center also, and then again we can have margin of 0 pixels, 30 pixels. You can have a color of, let's say, let me see here. So we can have a color of #9. So this one here. And then now the last thing is delete. So let me start delete here. So the first thing that we have is color, and then red. We have cursor to be pointer, and then also we can have a margin of 0 pixels and 20 pixels like that. So if we save this, let's see the changes. Now you can see how it has changed, but now you can see this button, we have not styled it. So let me see what will be able to style it. So I'm going to see the class name here. So let me copy this. So if I copy this and then I come back here, so I'm going to add it here, and then I'm going to copy this, all of this, and then paste it here. So let's save, and then here I'll be able to see now we have this add announcement here. We are going to add cursor to be pointer. Already we have added that, so I think that's okay. So let me reload again, and then when we reload now, be able to see now we can add announcement here. So that is it. I think now we have started now building our dashboard. We have started building our admin dashboard from the other person code or from other people's code. So if I click home here, I can be able to see now this part. You can have shift, staffs, client. Also here we are able to see the staff, clients, shifts, and then now announcement. So in the next video also we are looking at adding this incidents part here, and also we are going to see other part in the staff and clients, so that we be able now start integrating also with our backend, and we accelerate finishing this project. So that is it. See you in the next video. Have a great day. Remember to subscribe and like this video. So hello guys, and welcome to day 18 of this full stack shift taking application. So in our last video we started customizing our admin dashboard here. As you can see here, we created also this announcement page here, whereby we can be able to add this title which will serve as a subject of our email, and also this description which will go like announcement for our email. So after this now we also edited some things here and also customized some various things here. Like we also created this part client here, and also we added here this stuff. And if you see here up, you can see that we are using wrong path because this is users, and we should add it like stuffs, and also this one will be for clients. Also we need to add for this for shift, it should be like product, it should not be products here, and also it should be the for the shift. Also here for announcement is okay, for we'll add later on for incidences. So if you remember in our previous videos, we start by pushing our code to our GitHub. So if you come here in this part here, you have your application, and then do git branch. You can see we have various branch now, and you can see of this branch. And because we have not finished customizing our admin dashboard, I won't be pushing my or I'm not going to create any other branch right now. I'm going to create another branch for customizing after already we have finished with the customization of our admin dashboard. So right now I want us to go right in and start looking at other things that we can change. So now let's go inside here, and I want us to go to this app.js here, and this is where I want to change some path, because for like this one here we need to change it to maybe users or staff. Let me say staffs, and also I want us to change here to staff like that, and then this one here will be staff ID like that. Also I want us to change like this product here should be shifts. So let me try here to be shifts like that, and also here will be shift, and then it will be like shift ID here. So if I do this, I think this will be okay. And also here I want to change it to new stuff here, and here also it will be new shift like that. So let me change to new shift. So let me see how it looks. So these are new stuff, announcement, staff ID, stuffs, and then container. So right now if I change here, because remember here we also using the routes. If I try to go to this part here, you can see we are still going to users here, but when I reload also you'll not be able to see this page here, because see we are trying to access this stuff route here and we don't have that users route. So we need also to go to this sidebar here and also change those route. So let me go back here. So let's go back into our in our sidebar here, and this is where I'm going to change some routes. So the first thing, let me look for this route that we are calling clients, and here I'm going to call it also staffs, but we'll change that later. Also here, also for the users, we need also to change it to staffs, and we want also to have another one. So let me change this one for the products, because here down you can see we have the route for products. Then this one should be will be for shifts like that. And then what else do I need to do? Here for announcement is okay. So if I change that and then save that, you'll be able to see it now instead of users, because now we can have users, our staffs now. Let me go back. If I go back here and then click on this for staff now, and be able to see now we can access this page here, because already we have changed our routes. And also for our clients here also, you can see the same route, and that's why we can see this page here for the users. Now the other thing, if we click on the staff now, we can be able to see staffs here. So if I try to go into this part for edit, you can see we cannot see we are not be able to see like this part here. We cannot be able to see this page here, and this is because we changed this. If you look up here, you can see we have product and then ID, and this where we changed also to shift and then ID or shift ID. So what I'll do is that I will go to this page. This page is this page. Let me show you. So this page of ours, we are calling it product list. So this product list here contain the data or our shift information, but you can change it and call it shift list. So let me come here, and here you will be able to see where we have a link and you want to navigate. You can see here we have this link that you want to navigate to this part that we are calling now shift ID. So here also you need to change this to be shift ID, then shift and then ID. This is this route here that we have the shift and then ID. So and then also we need to go to our users list here, because this also we are navigating to the page for seeing only one user. And here let me show you something. So if we scroll down here, you can see also somewhere that we are going to this part here that we are calling users and then ID. But in our case, we have changed into, let me show you here, we have changed to staff and then ID. So you can see this route here. So now let me save this, and when I now go back and then in here and try to go into this part, so let me reload this. So if I try and go to this part for viewing one shift in details, you can be able to see how it looks. But right now you can see it's just a page that contains the product ID. So we are going to change now this information. So this here, we can see the list of products here, and let me start by going into the shifts here. So here we need to have an information of our shifts, and what I'll do is that I will use I'll just be using shifts information, and to do that I'm going to create using ChatGPT here. So you can see ChatGPT up here. So this is ChatGPT, and already I had created this information by giving it prompt. So you can see the first prompt that I give it here. So this is prompt is saying, I want you to create a data that is an array of objects, and the object contains information like ID, location, date, time, type, duration, client, staff, email, clock in, clock out. So this is the data of shifts. Also clock in and clock out is an array of object that contains time, accuracy, object of coordinates in terms of longitude and latitude. Create 10 of such objects. So it didn't create all those 10 objects. Actually, it created like 2 of them. So down here, I told it to create 5 sheets, so which it did here. So this is the information that we will use now as our demi data. So if I come here into my shift, so if you check in this part here, let me just close this one here, and if we go to this part here, or this page that we are calling product, remember this product page is this that we are seeing here that contains the data for our product. So let me try click here, edit, and this is where you are able to see this is one that you are calling product, just seeing the details of one product, but we are going to change it to be product for shifts. So then I want to go back here to my shifts, and this shift here, because this is the product list page here, we can navigate also to this now product list. So I want to show you where this data is coming from. So if you check here, we are using this data grid. So this data grid is from Material UI, and you can use this data grid to create something that looks like this, of which is very good to use data grid. And remember, we used data grid in our previous video. So using this data grid here, we can be able to use something like sort as. So here we can be able to do things like sort by ascending, sort by descending, filter, hide, show columns, and things like that. So that's why it is very appropriate to use data grid. And this data grid here, you can be able to see it is from Material UI and then data grid. Also, we are able to use other things like icons from Material UI. So if you want to know how to use Material UI, also I'll be showing you in later videos. So this is product rows here, and this product rows, we have now like this demi data page here. So, and you can see here, because we operate in columns and rows in when you're using data grid, you can be able to see here we have these columns, and these columns contains the fields that we have in our columns and or in our data. Also you can see the field here, we have the product and everything here. You can be able to see the field, then status, we have the stock, we have price, but I'll be showing you how to change everything here. And this field information here is the one that you can see here. You can see the ID, the product, the stock, the status, the price, and then action here. So let me do this. So I'm going to change that, but in here now, when we have this you can see here when we have this part here for return, we can see now we are using this data grid, and the first thing that we give it is rows, of which is the data. So let's see what is in this row or this data that is. So if we scroll up here, we need to show, so we have this data, and if you can see here, we are setting this data from this product rows. So where is this product rows? You can see here this product rows is from this demi data. So let's look for demi data. So this is the demi data here. So let me look for that product row. Let me see if I can. So this is the product row that is. So you can see users rows, you can see product data, and what else do we see here? You can see user data. So this is the user data. We have product data here, and this is what we are calling product row. So actually this is the product row. Yeah, this is the product row. So what I'll do is that I want to change this, and I want to call this shift rows. So shift rows, I want also now to get my data from now my ChatGPT. So let me check, take everything here. So copy this, or let me just copy it like this. So all the way down. So here now, if I copy all of this and then put it into now my data. So let me change this. Let me first of all see how I have copied it. So everything. So what I'll do is that now here, because this is our shift row. So let me scroll up here. You can see this. Actually, let me scroll down here, because let me scroll up here a little bit. So this is users rows. So let me scroll down here, and you can see this is because this is shift rows now. I'm going to paste here. So let me scroll until there. So let me paste it here. So you can see now we have changed the information. So if we try now to access this, this will give us error, or maybe it won't display anything because we don't have such a name here that is called shift rows. So let me save that and try to access it, and if we try to reload here, we'll be able to see we ran into error, or maybe we will not be able to see anything. So you can see how it looks. We cannot be able to access it. So I'm going to come here now into my product list here, and now I'm going to change this to shift rows. So shift rows like that. Let me do this, and then also I'm going to change here to shift rows like that. So let me save that. So if I do this, and then let me see how it looks. Let me reload again. So if I do this, also it won't work, because remember we don't have this in this information here. In our field, we don't have a field that is called ID, and so we need to change that. We don't have a field that is called product, so also we need to change that. So let me show you what we'll do. So here I'm going to add an ID, so like that. Actually it is here an ID. This is because we have ID in our data. Here you can see we have ID, also we have location. So I'm going to change here also. So let me just change, remove some things here. So I'm going to have an ID here. I'm going also to have to remove this. Yeah, and you can see how also you can structure the field. You can give it field, you can give it header name, and also width, and all those things. So let me remove this until here. So I want to remove this. Let me remove it until yeah. So I'm going to remove it until here, like that. And now what I'll do is that I'll be now changing here. So let me paste it here. This one I'll be calling it location. So I'm going to give it location, and this information here for field should correspond with this data that we have here. So this one for location. So also we need to have another field here, and also here you can change. So the header name is the one that we'll be seeing in our column up there. So here also we need to change. So this one will be for the date. So date here, and then here we can change to date. So this is date, and let me also change something else here. So we need also to change here. Let's see which time we can just take time here. So this is time. Also this is here will be time, like that. And also we need, I'm going to change here to other fields here. Let me see another field that we can add, duration. So we have duration here. So we have duration, and here also you need to change to duration. And also here you can see we can change also the width here. So we can change it, give 100 or 150, or the width that you want. I'll show you that. So here also the other thing that we can change is something like, now we can change client. So let me change here to client, and also we can change here to client like that. So let me see the other one that we can add. Actually I can just leave it like that. So I'm going to show this here, only this information here. So let me now reload again and see if it will work. So if I scroll, if it reloads again, let's see if it will work. So here it is not able to, also it's not working. So let me inspect and see where the error is coming from. So I'm going to console here. So here I need to look at where the problem is. So here let me see. So attachment is not defined, and then here process is not defined. Okay. So I want to see where the problem is. So let me see here. So let me also go back, and because here I cannot get information that is helping me. So what I'll do is that I'm going to look here at where the problem is, because here also I need to have to know where the problem is coming from. So this here, it should be, I think I can give it, or let me just leave it like that. Let me see it like that. Let me also come here and change this, and also here I need to say like const id and then 1 like that. So if I change this, let me see if it will work. Now let us inspect again and see if we'll get the error of this page and what is happening here. So if I inspect here and then go back here, if I just check here, it should give me like an error in this console, and this is how you debug most of your code, and if you are not getting information. So here you can see uncaught error, and then here we can see material UI. The data grid components require all rows to have a unique ID property. A row was provided without ID in the row prop. So this is ID 1, and then all these other things, the information. So what I'll do is that I'll go into my demi data, and in here I'll just change this to ID like that, small id with small letters. So this is id also. I'm going to change also this one here. So id, and because there are 5, I need to change all of them to id like that. So let me change this one here also. So to an id, and then when I save this, and then let me close this, and then when I reload here, we'll be able to see, like, we can see our data. So when let it reload, and here now you can see our information now. So you can see here this one also, there are information that you cannot be able to see because these rows are very small. So what you can do is that you can come here into your, you can see this is product list, but you can change it to shift list. What you can do is that we can change also this width here. So this one we can change to this, we can just leave it like that. For location here, we can just add it to be 150. Let me add 150, and here also I can give it to be 150 also. So this one I can give it to be 100, and this also I can give it to 150 and 150 now. 150 and then 150 here. Also, you can see this field here that we are calling action, and this is where you have a button for edit and then for delete. So let me save on that. If we check here, it will see that it will change the width of these rows here, you can see. So you can be able to see now location in full, the date, but you can see here time also is very small. So I'm going to change that also. So this here, in our time, I'm going also to give it like 150 to see the field or the column very well. So if I compile this and then let's go back here, you can be able now to see every information here. So right now we have created this, but because it's just a dummy data, let me also go back and also change for other places now for the staff, and then we'll create for the client. So let me reload this, and now we'll be able to go to other places. So if you come now to shift, it contains now information that we have for shift now. So now I'm going to go to staffs, and to staff here you can be able to see now we change the route to staff, but right here also I want to change something else. I want to change this information because this information is not corresponding with the information that we will have in our application. So what I'll do is that also I'm going to change this, and now because we have now the stuff, we can go into this part here that we are calling in this page that we are calling user list. So if we come here also, you can be able to see we are using also the data grid. So let me scroll up here. So here you can see also we have this data grid, and as explained in the previous videos also, you can be able to see we are using like this here that we are calling user rows. So we need to change the information here, and this one also we are going to call it staff rows like that, and also here we need to change it to staff rows. So the other thing that I'm going to change also here, I want to first of all save that, and also I want to go back into our dummy information or dummy data. So here in our dummy data, let's look for user rows because that's the information that we are going to change. So if we scroll up here, so let me scroll until where, so somewhere here you can see we have this user rows, and we want to change this now to staff rows. So this one should be a staff rows. So now we need to get the information now from our ChatGPT. Luckily enough, I had already created the information from our ChatGPT. So here I'm going to scroll down, and also you can see now we have this information here. So let me see, this one was for shift. You can see here also I give it another prompt, and this one is I want you to create a data that is an array of object, and the objects containing information like ID information, full name, phone, address, gender, date of birth, and this one I think will be for client. Let me see if I created for this one is one for the staff. You can see this prompt is asking, I want you to create a data that is an array of objects, and the object containing information like ID, full name, phone, address, gender, username, email, role, password, which is encrypted. You can see here, and staff ID. So you can already see here the information now. So I'm going to copy all of this. So from this array here, so let me take this. Actually, I don't know why it is giving me like I want to just take this like that. So let me until there, I think, and or maybe let me take this one, because you can see here I told it also to create 5 of them. So let me copy these 5 of them for this data. So if I copy this and then go back into my code here, so I can be able to remove this and then change. So you can be able to change here. So until where? So I need to change this until here. So I can do that now. So I have changed all of the information that we had here for the staff rows or the user rows previously. So now let me come here, and now I can change now this field, because if we now try to go into this, let me come here. So if I try to visit this, let me reload also. If I try to go now to staff page, which is user list, we will not be able to see it. So you can see here we are not able to see it. So this is staffs, and we cannot be able to see that page. And this is because we need to change the information here. First thing that I also change here, I need to change, like, let me show you. I want to change this ID, like how we did in our previous video. So here I want to change this to ID. So let me change all of them to small ID. So this is ID. Also we have this as ID here. So also I will change this to ID. And also here I'm going to change this to ID like that. And yeah, that's it. So now I want to change the information that is in here. So I'm going to first of all remove this here to be, and then leave with we need to be left with actions only. So I'm going to remove this, and then here now I can be able to change these fields. So let me see the fields that we have in our user. So our user will have, let me first of all save this. So our user will have, let me, full name. So we need to change this to full name, and remember it should be the corresponding with the one, the formation that is in here. So the full name also we need to, this one also I'm going to give it a field of 150. So a 150 here, let me copy it now and then paste it. So copy it like that. Then also here I need to give it like another field. So the other field that we can have here is phone number. So we can have phone here, and then also here we need to change this to full name like that. Here also we need to change this to phone number like that. Also here we need also to change here to be address. So here is address like that. Address, here it is address, and then also we need to change here. So let me see the other information. We have address, we have like a gender. So this is gender here like that. We need also to have gender here like that. Also now let's have staff ID. So the other information will show in the detail page. So this one is staff ID. So this one should be staff ID like that. And in here we need to change to see staff ID like that. Let me save and see if it will work. So now if I reload now, already you can see the information here. It is really nice. So this one will be AP, and then the staff ID. So I'm going to change here in our demo information. So this one staff ID, it should be AP actually have here. So this one should be AP like that. To change that also here, we need to change to AP like that. Let me change also this one here to be AP also. So AP, we need to change also this to AP, and also this one should be AP like that. So if I change that now, you'll be able to see this information here. So when I click this one, so let me reload again. So now you'll be able to see now the list. So I think now you understand how you can be able to use this one, the data grid, or the data grid from Material UI, because it is really nice, because also you can see down here in the bottom right, you can be able to see also it contains pagination. Like here you can see 5 out of 5. If we go beyond 5, we can be able to go to another page. So now I want to create another page now, and then for these clients, so I want to come here. So let me first of all just close this one, and here in my app.js here, I want to go to this part here where we have our clients. So let me see, for clients, I don't have any route for clients. So what I'll do then, I will first of all create here another page. So this page, I'm going to call it client, and here also I'm going to change on some things. So here I'm going to create client.jsx like that, and here I'm going to also, I can just leave it like that, but let me just create a CSS. So client.css, and what I'll do here, I'll just copy everything from our user list. Actually, this is, let me just call it client list. Okay, let me rename it to client list like that. So also this one, we call it client list, rename it to client list. So client list, and also here also we need to change to client list, or even we can just leave it like that, but let me change client, let me use caps, small letters, client, so client list like that. So now that is it. Now we need to go back, and in our user list here, I'm going to copy everything. So Control A, copy this, and then I'm going to, in this client list here, and paste this like that. But now what I need to do is that here I need to change like the name of this function. So this one we are going to call it, let me see here, so export default function, and this one should be client list, not user list. So this is client list, and now we can be able to, if we want to now get the information, we can get it from now here. So now this is it. I want also to get now from let me get the information from client list. So like that, and if I save this, now I can go also back here, and where we have now staffs, I want to have clients. So copy this, and then here I'm going to change this to clients like that. I'm hoping that you're understanding what I'm doing here. So here also I'm going to import now client list. So we need to create this client list. You can see here we can import it direct. So if I come here, you can see due to auto completion we were able to import it. So let me save this, and then if I go into now my sidebar, So let me see in my sidebar here where we have clients. So you can see clients here. Now we need to go to this route, clients, not staffs. So if I do this, so let me save that, and when I try now to reload again, and then I'll be trying to go to clients path now to be able to see if I go to this page for clients. So if I go to this part, already you can see now we have this, because if you check here, if we have stuff up here, you can see we are going to this route for stuff. If we go to clients here, also you can see we are going to this route that we are calling clients here. So now we need to change this information here for these clients. So we are going to go into our dummy information also. So here, let me come here into clients, and then I want to open, let me just close this, and then let me also close this CSS here, like that. Now, because you can see the dummy data here, what I'll do is that I'll create another row, and then this one I will be calling it client rows. So let me copy this until here. So copy this and then paste it down here. But this time here, I want to change this to be clients row. So let me change this. So clients row, like that. Now the other thing that I want to do is to copy now the information from our ChatGPT. So this one here, I'm going to change this information now. From here now, I'm going to copy this because this one is for now the clients. So not actually this up here. So I'm going to copy this like that until there. And then let me copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. So like this until, let me see here. So I'm going to paste this information there, and because now this is client rows, I'm going to import it in our client list here. So I'm going to come here and change this to clients. So clients rows, you can see it here, client rows, like that. Also here I'm going to change now to client rows here. So client rows, and then here also I'm going to change, let me see, here also we are going to change, because in this dummy data here for client rows we don't have staff ID. You can see we don't have staff ID here. So I'm going to remove this here, this row here first of all, and then if I do this now, I think because the information that is in here is the same, we can be able to see it now. So if I save this and then go back here, so let me see. So if I go back here and then reload, you need to see the information now for client and not for clients and not for staffs. So right here, because I can see we are not getting the information, that means there's somewhere that we have an error. So let me check here. So we have full name. Yeah, here also we have full name. Or here we have ID. You can see this is not the ID that we are using. So let me change this to small ID. Like that. Also, I'm going to change this to small ID, small letter ID. Now, if we save this now and reload again, now we'll be able to see the information. So if I reload now, you can see now the information here. And because this is for the client, also we can be able to change other things now, or we can be able to add other fields. So let me come here into client list, and I'm going to change this to, maybe, let me check here. So I can take this and have like other fields here, and we'll have two other fields.
So here this one will be start date, and this also will be here, will be end date. So end date like that. So this one is start contract, and then end contract. So end contract like that. This is the date to start the contract and the date to end the contract. So if I save this, let me see now the information here. So we have this information here. You can see we have ID, full name here. We have everything here now. You can see also now we have this start date, start contract, and end contract. But what we can do also is that we can just give them like let me just give them a retro space. So for gender here, I'll just give it to be 100, and here also we can give it to be 200 to have some space, and this one here we can give it to be 200 like that. So if I save this, let me see how it looks. So yeah, you can see how it looks like. So yeah, we have start contract, end contract. So that is it. And now if because I want us to now go to adding the shift also. So if I come here in the shifts and I want to add shift, so let me click here, and then here also we are going to customize it in a few or in the other video to look like this one here, because this is where we'll be able to see the shift information. Now we are going to customize it to look like this one here. So now if you click create here, you cannot be able to see new product, and this is because we changed that route to new shift. So let me come here into this, the one that you are calling the product here, but you can change it to shift. So here you can be able to see, let me see here. So here we need to change, let me change here the link here to be new shift, not new product. So let me save this one here. So let me try and now let me go back, and when I try to go, and then let me reload actually. Let me reload first of all. So when I reload here and then try to go to this here, you can see now new shift. We have this page here that also was a new product, that is. So you can see how this admin dashboard cater for most of the things. So here we need to change things to now to look like this one here. So now let me go back, let me go now to my code here, and let me look for this new product here, but this one should now be new shift. Can change that. So here we need to change to new shift. So this is new shift like that. Let me save that, and here I want to remove this part here for add item like that. So let me also save and see how it will look like. So we have removed the image, this part for the image. So in here now we can start creating now the fields that we want. So the field that we want location here, and let me show you something. So we are going to have this, so we must reload again. Okay, so when we reload now, we can be able to see instead of name here we'll have location. So we have to have location here. So location, and we have the field for location here. We need to change the location here to be address. So I can take any address from, maybe let's say like ChatGPT here. We can take one of addresses. Let me take this address here and add it like our placeholder here. So like that.
yes, and then also we need the other field here. So we need to have another field that we are calling date and time. So let me come here and change this. So this one is date and time. So date and time, like that. And this one here, I'm going to change this one to date. And we have another one here. We need to have another input here. And this input, we are going to give it a placeholder. Let me add a placeholder here. And here we can be able to say maybe something like 10 a.m. 10 a.m. to maybe something like 12 here p.m. So this is the time that the shift should you should attend the shift. So I'm going also to just copy this part here, and I'm going to paste down here. So we need other input, like we need the type. So this one will be type here. So this is type, and also here we can here in our placeholder we can change that to now. Actually it has just moved. So here we need to change this one here to be AM or PM. So AM/PM, and also we can add here another field. So let me check the other field that we need here. We have client. So here we need to have this for client, like that. And then also we need to have, because this now is the client, we can also go into dummy information, or we can just change this to be John Doe, or maybe whatever you want to add here in our placeholder. So also we need to have another field. So let me check which another information. So we need duration. So we have to have duration here. So duration, actually I wanted to do it the other way around. So duration, so here I can just give it to be 2 hours. So this is duration here, and this one should be like 3 hours or 2 hours, like that. And now the other thing that we need, the other field that we need to have is this one that we are calling now, like this information that we have here that is called notes, like that. So we have this, so we have notes here, and now here I need to give this like to be a text area. Let me add a text area here. So let me add text area. So, and this one here, I'm not even going to give any like placeholder. So let me also see the other thing. So the other thing that we need to have down here is, now we need to have like assigned shift. So this one is assigned shift. So assigned shift, like that. And now in here we can just give it like a select or something, but let me just have a select here, and then options. So this one here we can have select and then options. Of course we are going to use other things. So here I'm going to say like James Doe. So also I'm going to have another option here, and this information here we can have like John Doe also, like that. So let me save now. So now we have now added this input here. So let's check. So if we come here, you can be able to see now we have all of this now here. So we have the location, we have the time, date, everything here. So now this is it. I wanted now to customize until this part. So I have shown you also how to use other things like data grid, and also how to customize so the data that is not, or the code that is not yours. So now in the other video, now we are also going to finish with the customization and then start integrating, because now that is the part that is fun. We are going to now to take the information from our database and also add information to our database and manipulate our database. So now this is the last day of, or these are the last days of customizing, and then we jump into now start integrating our whole application. I'm hoping that you're enjoying this project, and if you're enjoying, also remember to like and subscribe this to this YouTube channel. Also, you can leave a comment so that I know how I'm impacting your learning. So that is it. Have a great day. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome to day 19 of this full stack shift taking application. In day 18, or the last video that we had, we were customizing on our backend, or our admin dashboard, that is. And today we are going to continue and finish customizing our admin dashboard, so that from the next video now we are starting to integrate. So remember, we have our backend that we started building from, and then now if we finished customizing, now we can integrate it both to admin dashboard and our front end. So that is what we are going to do. So remember, here also we are going to start looking at how admin can be able to see like shift, all the shift here. Remember, we use this beautiful data grid. Also, we created clients here, and also we created staffs here. So all these are the things that we are going to look at, how we can get it, we can get them from the database and integrate it here in our data grid, so that we can be able to explore the data here. Also, the other thing that we are going to do is now be able to see the announcement, add announcement here, and send it into our backend, and also how we can see our incidences here. So let's start by, or continue with customizing. And remember, because in our last videos we started by pushing our code to our GitHub, right now we won't do that at first here, because I want us to have another branch that is called customization, which I will push it as a branch. And also we're going to do pull request in our GitHub. So right now, let me first of all finish customizing, so that in the next video now we are going to start integration, and also we'll have a branch that we'll call integration. And because integration will be few videos, now we are going to call it maybe integration 1, integration 2, or integration admin, integration front end, and things like that. So now let's see how we will be able to now start customizing. So the first thing that I want to do is here. So let's come here into our shifts, and when we click on edit here or view, you'll be able to see this one here. You can see this is not a page for shift, because if you check here in this part, if I go to shifts and then click on view, you'll be able to see like this one is different, and I customize it differently. So what we'll do is that I'm going now to copy my code, because I don't want us to spend a lot of time. And right now, you know how we are doing the customization. So I had already created the code here. So, and this code is from the from this project that I had already created. So let me copy all of this here, and I want to put it somewhere. So let me copy it until maybe where, so until somewhere here. Let me copy it until here. So I'm going to add the code for this code here in my description of my video. So don't worry, I will do that. So the other thing is that now I want to look for this page here that is called the product. So this one actually should be called something like shift. So let me come here. and in here I can be able to look at this, and then let me push this down, and let me copy and paste the code from here, or this part here, and then let me paste it like that. So here also you'll be able to see we have different, like here you can see we have like all these different things that we have not added. Like here you can see open here, and this open is the one that is opening our map. You can see here we have handle, cancel, shift, like that. I'm going to also remove this first of all, and also let's look at other things that we will have. So I'm going to also to just remove this. Let me remove this here and this. So let me remove things that we have not added first of all. So also this, I'm going to remove it. So let me go and be able to just remove whatever I don't want. So select, and then let me check here, and then here I'm going also to, I can be able now to actually remove all of this like that. And then here I'm going to, let me add here like something like maybe shift time, it will be, let me add like maybe this here, so 8 a.m. or something like that. Here I'm going to add the dates. So here I'm going to add like 6th April 2024. Also I'm going to remove this. So this one here I'm going to, this is the part for case notes. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going now to remove this handle filter date range. So I'm going to, let me remove this first of all like that, or let me copy this like that, and then remove all of this here. Then I'll be going to paste this, and I'm going also to remove this here. So inside here I can be able to add the time. So I'm going to add time like let me say my time will be 8 a.m. also. And then here in my event I'm going also to say no event. So let me add no event like that. And also here I'm going to say no event, or I can say something like, let me say not applicable like that. So let me scroll up here. Also here you can see we are having this generate PDF, because we are going also to see how we can generate PDF. So also the other thing is here we can filter date end, and I'm going to remove this also like that. Also I want to remove all these here. So actually let me remove them. And here also I'm going to remove this shift distance. I'm going to add this distance manually, like let's say here 12. And here also I'm going to remove this on click. So I want to remove all these things that we have not added here. We are going to do this here. Functionality, we are going to do it ourselves. So I don't want us to do that here. So dot map, and then croc in something of the sort. So this one until, let me see where it ends. So this map here, the button. So I'm going to remove this. So let me remove this here until, let me see here. So this one will be index. I don't want this index to be here. Here it will be clock time. So or clocking. So clock time will be maybe 8 a.m. I'm going to repeat that as my time here like that. So let me do that. Also the other thing here, I can add the accuracy here. accuracy will be like 20 meters or something. I think here I can remove this. So let me come here up and then remove this also. And also because this is a croaking and I want to loop and see the array here, the items in array. Also I'm going to remove this. So also I'm going to remove this index because we are not getting it from our database. So I'm going to cut all of it. Time here also I'm going to add it manually. I'm going to repeat this 8 a.m. Like that. So this one here, so remember I'm customizing my code, and here also I'm going to do 20 meters like that. So shift nodes here also I'm going to add maybe something like no breaks like that. And the other thing is that also here I'm going to add like an email of the person who has been assigned this shift. So I'm going to add my email like that. So I'm going to show you why I'm doing this or how it works. So client here, I'm going to also be able to do shift. I'm going to add like maybe John Doe. Also here I'm going to remove this on change. Let me here come here and here I can add like 12 kilometers or something of the sort. So and then here I'm going to remove this on change. The other thing here also I'm going to remove placeholder, this placeholder here. So and because this is a type, I can add am/pm and then also remove this on change. So this is customization. So this shift here I can add 8 a.m. like that. And the other thing also here I'm going to remove this on change. Here for the date also I'm going to change this. So here I'm going to add something like also the date. So 6 April 2024. And then here I can just remove this. Also the other thing that I would do is here in our location I can add Sydney, although it will be our address here. So I'm going also to remove this. So here also I'm going to add the ID. So I'll just add ID like that. So shift ID also I think is the same. So this one I'm going to add extra stuff here or just random numbers. So here for load, I don't want it to have a lot of this loading. First of all, I'm going to just remove this like that, and then down here I'm going also to remove that loading because here I was checking if it is loading or it's getting the from the database. It has get the data from the database, and then that's the time that now I'm able to do things like now showing this information. So right here you can see we have this open, and this is a pop-up that opens when you want to see the map. If I come here in my this completed version here, if I go into my viewing, and then I don't know if I have somewhere clock in, clock out. This is not completed shift, so I cannot be able to see clock in and clock out. So here, let me open like this one. I think this one also this has not shown that. So here I think I can be able to show, yeah, this one. So when you click this show map here, this is the pop-up that should show, and this is the one that now is making us now to see this map. So this is the one that you can see here, like this part here, and you can see I've given it like this class name pop-up, of which it has a class name like display absolute and then position top 0 and things like that. So I've positioned it to be on top of the page so that you can be able to see the map, and when you click it, it opens like a pop-up. So I'm going to show that, so don't worry. First of all, let me create this state here. So open state here. So I'm going to do this. I'll come here, and what I'll do is that I'm going to add const, and this const will have an open variable, and also it will have set open. So set open also, and this one I'm going to use now use state hook. So use state here, and also I'm going to add something like false, because it won't be open first of all. And because now we have done that, now you can see we don't have error here in our open. So right now the other thing that you should see here is that we have this Google map here. We have Google map that needs to have this zoom and then coordinates, and this is where now it will be able also to show you the marker. The marker is that this part or this thing that you can see here. So this marker here, so this is the marker here. You can see it has this pin here, so you can be able to see like exact location. So then again, I want to show you to how to add the map here, because you can see this is a Google map, and to do that I'm going to use React Maps API. So I'm going to add here React Maps, React Google Maps here, and I'm going to use this one that we are calling React Google Maps API, like that. So also using React APIs, React Google Maps API, you need to also have created the API also. You need to have an API, so we will do that. So right now you can see how you will be able to use this React Google Maps and then /API. So you can see the usage here. You need to install it like this one here. Install at React Google Maps API with npm. Here you can see how you can be able to add it all with yarn, and then here you can be able to see the other things that you can be able to import and use. You can be able to import things like Google Map and this one that is called use JS API loader. And here also you can see we have like this that they are calling the center, and also here you can see this const is loaded, and then you can use this use API loader here. ID, you need to give it like an ID here, and also you can be able to use now your API key. So using your or getting your API key, that is something that you can do, but also I'm going to provide my API key that you can use and that I use for free. But if you want to use a map, also sometimes nowadays Google is asking for your card, but they won't go, or they won't charge that card. So here also you can see how you can be able to use all of now the map. Here you can see Google Map. You can give these options: map container style, something of the sort. And also this is something that now you'll be able to use. So, and then things like center API here, zoom, and things like that. So what I'll do is that I'm going to come here and copy this like that, and in here in my code. So what I'll do is that I'm going to just let me first of all open another. Let me come here and open another terminal. So this is new terminal, like that. See, we have all this terminal here. So I'm going to now navigate to my admin folder like that, and then I'm going to paste this. And here, because this is an older version of React, I'm going to use force. And now uh, let us wait until it finishes installing, as we are looking at this React maps, how we can be able to use it. So here you can come into this part here for React Google Maps and be able to see how it is easier for you to use them. So we'll need all this const container style. You need all this, and also we need to have marker also, so that we can be able to use those options. You can see here also const on load. We have const bounds here. You can see set map. We can also use const on mount and mount, that is all this. And then here, like this map container style here, you can see it is an option, and then you give it container style. So this container style is this like an object that has a width and height. You can see also we have this center, of which this center is coordinates. So these centers the which we are going to use it from our we are going to use them from our application. Remember, we are taking latitude and longitude from our stuff or the location. Also you can use this on load, of which on load is here. I've never used on load. I use onload also, onload here, and you can see onloaded is used from this. You use API a loader which you have imported from React Google Maps API. And then the other thing is on mount. I think now the on mount is the one that I have not used my code. So let me see here. Yeah, you can see here I have not used it here. So I have not used on mount, but I have a marker here and other things. So now the other thing that I should do now, let me see here if it has finished installing. So yeah, it has finished installing here. You can see force recommended added 212 packages are looking for funding, and then now it has finished. So what we'll do is that, let me first of all push this down here, and I want to import some things. So I'm going to import, first of all, let me import here from, I'm going to import from Google. So at React Google Maps API, you can see it here. So like that. And what I want to get from here is Google Map. You can see already we have auto completion. So Google Map. Also we need to have like US or use load script. Use load script loader. So this one here. Also we are going to import marker, because we need also to use the marker. So this is, you can see them here. And now if I scroll down here, you can see now we don't have like an error here in Google Map, also in marker, but we need to have this map container style here. And map container style, we are going to create it for ourselves. So you can modify this to the way you want it to be. So for example, in our application, I want to use something different. So I can come here and look for this map container style. So in our usage, let me check here for this container style. So I'm going to copy all of this here, and you can see we have map container style. It is here, they are calling it map container style. So I'm going to come up here in my application, and what I'll do is that I'm going to add this here. Now let me add it somewhere here, so like that. But this now it will be map container style, like that. I think this is the way that they have called. Yes. So if I also scroll down, is that you see that yeah, it is this one here. So also I need like codes or coordinates, and the coordinates is the one that they are calling center here. So I'm going also to copy this, so copy that, and here also I'm going to, let me show you how to use it. So also we are going to use it here like that. So this one I'm going to call it codes, so codes like that, so that we can use it down there. And then the last thing that I want to use now, so we have this you can see handle map here. So I'm going to click, also I'm going to create this function here that will be able to open our map and close it. So let me copy this, and let me scroll up here. So here I'm going to do this. So I'm going to have let me first of all delete it. So I'm going to have this function, and of course it will be a narrow function. So this one I'm going to create this function like this, and in here actually I'm going to do now set, when you click you can set open, and then what it will do is that it will give an opposite of open state. So if it is false, it will be true, and if it is true, now it will be false. So the last thing that I want to use also is this this part here is loaded. So I'm going to copy this, let me copy it like that, and I'm going to use it now here, because we need also, for the map to work, we need also to have added this that we are calling const is loaded, and then this one that we are calling use a JS API loader. And here is where you need to add our API key. I said that I will provide that API key that you can use for mine, that is, and also you can go and check how to get Google Maps API. What I want to do is that I'll remove this, and I will create something else here that we are going to call it libraries. So here I'm going to add something like libraries. You can see the libraries here like that, and now we need to add these libraries. So I'm going to come here, and actually I will cut this also, and here I'm going to come and add this here like that, and here also I'm going to add libraries. Actually it is libraries, so libraries like that, and then this one will be an array of places, or just an array of a text that is called places like that. Also I'm going to now be able to add the API key here. So you can see we have API key here, and in my code here, or this one that I have added here, so I'm going to copy this, and now I can be able to paste it in my code. So I'm going to paste it here, and remember this is not the right way to use it, because you need to hide your secret things. So I'm just using this because this one I have not integrated things like CRUD. So there's a way to use them, and I think I'll show you in future videos. So here also I need to have another variable that I'm going to say to add as load error, and then after this now I'm going to check something. So I'm going to say if load error, here, what we are going to do is that we are going to return, so let us return div here. So I'm going to return this like a div here like that, and here I'm going to say error loading map like that. So also I'm going to add another, I'm going to check another variable. So this one will be like is opposite of is loaded like that, and then here I'm going to return So I'm going to return here like a div, and this one here I'm going to add loading maps, like that. You can see how it looks. So loading maps, and then I can add these 3 dots here. So now I think now it should work, and I have a API key here. I'll be adding it, or this file here I'm going to upload it in Google Drive, and then I'll attach a link in the description of this video. So the other thing also I'll do is that I'll copy all of these CSS and add it in my CSS file. So let me take all of it. Let me see. Yeah, like that. Let me copy all of it. And now you can come here in this product CSS and then paste this CSS. So let me see if I have added it, or yes, I have. I'm importing it from this product or CSS. So the other thing also is that I'm going to save that. So this is, I think, is okay. Now we can go and check how it will look like. So shift, and then if we reload this, let me see if it is working. So yeah, you can see loading maps and then something of the sort. So here also, when you click, you'll be able to click here. This one is not showing us like the map. So what we can do is that also we can be able to actually, let me show you something. So we can be able to create that handle map open here, so that we can be able to open that map. So let me show you something. So I'm going to come here into this let me see here, this clock in and clock out. So in clock in here, because both of them you need to see their coordinates or their location. So here in our button we can do on click, and in here I can do something like handle cross map, like that. And also this one I'm going to copy it and paste it here in my, let me see, I'm going to add it in my button here also, like that. So if I save this, and then now let me see in here. So if I try to open it now, or let me reload first of all here. So let me see also if it is saved. So let me see here now. If I come here and click open, you need to see the pop-up. So I cannot be able to see the pop-up here. Oh yeah, you can see the pop-up here actually. So this is the map. You can see where I have added the coordinates. So these are the coordinates that we are showing. And also this Google map comes with this zoom in option, where you can be able to zoom in and zoom out also, and things like this plus here, that you can zoom in and zoom out using this minus sign. So also here we have a button to close, like that. So right now I feel like this is very small, like let me open this. So okay, so yeah, this one, you can see it is a very small here. So what I will do is that I'm going to add like map style here, because this one will give us like it will be very big. We want it to be big, so this is a very small one. So I'm going to come here to customize it, because you can have this option to customize it. I'm going to come up here, and where we have this width here and height, I'm going to add this width to be 70. Here it will be 70 VW, and also here height. For the height here, we are going to have like 60, and then VH, like that. So let me save that, and let me see in my application here. So I'm going to close and then let it reload. like that. And right now you can be able to see this one here. So when I open this, now you can see it is large, and you can do whatever you want here now. So that is it. I think this will be okay. And when you click close here, you can be able to close it. So I want to show you also, if you don't know how to create this, if you don't know how to create at least this pop-up, let me show you in my CSS here. So this is my CSS. The other thing is that when you come here, let me show you something. You can see this pop-up here. So you can see this pop-up. This div, we have given it a position of absolute. We have added it to have a top of 0, margin of 10%, 5%. We have left to be 0, background color to be this color here, white, and then index to be 9999, which is to be on top of everything, or on top of page and on top of everything. Even if you're scrolling, it will appear on top of everything. And then we have a padding. So I think that's okay with adding the pop-up, because you can see the div here. You can see the div here. Let me show you. So you can see the div, this one pop up here. So now that is it. I don't want us to concentrate much on anything else. So right now we have finished customizing. So from the next video now, what we'll do is that we are going to start integration. So we are going to take our backend and start customizing it. So here now I want to push my code into my GitHub, so that now we can merge it and pull requests, and then call this branch customization. So here, because I'm here in this Shift application, what I'll do is that I'm going to check first of all my branches. So I'm going to have this git branch, and you can see here you have all these branches. So I'm going to say, or to add git branch, and then I'm calling this admin customization, like that. And then I'll do git check out to go to admin customization, like that. And then here I'm going to go to this branch. So let me see now. Here, git branch, you can see now we have this git, our admin customization branch now. So I'm going now to add. So I'm going to say git add, and then everything, and then I'm going to commit. So git commit here, and then -m, and then here I'm going to add, to say git m, and then added customization, like that. And then I'll do git push origin, and then admin customization, like that. So git push origin admin customization, like that. So now I want to push this. So support at Kenya 1, like paraphrase. This one you can see I have pushed all of these things now. So we can go into my now GitHub. So my GitHub is this one here. So, and I am adding it in the description of every video, so you can go and explore the code also and use it the way you want. So here I'm going to go into repositories here, and in here I'm able to now see this branch that we are coding. So you can be able to see even where the project in real time, where we have finished, or we have added, or where we have finished in terms of building this application. So here you can see, because we have added another branch, you can see admin customization has been pushed 40 seconds ago, and we can compare the code. So compare and pull requests. So this one I explained why we are doing this, is to show you how to create this
or how to do this in your or how to work in a working environment in a company setup where you are working with other developers and they have been assigned different branches. So create pull request here, and then after this one here you need to merge. So let us merge. So it's checking for ability to merge, and then we can say merge merge pull request. And then now if we check here, you can see merged. So if we come into my insights here, so this is something that I'm showing you every time. So and then come into networks here, onto this network, you can be able to see now all the branches that we have been creating, and then merging them to our master branch, because our master branch is our main branch. So now I don't want to continue anymore from here. I want us from the next video now to start looking at how we can integrate our application in different parts of this application, like our admin, and then places like now our front end, because now we have everything that we need. We have our backend, we have our admin dashboard, and we have our front end. So that is what we are going to do from the next video. And now we are coming close to finishing this application, and then we are going to start also looking at different things that how we integrated in our application, and how you can do it to other application, like for example how you can add a map in any React project, so that you can be able to use that React Google Maps in any React application. Also, we are going to look at other things, like maybe things like using things like PDF, printing PDF, how to get data from database and show it in data grid. I'm going to show you how to use data grid. So those will be separated videos, whereby if you have not gone through this whole project, then you can go into those specific videos, and you can be able to see how different functionality are being achieved in this application. So that is it. Have a great day, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to day 20 of this shift taking application. So in today's video, we are going to start integration, and that means we are going to take the data from database now, and we are not going to use dummy data. So if you come here into this Postman here, you can see I have already created other routes or other requests that we can do into a backend, and also save our data into our database. Also, you can see here also I have gone to this website, that is MongoDB, where we created our online database from MongoDB. And you can see here like shift, I have added several shift here, and also other like users were there, clients. I have added clients also, but the other thing that I have not added their announcement. So now I want now to start integration, and integration, that means that we need to do requests from our backend, or what we are calling API. So the first thing that I need to do is I'll come here into, let me close all of this. So, and the other thing that I want you to notice is that for now, I removed this verified token, what we are calling verified token, which is a middleware to check if a user is authenticated or not. And that is because right now I'm just doing integration. This will come earlier on as we are wrapping up our application. So now let's close this, because we won't need that right now. And also here, I want to close these products here, and these pages here and this dummy data now. So now the other thing that I want to do, let me first of all check if all these folders are being closed. So here I want to go straight to, let me show you. I want to go here into my shift, because I want to start integrating my application, or my application from the admin. And I want to start by looking at this shift, and the shift of course is in this product list here, where you can be able to see, or we can be able now to get our data from our backend. So the other thing here is that you can just rename this folder to shift list, and this one here like
you can rename it to shift. That means this is a shift list where you can be able to see all the shifts that are in the database, and then when you click one, you can be able to navigate to go to shift detail, of which now is a product. I can do that. I will be customizing it later on. So let me first of all start with that. So the first thing that you need to know is that you need to make a request. And to make a request, we can use several libraries like fetch, Axios, but I find Axios to be a bit good, or to be one that I prefer. So here I'm going to install Axios. So here in admin, I'm going to do npm and then install as Axios like that, and then I'll just also use force here. So make sure you are using this npm I and then Axios, and then try and add this option for force. The other thing here is that you'll be able to see all shifts. You can see I have created this here. I have created this request here because I didn't want us to waste a lot of time creating this request. But with this, I showed you how you can create requests and make requests using Postman in later videos. So if you haven't gone through other days of this shift taking application, you can go back and then check for them. So now here you can see we have all this, and also you can see we have for logging. For logging, I have not added. We have add shift clocking. Here you can see how clocking looks like. You can see clocking, we need to send time, we need to send accuracy for our map, and we need to send now the coordinates object, which contains latitude and longitude. The same with clock out, we need to do the same. We need to send time, accuracy, coordinates in terms of latitude and longitude. So here also you can see how we can add client. Right now we are not adding documents, but I will show you later on how to add even the documents. Also here we have get all shifts, whereby if you send your request to this here in this API, you'll be able to see the shift down here. You can see all the shift that you have in your database. Also here you have get one. When you want to get one shift, this one here. So now that is it. I think now the Axios has finished installing. So yeah, I think now it's okay. So now the other thing that I want to do is I will be able to create another file here. So let me create this file, and I will call it request method or request methods here, where we will have our request and where we will configure our Axios. So this is request method.js. It will be .js, and now here is where we need to start creating our request. So first of all, I will start by importing Axios. So import Axios from now Axios from Axios like that. You can see it right there. So the other thing that I want to do is that I will create something that we'll call base URL. So I'm going to add base URL, or what is our API. So this is our API like that. So let me come here, and I'm going to, let me just copy this, and here, because it's our base URL, can see that we'll only be adding until our version. So I'm going to remove all of this until, so we are going to we're going to have only this here. We have this API because this is the base URL for any request that you'll be doing in this application. So after this also, I'm going to add another one that I'm going to call it, actually I'll start by exporting. So I'll just say export and then const, and then the other thing that I can add is URL, or I call it URL. And I'm going also to just copy this up here, like this one here, and I'm going to copy it. Let me copy it like that, and then I'm going to paste it here. So like that. So after this, now also I need also to have somewhere where you can have a token. and a token that we are generating from our backend when we are logging in. So here I will have a token, and right now because we don't have login information, or we can just leave it like that. So the other thing also, let me just add these semicolons here, so like that. And now after now we have this token, the other thing that we can do is to create an instance of Axios. So I'm going to say const, and this one is export, so export const, and I'll add, say this is one is a public request like that, and in here I can say Axios like that, and then create, and then now here I can be able to add my base URL. So this one I'm going to call it base URL. So this one here like that. So this is a base URL that we be having, and this base URL I'm going to give it like this base URL up there. So you can see how easy it will be, because we are going now, rather than adding or saying axios.post, we are going to take this public request.post or .get or .put or delete, whatever you want to do. So this is the first request. Here is the request that will be done when we don't require user to be authenticated, but we can have another here, we can have another request that we can call it user request. So this one I'm going to say const, export const, and then user request like that. And then here I'm going to say Axios, and then .create. So .create here again, so this is .create, can see it here, and then here also we can start, we can have an object here, but this object will have a base URL. You can see the base URL here, which is our base URL up there, so this one. And then after this one also we'll have something that we call headers, because I want us to send headers, our token in our headers. So here we'll have an object that will have token, and then here we can send now, start by having backtick. So base, we'll have bearer like that, and then I'm going to have this $sign here, and then we can interpolate now our token, so like that. So you can see now in your application you can have this what we are calling the user request and public request. So public request is the request that you'll be doing, and you won't require your user to have authenticated, but the one that need user to authenticate, then it means that you'll send user request, and then you'll get, yeah, depending on where you have saved your token, you'll first of all get the token, and you'll send the request together with your token, so that the backend will verify if that token is valid, and also if it has expired. So if it has expired, that means that the user needs to log in again to get a new token which is valid and also which has not expired. So that is it. So I need to go here now to start and try to see how I can make request. So here I'm going to start by now be able to use a use effect to be able to get our data from our database. So I'll just import it from React here. So if I do this, you can see we have use effect here. So use effect here will have two arguments. First one will be a function here, like this one here, and also it will have like this one, the dependency here, which is an array. So the other thing that also I'm going to do here is that I'm going to create a function. So I'm going to do const get shifts like that, and in here now I'll be able to do the request. So I'm going to add this, and then I'll say async. And then the other thing is that here, because this will be asynchronous, I must add the async, and then here it is an arrow function like that. So inside this one here, I'm going to start first of all by setting the loading to true. So here I'll need also to create another variable, and this one will be loading, and then here will be set loading like that. And then here I'm going to use state here, and it will be false to start with. And here also I'm going to start by setting I'm going to set loading first of all here to be true, because I'm starting to fetch my data. Or first of all, the other thing also I can do is to do try catch, so that I catch all the errors that might occur when I'm doing the fetching. So here I'm going by starting by set loading to true, because I'm starting to start by looking at the data in my backend. And then here actually I can add this semicolon here. Up here also I can do icons, and then I'll call this response or res, and then I'll do await. And remember, now we can use public request or maybe user request, but right now I'll be using public request. And then here I'm going to add get here, and then here I can be able now to use this URL shifts like that. So here now you can see all the base URL will be added here, and then at the end they will add this shift URL. So also I'm going now to set now. So remember we have these shift rows, so I'm going to actually just leave it like that, like an empty array. And then here what I'll do is that I'll set now I'll be able to set the data, or set the data here to be to res.data. So from the res.data, because our data will come in this form, rest from the response, that is, and then you get it from the data. That's why you do data. So after this, now I'll be doing set loading to be false like that. And again here I'm going to, here in the catch error, I'm going to, let me add here, I'm going to set the loading to false, also setting the loading to false. And then the other thing also that I'll be able, okay, let me first of all control Z like that. So here also the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to console log the error, because remember also you can also remember that if you want to show the error, you can get the error. You can build up maybe a component that will be saving your error. So right now that is it. And the other final thing also that you should do is to now call this function down here. So get shifts, you call it down here. So this is the get shift like that. And then here what we'll do is that now we need to come down here into this. Let me show you here where we are showing this data grid. And what we'll do is that first of all, let me remove this. I want to show this data if and only if the loading is false. And here I can add this square bracket curly braces, that is to start the or to do the execution. So I'm going to do if loading, then that means that I can add this here. I can show the data grid with the data. If not, then don't show anything, or you can do anything that you want, or you can just actually you can just do something like div here, or even a span. You can return a span here like that, and then here say error occurred, or maybe no data, or let me add error occurred here, occurred like that. So here also I'm going to just format my document. So I have formatted my document there. And now let us start by looking if this will work. So right now, if it will work, then we need to remove these shift rows because it is coming from this file that we are calling dummy data, of which now we won't require this here, this information here. So let me save, and if we go back into our application now, let me go into my application, and then I'll go here into my shifts. So actually it's not this one, this here. So if I click on this shift now, you can be able to see now that we have this shift, and then I don't know if this is, I don't think this is the data that we are getting. So let me first of all reload. So I think still it is caching the data that we had earlier on from the dummy data. So let me reload, and then let's see what will happen. So or error, it is saying error occurred. So I don't know where the problem is. Let me inspect here. So here in the console here, you can see here chat is not defined. Let me see again. So here we can see like process is not defined, is defined but never used. We can see attachment is defined, is defined but never used. Here chat is defined but never used. Product is defined but publish is defined but never used. But here I cannot be able to see like what is happening. So let me show the data grid combo require all rows to have a unique key. So this is the error here. The data grid component requires all rows to have a unique key. So what I can do is that let me go into my code here, and what I'll do is that whenever we have this ID, then I need to, let me show you. If we have an ID here, let me see where we are. We need to change the ID. So we need to change the ID to underscore ID. So this one also, because from our database that we are using, it is underscore ID here. So item dash ID, let me check also here for an ID. So let me see here. Like you can see these params are dot row, and then this one will be underscore ID. So like that, and then let me see the other thing also that we should do. So this is the, now the ID it is in form of underscore ID. So let me see if this will solve our problem. And here let me see, you can see the here console log data, because now we can be able to see the data. And I think this will, I will just do it fine, will be fine. So this is the ID here. So here also I think this one will be underscore ID, like that. I don't know if this is what it should be. So let me see here. Let me reload again and see if we get the we'll have the data. So actually also I'll be inspecting here. So let me inspect, and then let's see what will happen. So it is loading. So here we can see whatever it is happening here. So it is giving us, like you can see all the data is being printed here, but the same thing, this here, it is giving us this error. So let me look at this error and then get back, we continue with this application. So since we have this error here, you can see the data grid component requires a unique property. So then here I can copy this, and also I can be able to just paste it here and see if we can get this, we can have this error. And so if you click here on Stack Overflow, you'll have the solution. So I don't want to go deep dive into this one. What I'll do is that I'll show you exactly what is the problem. So the problem is here in our data grid. Down here we need to add something here. So here I'm going to add another option that that is called get row ID, this one here. And then here I'm going to say, now here we'll be having like a function. So here I'm going to get the row, and then this row here will be row dot id, like that, or actually this one will be underscore id, like this one here. So I think I don't know what is why, actually the error has gone. And if we save this and then go back into our application now and then reload here, it should show us the, like, it should give us like this, all of this data from our database, that is. So let me reload. So remember, when you're fetching the data from our database using our backend, remember to add this get row id, and then use this row and add this row dot id, and you should be underscore id, because if you check here into our database here and then check for every entry or any data that you have with an id, you can see the id is underscore id, is not just id. So if we do this, you can see here error occurred. I don't know what is about this error. So let me go back into my code and see where the error is coming from. So this is error occurred, so loading, and then actually it should be the other way around, because you should it should be this. After, when loading, it should show us loading, and then after that it should give us this grid. So I did it the other way around. So actually this should be here, and then inside here we should have like a span. So let me have a span here. So this span here, we can have a loading, can say loading, and then dot dot dot, like that, so showing that it is loading. So after this, now I have changed, and then when we reload now, let us see if we reload our application, what we'll see. So now it is taking a lot of time to reload, but this is challenges that someone comes through when you are trying to create something, and especially if it is live. So here, let it load, and then we'll be able to see now the data. So you can see now this is the data that we are getting from our database, and here also you'll be able to see this is the data. So here, and then here also. So now I want also to fetch my the other data from our staffs here. From the staffs, we need to change this and have our staff. We have the data from our database and also for client. So let me do this. So I'll come here, and the first thing that I'll do is that for right now I'm going to copy all this again, because I want to save time also. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going also to delete this console log data, and then I'll be going into this user list here, because this is where we have our staffs. And then here I'm going to also come up here, and then here I can paste this. So the first thing that I'll do is also I'm going to change this to be empty, and then also I'm going to make sure that I import this, and here I'm going to add it like that, and also here I'm going to copy this like that, and then paste it here. So this one here also I'm going to add it like that. And then the other thing that we need to also import is this public request here. So the public requests like that, and then also now I can do the other thing that I was doing here. So I can also come here and also paste copy this from here. Now I can be able to copy this until here like that, because it's the same thing. And remember, now we have this get row here that was giving us error. So here I'm going to also be able to come here and paste this here like that. And now, because it is same thing, then let us save, and then we'll go into our stuff here. So let us reload here and make sure that this code is saved. So if I come here, so let it reload, and then we'll be able to see the stuff if they will be coming from our database, and then we'll do the same for our clients here. So let it reload, and then we'll be able to see here. So it is reloading, and then right now we can see this one here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 users, and I don't know if this is the user that we have in our database, but right now we cannot be able to see this information here. So I want to go back into my code and see maybe where I did the mistake. So here I will be able to see like the ID, the full name here, the phone, the address, the gender, and then staff ID. So let me check if this how they are called. Actually, I see where maybe the other problem might be coming from. So this one, it should be underscore ID first of all, and then let me see in my database if this data is corresponding well with my data in the data grid. So users here, my users. So let me come here in my users. You can see username here, full name, which is full name. We have full name here. We have phone. So we have phone here. So I think only this was the problem here, underscore ID. And then we can come here. You can see now we have this. And the other thing now is the full name. Let me see where the error is coming from, because here we have full name, and here let me see, here we have like a full name, it's exactly the same. And here also I can maybe add or say here, let me do something like email or something of the sort, email, and then here I can add email. So this is email like that or something of the sort. So if I do this, and then let me see if this changes. So if I reload again, let me reload and see if we get the data now displayed here. So because this is very weird. So here also let me see the entries that we have in our database. So in our users we have user 1, user 2. Actually we have only 2 users. So let me reload again and see if we get the data. So yeah, we have this here, but again I know where the problem is coming from. So let me come here, and the problem is coming from here. So let me show you where the problem is coming from. So here we didn't just we just left it like that, and we are not fetching from shift, we are fetching it from staffs. So the other thing is that also we can change to full name here, full name, and then here it should be full name like that, full name like that, or maybe here we have a full name like that, and then let us see if it will change. So also we can be able to reload again and see where the error is coming from. So let me reload it, So it is still loading. So that was the error that we are doing. We were not able to just be able to get the data from our the right correction which we were getting from shift. Now we need to get it from our stubs. So I don't think if we are getting, maybe we are not getting the data. So let me try here and make a request and get if we can, and see if we can get the stubs. So here I'm going to create another request here. So this request here will be from our let me see, will be, let me check here. So here we have, and then here we can paste this, and then here also we need to have users here. So let me get, so actually this is, oh yeah, it is users not staff. Actually this is where I did the mistake. So this is also a mistake that I did, so sorry for that. So I'll be coming here up, and then I'm going to do users. So this is users like that, and then let us try and reload it again. Now we'll be able to get the data here. So let me see what will happen here. So let me reload. So this one also I'm going to remove this, so let it reload. So right now after reloading, you can see here we have these two users here, or the staffs. So now I want us also to fetch the clients. So right now you already know the process of doing this. So into a client here, we are going to go into this client list here, up here, and then we do the same thing. So I'm going to client list here. I'm going to copy like everything here. So I'm going to copy like from, let me add here, from this get data here, and then all the way up to where I'm to here actually, and then I'm going to copy this, and then here into my client list I'm going to just paste all of it like that. But now here I'm going also to need to get this request, so I'm going to import it, and then here also I need to do that. Let me get that, and then the other thing is that also we are going to get this from clients here. I don't want to forget like the last time. So this is clients, and then also the other thing that I want to do is that also I can change this to be get clients, like so like that. So also here we need to change to get clients like that. And then the other thing is that also here into user list we can say get staffs like that, and then here change here to get staffs like that. So here also I need to do that. So that is the now the thing. And then also here I'm going to copy the data grid now. So down here what we need to do also is that I'm going to copy all of this until here, because this is the same procedure that we used. So I'm going to copy this here, and until I'm going to paste this here like that. And then I don't know if there's another thing that we should do. So let me format this and then go back into our application. So in our application here, if we reload it again, now from we need to see the clients from our database. And here in our database we have only one client, because I had already only added one client. So let it reload, and then let's see what we're getting. So because it is reloading here, you need to see how it works. So here I cannot be able to see what is my clients here. So let me see the if I can reload here into my stuff. So if I load in from my stuff here, I can be able to see them, but in my part here for the client, I cannot be able to see the client. So let me come here and see maybe where the error is coming from. So I'm going to actually let me just move this. So let me just go and check here. So this is for the client. Here I want to see if I'm getting the clients also. So this is clients, and then let me see also here if I can fetch the for the clients. So I'm going to do here clients like that. So let me do the fetching of the clients. So yeah, you can see here we have a client and only one client. So I want to see if where the error is coming from. So here I think I know where the error is coming from. So let me come here in here, and this one I'm going to give it like underscore, because our database give us like underscore id, not like an id. So also I need to reload again. So let us reload here, and we'll be able to see like what is, if that is the problem now. So here we are loading for the stuff. So this is our stuff loading here. You can see it is loading, and then we can get stuff. If we go to client, it is giving that as like an error. So I'm going to inspect. So let me inspect here and see where the problem is. And I'm going to come up here and see. So this is here in console log. Component requires or to have a unique key property. So I think this is the error here. Also the data grid component requires all rows to have a unique ID property. Rows as provided without ID in the rows prop. So let me see what they have here. So they are saying, because here I have already added this here. So what else also? I think also I've done pretty much everything here. So I don't know where the error is coming from right now. So this is ID here. So we have get row ID, which we are doing here, and I don't know if there's any error that, or here maybe I can just add this one like that. And also we can also be able to see other anywhere else that we have the ID, so that we can change this to underscore ID. So let us do the saving. So and then now we can reload here. Let's see if this error will be gone, because the data grid component requires to have a unique key. This is the same error that we had earlier on, but I just figured it out by adding this option here, get row, and then you can have like this ID here. So let us reload and then see if we are getting the same error. So and see, so it is giving me like the same error here, and I don't know what is happening. So let me first of all pause. So I have already fixed now the problem, and I don't know honestly where the problem was, because I have just completed building this. I've already like started the process again of creating this part here of adding this use effect and how to fetch the data, and also I made changes like the same changes to data grid by adding this get row ID, and then it worked. So I don't know really what was happening with this client ID, but the good thing is that it has worked. So now from the next video, now we are going to start looking also into the view pages, where we can see detailed information about shift, and also other things like now we can add here like this shift here staff and clients, and also that will be starting also to go and see how we can add the shifts, how we can add the staffs, how we can be able to add clients also, including adding their documents. So right now I want to end this video here, and I wish you all to have a very good day, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to day 21 of this full stack shift taking application. So in last video we started integration and how we looked at how we can be able to fetch now the data from our database. Also we saw how we can integrate with our admin dashboard, and now we'll be continuing on integration. And what I'll do is that first of all I'll be able to push my code to my GitHub as we were doing in the previous video. So I will head on into this folder that we are calling shift application here. I want to look for the branches that we have. So right here I think we have like 5 branches. So what I'll do is that I'll create another branch for integration. So I'll just say git branch and then integration like that. Let me check here the integration part. So integration like that, and then what I'll do is that I'll switch to this integration branch, that is so integration git integration branch or git checkout to navigate to this integration, or to switch the branch to this one that we are calling integration like that. And then now if we do git branch again here, you'll be able to see that we have navigated, or we have switched our branch to integration. So the other thing that I'll do now is the normal commands for git. So git add and then dot like that. Then I'll comment, I'll say git commit and then dash m here. I'll say added started integration here. So started integration like that, and then after that now I'll just do git push origin and then now integration like that. And then now I'll be able now to say support, or maybe let me add my passphrase like that. So after that now you can see I have pushed all my code here. I want to go back into my GitHub here to do the pull request. So this is my Git repo, and you can also leave a star when you visit my repo here or my GitHub. So now what I'll do is that I'll be able to visit my repo. So let me go to this repository part here, and I think my computer is slow or my internet is a bit slow. So let me navigate to this part here that is called repo. So and because it's taking time, so this one that we are calling YouTube shift taking application here, what I'll do is that I'm going to navigate to this repo here, because this is where we are pushing our code, and also you can track the code in real time. So after it has loaded, you'll be able to see notification here. You can see integration has in recent pushed 1 minute ago. So I'm going to compare here and the pull request. So after this now you can see add a title here and a description. If you want to add a description here, you can add, and then here you can do pull request, create pull request like that, and then we'll be able to merge those two branches so that we merge them to become one branch, which we are calling the master branch, of which it is our main branch. So here you can see we are going to merge now. So it is reloading here, let it finish loading, and then we'll be able to merge our two branches, the main branch and now the new branch that we have created that is called integration. Now also we are going to start creating other branches, more branches here like integration. Also we'll have another branch that we call maybe another name rather than integration, because integration may take several videos, and because this is the last part that we are doing for integration, and then this video or this project will be over. So let us do confirm merge, and then after a while we'll be able to see that it will have merged to both now the
integration branch and the master branch. And to do that, you can go to insights and then navigate to network, and you'll be able to see the graph of that. So as it is merging now, we can continue looking at our integration. And today's video here, I want to do the statistic. I want to fetch the data and display how many shifts that you are having in our database, also for staffs and clients. So I think it is still merging, so I'll leave it like that. So on this part here that we are having shifts here, staffs and clients card here, it is this part that we are getting here from the component here and then featured info here. So this part here, so here is where you can be able to see like all these statistics. So you can see we are having like shifts here, we having staffs, and also we are having these clients here. So what we'll do is that let us first of all fetch the data from our backend. So here also I'm going to remove this arrow downward because I'm not using it. So here I'm going to fetch the data now. The first thing first I need to create, I'm going to first of all create here I'm going to create shift variable or shifts variable, of which it will be using useState, because I'm going to fetch my data from my backend. Then I will be able to replace these shifts with the data from our backend. So here I'm going to add set shifts, and then from here now this will be, we are going to use useState. You can see here this one I'm going to auto import, so like that, and then this will be an empty. First of all, it will just be an empty array like that. And the other thing is that also here I'm going to actually I can be able now, I can copy and paste, because I'm going to just use the same thing with staff and client. So I'm going to paste 3 of them, and then also I'm going to do the here. What I'm going to do also is that I'm going also to make sure that we are loading from the database. So here I'm going to add this part here. I'm going to call it clients, and then here I'm going also to call it clients. So like that. Here also let me change it to staffs. So this one will be staffs like that, and then here let's just change to set staffs. So here like let me show you. So this one will be staffs like that. So now after that, now we can be able to use useState to be able to fetch our data. So I'm going to use effect. So use effect here, I can be able to import it now like that. I'm thinking I've imported, yes. So here, as we know, the useState takes in, first of all you start by having this function that is anonymous, and then here also we have another argument here for this which is the second argument, of which it is an empty array, of which you should not omit. So the other thing that you can do here is also we need now to create a function. So I'm going to create a function that is called get shifts here like that, and then here I'm going to add a sync, because this one will be fetching the data from our backend. And then here I'm going also to add this arrow and everything like that. And then here I can do now try catch. So try catch here, and I think now what I can do also is to make sure that now I fetch the data from our backend. So I'm going to do const and then response here like that, and then here I can be able to say await public request. Remember, now we created an Axios instant where we can be able to use it, and here I can be able to say get, and then I'm going to get here, I'm going to get from shifts now like that. And then now after that we can be able now to set this here. We can be able to set shifts here like that, and then here we can be able to say s dot data like that. So this is very easy, and this one will be going to
repeat for staffs and clients also. So here what I'll do is that now I can be able to call this. I'm going to be able to call this now the function that we are calling the get shifts. So like that, and then here also the other thing that I can do is that I can console log now the error. If we have the error, I can be able to see it, but you can do whatever you want with this error. You can display it or something of the sort. So now, because now I can have called this, actually this one should not be here, it should be outside like here, like that. And then let me first of all format my code to remove extra spaces. So now after this, now also I want to copy this and paste, and then change to use it for fetching the clients, also fetching the staffs. So I'm going to copy this, and then down here I'm going to paste twice because we are going to use for clients. So this one is get shift for shift. Here I'm going to look here, and then I'll change for get clients, and then here I'm going to change the route now to be to fetch from clients. So here like that, and then also here I'm going to change here get clients, set clients, that is. So set clients like that. Also I'm going to change here to get clients the function like that. So also I'm going to change here to get staffs like that. So get staffs here. So this one also should be staffs, so like that. And then now the other thing that also we can change here is set staffs like that. And then the last thing that we need to change here is now the get now the staffs like that. So this is it. I think now everything is okay. Now we need now to display our data. So we need to get how many staffs that we have. So because when we set the staffs here, we are going to get them as array. You can use an element or a property of an array or a method of array called the length, and this can give you like the length of an array or the element that are in that array. So I'm going to use this extrapolation, and I'm going to add shifts like this one now, shift now, and then I'll do the length. Actually before that I'm going to use this here, this question mark, to be able to handle undefined. So and then I'll just add here dot length, and then here also I'm going to do for the staff here the same. I'm going to do interpolation. Here it will be staffs and then question mark dot length like that, so that if we have undefined, we won't get the error. That's why you can see I'm using here question mark. So also I'm going to just add here or get now the staffs, the clients, I think, yeah, the clients, and I'm going to use now dot length, also dot length like that. So let us just save and see what will happen, or if we can get now the data from our database. So here it is compiling. So you can see here we were just hard coding our data. So right now you can be able to see we are having 4 shifts, we are having 0 staffs, and we have 1 clients from our database. So I think this is correct, or maybe this is not correct. So let it reload, and you can see here we having shifts, and then clients is 1, staffs we have 0, of which I don't think it is true. And this is because I fetched from a wrong route. Here it should be users, it is not staffs. So let me just add it like that. So if we go back now, we'll be able to see like we'll be getting like now the real data. So you can see we having 4 shifts. We have 2 staffs here and 1 client. So that is it. The other thing that I want to show you is how also to get 1 client when you go to detailed page of a staff. So I'm going to come here So I'm going to, let me reload this, and then we're going to detailed page of where you can be able to see one shift. So if I click this edit here, so if I go back here, if you check here, you can see this is defined here. So, and this is because this one is not, we are not getting like an ID for this shift, so that you can be able to use that ID here to fetch the information, or to fetch that that particular stuff, so that we can display the information here. So what we'll do is that to get the ID, first of all, we are going to go into this page that we are calling user list, because this is where we were displaying all the users. So let me come here, and then inside here I'm going to look at how when we click now the edit part. So you can see here we have this button that we are calling the edit, but right now, because we don't have like ID in this part here, you cannot, we are not using ID the way you are seeing here. We use ID from our database MongoDB, and MongoDB uses ID in with underscore before it. So that's why we are going to change to underscore like that. And then now if I try and go back and see here, so if I click edit now here, if I click edit, so let me reload again, because it's as if my computer is slow. So if I click now edit here, you can be able to see this ID here. We are getting the ID now. So what I'll do is that also I need to get this ID from this page. Now we need to fetch this ID, so that we can use this ID to get this particular this particular stuff from the database and display the information here. So let me come here, and what I'll do is that let me just show you something. So let us close this page here now and go into this page that we are calling user, of which it should be a staff if you want to change. So this one, I'll be coming here, and the first thing that I'm going to do is to get the ID, so that I can use that ID to get my to fetch that particular stuff from the database, that is. So let me scroll up here. So I'm going to scroll up here, and the first thing that I'm going to do here is to first of all use location, because I can use location to be able to fetch now, or to get the ID from URL. So here the first thing that I'm going to do is to import, and I'm going to import now from what we are calling React router DOM, like that. And then here we are going to import let me import use location. So you need to get use location from this React router DOM, like that. So I think that is it. And also I'm going to get the link. So link here, so link, and then also I'm going to import use history, but I don't think use history would be we are going to use it. So this one is use link here, use location. So this is a link here, and also from we are getting it from now the React router DOM. So let me see here is okay, actually I see where the problem is. We have imported it twice, because here you can see now link. So here also I need to get now use location. So use location, so use location, actually it is use location, like that. So here I can import this use location. So this, you can use this use location here to be able to get now the ID. So first of thing, I'm going to say use const location, and here we are going to call this use location here, like that. And then from here now I can be able to get the ID. I'm going to and to get ID I need to do const ID, and then I'm going to say here location, like that, dot path name, like that. And then after that, now I can be able to split, and then here I'm going to split according to /, and then I'll get like the second element. So this means that we are going to be getting, when we split here, we are going to get like an array, and from this array also we need to get the second element, which will be representing our ID. Now from now this here, this path here that you can see. So if we just split according to this /, the first element in that array will be staff, and the second element will be this ID. So we take the ID because that is what we want. So again, now here we can be able to use this ID now to be able to fetch the data from our backend. So to fetch the data, we are using use effect. So let me import this use effect. First of all, the first argument here is our, or this arrow function, and after this, now here we can be able to have an array also. So from here, now what I can do is to get this, I can add here, or I can create this function that we are calling get stuff, like that, get stuff. And this here I can say async, and here also I'm going to now be able to fetch now the data here. So I'm going to say try catch, so like that. So here I'm going to add const, and here I'm going to say res, like that, is equals to await. I'm going to use public request. So public request dot get, because we are getting, and we have this route that we are calling users. So this one will be users, and then we'll be going to a route that is called find. And then the other thing is that we are going to now get send with an ID here. So because we have that ID. So after this, now the other thing that we are going to do, first of all, we need also to create a object here. So let me first of all actually create the here the like the object. So I'm going to say const, and then here we need to have a stuff, and then here we need to set stuff, like that, and then we need to say use state, of which it will be an object because we are getting only one stuff. So this one actually also it should be imported, so like that, yes, so like that. And then now we can be able to use to set, now we can be able to say set stuff and not stuffs, because it's only one, we are getting through ID. So set stuff, and then now here I can be able now to say res dot data, like that. And then here I can add console dot log, and then here I can add error. You can do whatever you want with the error. So here after this, now I need now to be able to actually get now call this function here, like this one here, like that. And then now I can be able now to fetch this. Actually this one is inside here, I don't know why it is, yeah, it's okay. So let me format my code also. So let me format the code, and now I want to know if I'm fetching the the stuff. So what I can do is that I can change here. For example, I can come here, and because we have this like baker here, which was like hard coded information, what I can do here is that first of all I can remove all of this, and I can get now information from staff, and then from staff here I'm going to get full name, like that, because we have an object of full name. Also this one Okay, a property of full name. So here I'm going also to remove this software engineer. So let me first of all see if we are getting like we can get the full name here. Yeah, you can see already we are having the information here. The other thing that I'm going to remove is this image, because we are not going to use that image. We don't have that image, or even I can leave it to stay like that. So let me just leave it. So the other thing that also we can do here is to get like a username. Now we are going to change stuffs here. So here we can get stuff dot username. So username like that. Here we can leave the birth date like that. Also you can change whatever you want. So also here I'm going to change this. Here we have stuff, and then here this is phone. For phone number, we are going to change this also here, and this one is email. So we are going to get staff.email from our database, and then here also I'm going to get the other thing here is we are going to get staff.address like that. And then I think now the username was there. So actually here I can be able to just press here, like maybe in a placeholder here, I'm going to just change here, and I can be able now to use staff dot, let's say now username like that. Also I'm going to change here to be full name. So this part here, so this one will be staff dot full name like that. The other thing here is email. So I'm going to remove this demi data here. So this is we can remove it, like here it is staff and then dot now the email like that. So I think now it's almost done. So like let me see here the phone here also like that. So here I'm going to add staff dot phone, and then I think the last part here is the address now. So I'm going to add here like staff dot now the address like that. So that is it. I think I'm not going to add anything else right now here. So here I'm going to also use let me come up here, and the other thing that I want to import here in material icon is icon that we call description like that. And this description is icon for documents, because remember we are going to upload documents in PDF like contracts and things like that in the coming videos. So here I'm going to let me see where we are going to use it. So actually let me see first of all, if I reload here, you can see the information how it looks. So you can see now the information is coming from the database. So the other thing that I want to do is that I want to make sure that I can be able also to get somewhere I can display the information. I can be able to display the information about the document. So let me scroll up here. I think this part here it's okay. So yeah, I think until here. So I think this will be okay. So from here I can be able to use now the div. So this div here, we can have like the description icon first of all. So description icon, and then here I'm going to just add the demi data. I can call this contract like that, contract. I think that is how it is spelled. So let us see if it compiles. Yeah, you can see how it looks here. The other thing that I can do is that I can be able to here, I'll be able to, I can add the class name here. I can call these documents like that, and I'm going to style it. So take this class name here. I'm going to take this class name like this, like that, and then I'll come here into my CSS. I'll scroll down. So I'm going to scroll down here, and what I'll do is that I'm going to add like this document to style it. So I'm going to add display flex, and then align items. Align items should be center like that. So let me save that, and then let's see how it will look like. So I have already have this contract one, or also I can change here, or I can add another, like let's say this is contract one, and then I'll copy this and paste down here. This one we are going to call it contract 2. So like that. So I'm going to, when we are uploading the documents, I'm going also to change here. So here you can be able to see how it looks, and also I'm going to add the margin. So let me add the margin here into my documents. Here I'm going to add like a margin, and I can add a margin of 10 pixels and 0 pixels like that. So here we'll be able to see now like a space. Yeah, so that is it. That is what I wanted to show you in this video. So also I want to go and do the same for the clients. So you can come here for the clients. So let me scroll down, let me reload this page, and then here in the clients also I'm going to use to do the same. So if you click here edit, you can be able to see this is undefined, and this is the same thing in that we were doing with our users. So I'm going into client list. So client list is up here, and I'm going to come here and see this button here that has this edit, and you can see here, because we are going to go on to this route here that we are calling stuff. Actually this now will be clients or client like that, and then I think also this one should change. Let me see. Okay, here also this one should be underscore, because MongoDB give us ID in terms of underscore ID, not ID. So after this, now after reload, let me first of all go back and try to access this page again. So let me reload, and then let me try also to now go into this page. So you can, here you cannot be able to see any page here. So I'm going to change here. So let me go here into app.js, and here we don't have client and then ID. There's now where we have client ID. So yeah, we don't have client ID. So like this one, you can see here we have staff and then staff ID. So I'm going to copy this, and then here I'm going to paste it down there, and then after this, now we are going to create the route. So it will be staff, or it will be client, and then here we're going to be adding like an ID, or we can call it client ID like that, and then here we are going to import the page now. So this page that we are calling client. So I think we never created a like a client page. So we don't have client page. So I'm going to create it right now. So in this page here, we are going to have let me create a folder here, and then this folder here will be having the client, and also here we are going to have a client. So we are going to have a client, and then here this page that we will see one client, the details of one client. So this is client.js, and then here also I'm going to have a client.js, client css, that is client.css, like that. And also here, let me first of all come here, and I'm going to let me do some changes here. So because this page for client here will be the same as the one for the user, I'm going to copy the information from this page here. So I'm going to copy everything, and I'm going to change some things for the client. So I'm going to paste this here, and then let me come here, and I'm going to change here, like this one will be called now the client. So let me call it client, like that. And then the other thing is that also here, I think first of all, let me just leave it like that. Let me first of all also go to app.js to import it. So we need to import this. So like client, let's see, yeah, now you can see we have this page that we are calling client, like that. So if I try and go now into this, click on this edit here. So let me reload again. Let me see now if I reload, and I don't know why I'm having this problem. I think this is because I have done so many changes at the same time. So this one, I know, like maybe it is the problem that we are getting. So let me first of all go back into this client page here, because I think this is where we are getting the error. Actually, also I will rename this to JXX, like that. And then also I'm going to check here in my app.js how we have imported it. So right now you can see here we have imported it, this client page here. Also I'm going to go back and into this client part here. Also let me first of all come here, and the other thing is that first of all I will be able to reload again. I'll start by reloading again, and here because I cannot be able to see what is wrong, I will be inspecting it. So let me inspect. I'm going to push this part here so that I can see what is wrong, to debug very fast. So here I'm going to see error code build no search file or directory open. Like here you can see this we don't have this client JS and everything. So I think this is where the problem was coming from. So this we don't have this client whatever. So yeah, so let me also try again now to import. So I'm going to come here and remove this first of all, and now also I'm going to remove it here, like that. So let me first of all reload again so that I see if the error will be gone. So let it reload. Yeah, you can see it has reloaded very well. So here I'm going to now import the client. So the client page, so this is client, only one client, like that. So yeah, so this one should be like that. So let me import here. So I'm going to import client here page, this from now from the pages. So from the pages here, and also from the client, and then I'm going to import from this here, like that. So if we reload again and then let it compile, so if I try and let me see here, you can see no such file or directory. Open this one here, source page, no such file or directory, no files matching this here, of which I think it is because we have not reloaded the page. So let me try and reload again and see where the problem is coming from. So we are having the same problem and I don't know why. So let me first of all check, and then we will continue with the project. So I have come across the problem, where the problem is, and here you can be able to see that it is telling us cannot find module this user.css. So in this client here, you can be able to remove this user.css and it will solve the problem. So if I do this and then I go back here and try and fetch now the information, so you can see here I'm going to, like this one here, I'm going to now reload, and then let me close this. And if I try to now get into this client, you can see we are getting the client and then the ID. But right now you can see here we are not getting the information from the database. So this is what we are going to do now. So here into this client part here, let me scroll this down here. And also the other thing is that I need to, let me scroll down here. Also we need to go through the same process of getting this ID, and then the other thing is that we need also to now fetch the data, but right now we are going to fetch it from the clients and not from the, now we are not going to fetch it now from the users or the staffs. So if I save this and then also I reload here, let me see if it will fetch the data. Yeah, you can see it is fetching the data. We are getting now the data from our client, and from our client now, and then I will go and edit this. I'm going to edit this also. So let me scroll down here, and this is edit client now. So edit client like that. Let me save this, and then this will be first now. So if I do this now, you can see edit client. So here it is, I'm waiting to fetch the information. So I think it is taking a little bit longer. So then the other thing, let me check here into this part here that we are calling terminal. So to see if I can, you can be able to see maybe if my database or my backend is still running. So let me see here. So yeah, it is still running. So yeah, I think I can, let me scroll, reload again, and then see it will fetch the data. So I don't know why it is not fetching the data. So I'm going to go back and then try and fetch again to go this part here, and I cannot be able to see it fetching the information. So let me see here. So let me scroll up here and see this one is from the clients our clients, and then find, and then ID. So I think this should be fetching the information because it had already fetched the information earlier on. So let us see if it's fetching. Let me see here, let me inspect again. So if I inspect here, so here I cannot see where the problem is. So right now here I can see as a missing dependency ID, either include it or remove the dependency array, this one here. So I can try to add this dependency here into this array like that, and let me try and fetch again. So I think actually it has already fetched. So I think my internet is a bit slow. So also it has fetched the information about the client. So let me now also head to shifts here, because I'm going also to change that, or to get the information now for the shift. You can see here, if you click edit, you'll be able to be taken to this page here. So you can see this one we had already changed, like here you can see here we had already changed, like ID. We can be able to see ID up here in my route. So this one won't be a very big task. So this one I'm going to do the same. So let me come here and fetch all the information here. So I'm going to copy this one because it's same thing, repetitive thing. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go to this here part that we are calling product, but in our case is shift. So here I'm going to paste the information here also. So let me scroll up here until here. So also I need to just format this part here. So I'm going to paste this information here. Actually, let me paste it up here. So after this, now I can be able to paste this, and here I need to import some of this part. So this one is public request. I import it. I also need to import this from the use effect from now the React. So use effect, I import it. Actually, I don't think it has been imported. So I'm going to try and import it again. So import use effect. So let me try to import use effect here. So use effect from this part here. So I don't think it is importing. So what I'll do is that I'll import it manually. So import use effect like that, and then use state also like that. And then the other thing that I need to do, actually they are here, so I didn't need to import them. So here I think also that I have I'm using them in a wrong place, so that's why they are giving me like this error. So I'm going to let me remove them, or let me go back first of all. So I'm going to remove this here, and then I'm going to use it inside now this function. So return, I'm going to use, actually let me see also, yeah, after here this is where I'm going to use them. So here I can see public request, I can see use location here. So this is use effect is not defined. So I think I don't know where the problem is, because I have use effect here. Oh, I don't have use effect. So this is use effect, we change it, we import it, that is. And we need to also import use location. So use location here. So you use location like that, import it, and then public request. So let me import public request like that. So yes, so now that is it. Now the other thing that we need to change here is now this one. This one should be shift. This one is set shift like that. And then here I'm going to change this to get shift like that. And then here also it should be, here it should also be set shift, because we have changed. And then the last thing here also that we need to do is to change this to set shift, get shift like that. And then I think this one also here should be now like shift or shifts like that. So now we'll be able now to fetch this shift from using the ID. So I'm going also to format this part. So let me format like that, save it, and then let me see how it will look like. So if I come here and then let's see how it works here. So if I reload again now, so let me remove this here. So I'm going to come here into shifts, and then if I come here into this part now, I'm going to start by changing now information here. So the first thing that I'm going to change is the ID here. So this part here that we had coded, so this one I'm going to call it shift and then underscore ID like that, and let's see how if it will change. So let it compile. Yeah, you can see already we are getting now this ID here. So the other thing also we are going to change. So let's see other places that we can change, like this part also we are going to get shift dot underscore ID, and also here for location, for the placeholder here we are going to change to shift dot address, and then save this. Let's see how it looks. So we cannot be able to access the address here. I don't know. Oh, it's a location, I think so. It's actually location, not address. So this is location. So location like that. So let me see. I think this, yeah, location. So this one also will be time and date here. So this one will be like shift and then and dot date. So shift dot date here. Also here we need to change time here. So this one should be shift dot time, and then also here we need a type, of which here will be shift dot type like that. Also here we need duration, so here we need to do shift dot duration like that. Also here we need client, so this one will be shift dot client, and then here also we need to do like shift dot staff email, and here I'm going to this is staff email, and here I'm going to use here question mark, since sometimes you'll find that a shift doesn't have staff email since it has not been assigned to any staff. So here also in the placeholder here I'm going to change to shift dot notes like that. For this one, for clocking, what we can do here is that we can just be able to because it is array, what we can do is that we can do shift dot clocking like that, and then we are going to use this this question mark and then dot map, and then inside here we can be able to now be able to get the like a clock in like that, and then index, and then we are going to loop through here, and then we can now display the information here. So this one will be, let me add here, this one will be time, so this one will be clocking dot and dot time, so clock in, and here it will be this here will be this one here, so this one will be clocking dot this time here, and also let me see something else here, and here also will be accuracy, so this one will be clock in dot, now we are going to have clock in dot accuracy like that. So now the other thing is that I don't think there's any other thing. For clock out also we'll be doing the same, so I'm going to copy this like that, like until here. Let me copy until here, so like that, and then I'm going to just here down here I'm going to paste this But right now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change now to crocout, because it's the similar information and everything. So this one will be crocout, and then here also this one will be crocout like that, and then here this one will be crocout also here. So this one also will be crocout here, crocout like that. But then again I will need to use the key, so that when you're looping it is necessary to use a key. So this one will be key, and then this key we are giving it an index. So also here up here we need to do the same. So this one will be like the key, and then here it will be index like that. So that is it. Actually let me go back, yeah, like that, and then here I'll save. So then again here I'm going to format my code. So let me see how it will look. So here you can see we have changed now the information there. Now the information is coming from our database. So now in this video I wanted to show you integration, and we have done a little bit of integration now. In the next video also we are going to continue with the integration, because now we are finishing our application by integration, and then I think now this project will be over. So have a great day. See you in the next video. Remember to like and subscribe to this video. Hello and welcome to day 22 of this full stack shift taking application. So today we are going to continue with the integration. So if you are in the day 21 of this project, you know we were integrating our backend with our admin dashboard. So today we are starting by pushing our code. So let me first of all show you where we were. So here I'm going to just print branches that we have in our GitHub. So this is git branch here. So in our project here, if we do git branch, you'll be able to see all the branches that we have in our GitHub. So today we are on this branch that we are calling it integration. So I'm going to continue with it, and here I'm going to start by pushing the code. So git add, and then add everything, then I'm going to commit. So git commit, and then the comment here. This is integration, so we are going to continue with the integration. So I'm going to add integration. So integration addition announcement, something like that, or maybe you can code it the way you want. And then when we add that comment, we can be able also to push our code. So git push, and then origin. And remember now, because we are in a branch that is called integration, we can be able to push the integration like that. So make sure that you have not misspelled the integration. So I'm going to push now. So let me now push into the GitHub. So like that. So when we push, we need to go to my GitHub here. So in this GitHub here, we need to do something that is called pull request, because that is the another branch that we are using, but the main branch is called master. So let me reload here, and then we see the pull request that we have made in my GitHub. So let me come here in my repos. So let it load, and then in here, in this branch that we are calling YouTube shift taking application, if I click it, you'll be able to see like the pull request notification by our GitHub. So let us see, let it load. So you can see here compare and pull request. So we need to compare and pull request, and we need to merge it with our main branch that we are calling the master. So let me pull request, compare and pull request here. So it is taking time. So then you can be able to see here we have integration addition announcement. This is the comment that we made in our local machine. So here also you can be able to add other comments if you need to, but here I'm going straight forward to create pull request. So let me click here, create pull request, and after this now you can be able to see we have open here. So the other thing that I need is to branch. So right here is checking for compatibility. So here we need to merge pull request. So let me confirm the merge, and then it should merge the branches. And also the other thing that you can be able to see is when you come here into your insights and come here in the under network here, you'll be able to see all the merges that we have done in this application. So let me do this. Here you'll be able to see like the merging that we have done. So yeah, this is the graph for the merges that we have. So you can see we have this main branch that is called master, and then we have these branches that we have made, and then we merged after we made the push, or whenever we make the push, we just merge it to our main master here. So now I'm going to also continue with the announcement here. So the first thing that we need to do is to first of all fetch all announcement from our database here, and then display them here, and later on we'll be able to add the announcements here. So in our code here, let's go into admin side. So I'm going to go into these pages here, and then announcements. So this is the component for announcements. So I'm going to fetch first of all the announcement from our database. And if you check here in our Postman, I had already created that request. So if you check here, we have this that you are calling a route here, that you are calling announcements, and also you can see this request here that we are calling get announcements. This is part of the correction that we have made in our Postman. So this is the request that we are calling get announcements. So you can see already we have done this, and I was doing this before recording so that we can save on time. So you can check also the code, it will be on the description of this video. So the first thing that we need to do is to just let us import use effect, because that is the hook that we are going to use to fetch the data. So here you can just get the use effect hook from React. So the other thing now is to be able to use effect now to fetch the data from our database. So I'm going to use effect. So use effect here, and use effect, you need to have the first argument here, which is a function, and also you need to have another argument here that is an array of our dependencies. So here also I'm going to create a function that we are calling get announcements. So this one we are going to call it get announcements because it is fetching the data or the announcements from the database. So this function here is an arrow function. So let me add it here. So this is a get announcement, and it is an arrow function. The other thing that I need is to fetch now. I'm going to say const res, and then here I'm going to use the public request. Remember, we already have created this public request, and then here we are going to do get, because it is a get request. So here let me see also if I have imported public request here from request methods. So yeah, you can see here we have already imported public request from this file that we are calling request methods. So the other thing that I need to do is now to add the route that we are calling announcements from our backend. So this one here, you can see here we have our announcement routes. And the other thing that now I need to do is also to do async and await, because it is a asynchronous request. So this is async and then await. And then the other thing that I need to do here is for also I need to
create another variable here that will handle or will hold our announcement. So we need to have announcements here, variable, and also it will be array. So this is announcements here, and then set announcements like that. Announcements, let me call it set announcements here, and also here we are going to use state here, and then the default here will be, or the by default here it will be an empty array, but let me import this use state here. So this is a use state, and we are importing it from React. So you can be able to see now we have announcements here and set announcement. So what we can do here, because already we have our response and this response has the data, we can set announcement, and then we can set now a variable as the data from our backend. That is, so you can see we have res and then dot data. So let me first of all format my code here. So I will format my code, and then now because we have this get announcement, so this we have const get announcement here, we can also call it. But before that, I also need to introduce like try catch, because this is also can produce errors. So try catch here. So, and then here we need to add this. Let me just put this request here in try, and then here in catch we can be able to just handle this error. So I'm going to print it, and also I can use it in my widget. So this is can able to print it, and then I'll be using it in my widget. So here I can also call this function now. So this get announcement function like that. So and then now I can be able now to use now announcements. So here I seen I've misspelled announcements. So this is announcements. So I think now it's okay. So let me go and let me use the announcements here. So first thing first, I need to know where I need to start looping through the announcement and displaying them. So I'm going to just cut this, and then here I can be able now to use announcements here. So announcement and then dot map, and here because I'm looping, can be able to just use item. I'm going to use like an item and then index, and then where I'm looping I can be able now to display those into my UI. So I'm going to paste this like that, or even I can also remove just like these curly braces here like that, and then I can be able now to also add a key here, because we need to add the key when we are looping. So I need to add the index here like that. And the other thing that I can do now is to I'll be able now to add this like announcement title here, and then I'll say item.title like that. So let me first of all format this code, because I'm leaving a lot of spaces here. So if we do this, and then for example I want also to just see if we are receiving those announcements, or we are fetching those announcements from our database. So if I just reload here to see if we are getting those announcements, need to see, yes, you can see here we have two announcements, and these are from our database. To confirm that, I have already opened my database here, and you can be able to see we have two announcements, because I had already created them when I was testing this route that is called announcements. So you need also to know how to add the announcement to our database, and from this UI here you can be able to see we have the input for the title and then the input for the description.
And when we add announcement, remember we are able to also to send the emails to the staffs that we have in our database. So that is what we are also going to do right now. So let me go back to my code here. And then the other thing that I need to do here is to create another variable here. And this variable, I'm going to first of all copy from this announcement here, and then I'm going to change them. And here the first variable that I'm going to need is we are going to have title, because in our announcement we have title. And let me see here. So this is will be like the title. So this is the title here. So let me add the title here. This is the title, and also this is set the title. Let me add that. So add set the title here. So this is the title, and then here this one will be just a text and an empty text here. And then also I'm going to add here the description. So this one will be description like that. And then here also we need to set the description. So here we have the description also. So this is a description like that. Set the description, and also this is like a empty text here, so by default. So now we need to get this title and description from our inputs. So I'm going to add there in input here, need to add this on change. We are going to use on change. So this is on change here. So on change, and then I'm going to do like get the event from the input, and then I'll set it to our title. So this is set title, or set the title here, and then set the title here. I'm going to do this event dot target, and then dot value. And then now we can be able to get the value that will be typed in this field. So I'm going to copy this on change here, and then I can be able to also to use it in our description. So let me scroll down here, and here in our text area here for description, I'm going to use it. So but now again I'm going to change this from set the title to set the description. You can be able to see the auto completion here. And then now when we type, we can be able to get this this data here. So the other thing that I need to do is when you press this on submit, or this button that we are calling submit, you need to be able to now push or to just send the data to our database. So I'm going to do here like on click. I'm going to use this event that we are calling on click here, and I'm going to call this event handle add announcement like that, handle add announcement like that, or announcement because it will be one. And then here I'm going to copy this event. Let me copy this, and then up here, after now we have fetched the data, I'm going to now create this function as a function and an arrow function. So like that, and then here I'm able to now be able to send the data to our backend. So the first thing that I need to do here is to first of all check if we have the title here, and also if we have the description here, because we don't want to send like an empty data. So they have description. Let me see the description here, and then the title. If we don't have, then don't do anything. But if we have or if we don't we don't have this title and the description, we won't do anything. But if we have the title and description, what we can do here is now we can try and catch first of all before we send the data. And in here I can just add a wait, and so that means that we need to add a sync here, and sync. And then what we can do here is now we can use our public request. So we have the public request here, and this one will be post now because we are going to post the data, and the same route announcements here. And then the other thing here is that also we are going to just send the title. Here we need to send the title and the description. So this is the title and then the description here. So also I'm going to catch the error here. So let me just add the title and the description. So the other thing is then I can print the error here, but also I can be able to use it in my widget. So this is error here, like that. So this one is error, and then here you can add else here if we need to add the else. And then here you can be able also to just maybe console log, or maybe you can just add the message if you don't have this title and the description. So I won't be printing anything here. So let me remove this, and then now also I can remove this else, like that. So let me save, and then now I can be able to add those the title and description as announcement to our database. So let me see something else here. So also the other thing that I can be able to do is we can be able to delete, because we have this icon here for deleting. So I'm going to add here const and then handle delete announcement, or I can just call it handle delete. And this also will be an arrow function. And this one here, we can just add it like that. And then the other thing is we can add this handle delete as a asynchronous function. So this one is a try catch also. So we need to start by try catch, and then here we can do also the delete. So I'm going to add a wait because it will be a synchronous request. So it will be a wait, and then we are going to use our public request. So public request dot delete, and then here we need also to just delete. So I'm going to use the backticks here. So it is announcements, like that, announcements route, and then also I'm going to send the ID. So that means that in this function here we need to receive the ID. So this is ID here that we be getting from the this function. So I'm going also to use it. So and then you send the ID here. So then after this, now you need also to catch the error if the deletion has not been done. So I want also to reload the page when we do the deletion successfully. So this is window, and then I can do location and then reload. So location and then reload here, this function, like that. So after now we have done deletion successfully, you can be able also to now reload that page so that you can see the other announcements that have been left there. So console log here, and then you can just print the error. So this is handle delete. So what I can do is that also here you can see this icon that we are calling delete outline, and I'm going to use it here. So this is on click here. If you on click here, you'll be able to use we are going to use this event that is called onClick. So let me use this onClick here. So let me just copy this here as from this button. So here to up here in this delete icon. So after this one, I will move this, or I will change this handle delete, and let me add the here, and then also I'm going to receive the item ID. So this one item, and then it will be underscore ID, because that is the ID that MongoDB is giving us from the database. So like that. So that is it. So that is also here when we are fetching, or when we adding our announcement. Also, if it is added successfully to our database, so we need also to reload our page. So here we'll do window, and then location here, and then reload, so that you can be able to see like a successful addition of the announcement. So like that. So that is it. Don't think we need to do anything else here. So this is adding the announcement, and then also you can delete announcement, and also you can be able to fetch the announcements here. So that is it for announcement. So let's go into shift, where we are able to add the shift also. So we'll come here into new product, because in our case here we are calling it new product, but you can change here to new shift. And in here I need also to, first of all, I need to install two packages. First package that we are going to install is React Select. So let me open another terminal here that we'll be using to install our packages. So we are going to install React Select, and also the other package is Moment. So I'm going to add npm and then install. Yeah, actually I need to first of all navigate to admin. So this is admin here, and then here I'm going to add npm and then install. The first one that we are going to add is React, and then select, and then the other one is Moment here, and also I'm going to add force here, like that. So this is npm install, and then React, and here we can see React Select, and then we need also to add this Moment. So let us install these packages. So if we go here into this other application that we had already made, so if I go to this shifts here, and then I go to new shift, what you can see here, we have a location here, and if we go to this location and click this select, you can be able to see we have somewhere that we can just type, and then we'll be able to see like to search through this select part here. And also you can be able to select the addresses, and also here when you want to assign this shift to another stuff, you can be able also to select, and also you can type here, and you will be able to see the result when in real time when we are selecting or searching. So that is the way we are going to use this React Select. It is a very good package when you want to use select, but be able to also search at that point from your database, or the data that you have from the database. So let me see if we have already installed those two packages, and yes, I can see here we have already installed them. So now what we'll do is, then let's go into this file here that we are calling new product here, and this is the like a shift page. So I'm going to first of all import those two packages here. So it is import, we are going to import it as select, and this one will be from now this that we are calling React, and then select React Select here. So this one here, React select. Also, we are going to import the moment package. So import here, we need to import moment from here, the moment package, like that. So these two. So the other thing that I need to do, because we'll be also be able to select like location from our, or which we are calling the addresses, we are going to be able to select them from the database and also search using this select package here. We need also, first of all, to be able to fetch the stuffs and also the clients from our database. So what I'll do is that I'll be able also to, first of all, import use state and also use effect. So here we import from React. So this is React here, import from React, and I'm going to first of all import what we are calling like use effect. So use effect here, and also use state. So use state here, like that. So again here I'm going to import the those staffs and clients. So what I do is that already we had done that in previous videos. So it is in here that we are calling this featured info. So let me come here and then I'll be able to take these functions for getting the clients and then stuffs. So let me copy it from here up to, let's say, here, like that. So let me copy it like that, and then inside here I'm going to paste them here. So the first thing that we need to do is also import the public request. So I can be able to try and import it like that. So the other thing that we need to do is to have these stuffs here, and then also we have to have these set stuffs here. So this one we can also get them from this featured info also. So from featured info I can be able to get this stuff and then the clients. So I'm going to copy this, and then in here in new product I'm going to just add these two. So I'm going to now be able to have now the clients here, and also we have the stuffs here. So I'll save this so we can be able to now fetch the clients and the stuff now from our database. So the other thing that we need to have is also to go and now get the data from these inputs that we have here. So let me try and start by location here. And if you look here into this application that we had done, you can be able to see we have this select, and you can be able to see it is not the same like the one that we have in our application. So if I reload my application here, let me reload my application and then also try to go into the shift and then edit here. Let's go to shift, create. You can be able to see this location is different from this one here, because for our case here is just only an input. So I'm going to use now select. So from here in my code, what I'll do is that first thing first, I'm going to remove everything here like that. And in here, the other thing that I'm going to do is to use select. So this is select here like that. From now, I'm going to use it from now our React, select from React, the package that we have already used or we have already imported. So the other thing that I'm going to use is options inside this select. So you can see options here. So you can use these options here, and inside these options I can do clients, and then here I need to map like that. So client, and then here because we have already gotten now like an individual client, we can also use this arrow function here, and then I can be able to use like these square brackets or these brackets here, and then you can use these curly braces. So inside these curly braces, I want to get the value, and the value I'm getting it from client, and then address because remember in our client we have address, and then we need also to use the label. So this label here we have separated using the comma. So this label here will be getting it also from the client address like that, and then after that we can also be able to use like on change. So also we can be able to have on change. So after this here we are going to use the on change. So I'm going to separate here like a comma with a comma here, and then also we can be able, actually we don't have a comma here. Here I can also add on change. So you can see we have on change event here, and on change here I'm going to just use select option also. So we have select option here, select option. So select, we have to use select option like that, and this one here we can be able to use this arrow function or this arrow, and then we can do handle change like that, and then in this arrow function or this handle change here you can also be able to use these curly braces here. So the first thing is the target. So from the target here we can be able also to use like the name, and then the name here will be location like that, and also we can have the value. We have the value here, and then here also we now need to have select option. So select option here, and then from this select option we can have the value now. So if we check back here you can see this should be select option, and also we need to have this handle change here or handle change. So this handle change also we are going to use it in other parts here in like this date and time here. So this one we are going to have like a name here, and the name here we are going to call this here, this is the date. So this is the date, and I'm going also to use this name up here or down here and this is time. So this is time. So let me call this time like that. So you can be able to see here we have this name and then time, and also we are going to use this handle change here. But before that, let us first of all to remove this error we need to create that function that we are calling this handle change. So first thing that we need to do is also we are going to create a variable that we are calling inputs. So up here create another variable that we are calling the inputs. So const, and then here we have inputs, and then set inputs like that, and then here we can use state here, and then we can have the inputs of this calibrate. This is an object but an empty object. So after that now we can have handle change before we actually get the clients and the stuff from our database. So here we can have handle change. We have handle change here. So first of all, this is a function and an arrow function. So handle change like that, and in here I can have like an event, because this one we are going to use this handle change to get the data from our event, from our input also. So this one is set inputs. So set inputs here, and inside here we can have this like a function that we are calling set inputs, and then here also we can be able to get this from, we can say we are getting the value from the previous values that we had. And then here I need also to close this set inputs, and then here I can be able now to, when I get this previous one, I can also be able to return the value that is new and also the previous value. To do that, I need to spread the previous values, and also here I can just add this e.target.name, and then here also I can have, let me move here. So this one would be e.target, and then here it will be like a value. So this one will be e.target and then dot value, like that. So there's something that I have forgotten. So here we need also to, actually this one should be, it should be like in curly braces. So I'm going to copy or cut everything inside here, so and then paste it here, so like that. So and then I'm going to remove this like that. So now that is, we have that handle change, and this handle change is the one that we are going to use when we are able to, or when we want to get the value from our inputs. So this handle change here, now I'm going to use this handle change. So this one, let me come and take it here. Let me come and copy this handle change like that. So then here in my inputs, I can be able now to use it. So for example, here into this handle or this date input here, you can add on change here, and then here I can be able to paste it here also in the, here in my time input. So this one here I can be able to use it. So because I don't want to create variables for set date, set time, and then the variable for time and the date. So I want to just use only one function to collect the values into these inputs. So also I can use it here in my type. So this is name, and this, the name of this is type, because that's how we are calling it from our database. So here I can be able to use on change event like that, and then paste it there. So the other thing is, also here we need also to have like a label. I think here we need to have a label, and then this one is for the client. So I can be able to select from the client. So let me see if here in the previous one, if we are selecting the client. Yeah, so you can see here we are selecting the client. So what we'll do is that also we'll be able to use the select package here from React to be able to select now from the database, and be able to select our, this one here, we are going to select the client from our database. So let's do that. So, and since we have done that, now we can be able to use select. So we can come here into location where we used select, and then now we can be able to use select. We can copy this like that, and then we are going to use it now in our clients. So let me just scroll down here, and into our clients I'll be able to post to just paste this. So I have removed the input that we had, in our client here, and also now we can be able to use this select from React. So this one now will be clients because we are getting from clients. And now, rather than now getting the addresses, we are going to get now the name or the full name. So here we have the value, and this one will be full name. This one will be, because it's from the database, so we are going to select now the full name. And also here we have the full name also. So whenever you see the addresses here, you need to change it to full name, because right now we are going to select the full name here. So what the other thing that we need to do here, I think we have this one here, we need to get it as name. So this is the name, and then this one will be client. And also here we need to have value, and then select option, and then dot value, of which it's okay. So this select option, and then we have this value. So this handle change here, you can see we have handle change here, and then we have target name client here value, then select option dot value. So this one is full name here, and also this full name. So those are the only changes that we were to do there. So also here for duration, we need to use handle. So we are going to use handle change. So I'm going to add here on change here, and then handle change. So here we can use this handle change like that, because remember we are using this handle change to collect the information from our inputs. So that's why you can see here also on change and then handle change. So the other thing is that also here in our notes, we need to do the same thing. So here also I forgot to add the name. So here we need to have the name here, and then this name we need to also add this as duration, because this one will help us to know which input that we are collecting information for. So also here into text area here, we need also to add this as notes like that. And in here also we need to add this on change like that, and then here handle change like that. So now the last thing that we need to do is to assign. When we are assigning the shift to our stuff, we need to do something else here. So we are going to use like this select here. So I'm going to copy this select, and then let me paste it down here. So I'm going to paste it into this part we are calling select the stuff here. So I'm going to remove this select part here, and because I have select from React, that's what we are going to use. But this time here I'm going to get from stuffs. So this is stuffs here. So stuffs dot map. So this is stuffs dot map, and then the other thing that we also need to do is to, because we have stuff dot map here, we need to get the client. So this is the stuff, it is not the client. And also here we need to have like let's say stuff dot, this one should be stuff dot email. And here, so let's change this to stuff dot stuff email, or stuff dot email like that. And then the other thing that also we need to do is also here the label. The label here we're going to use stuff dot email, or stuff dot full name, sorry. So this is stuff dot full name. And then the other thing is that also here we need to have like this on change here, and then we'll have a select option. So here also we'll have to have this select option, or even we can just remove everything here. And then what we'll do is that, so for stuff we are going to do something different. So first thing first, we need to create a variable here. and this variable here we are going to call it selected stuff. So this one is selected stuff here. So we have selected stuff, and then here we can have set stuff or set select or selected stuff, like that. And then here also we can have now use state, and this one will be null, like that. So this one is use state here. So also we need to create another function here. So it is an arrow function. So this function here we are going to call it handle stuff change, like that. And then here we can use this select option. So this is select option here, and then we can be able now to use this function. Inside here we can be able to set selected stuff, like that. And then inside here we can use now select option. And then the other thing that we need to do is we have this set inputs. So you can see we have set inputs up here. So this one here or this down here can be able to copy it, like that, and then I'll paste it here. So we have this e-target here, but now we are going to remove like this part here for the e.target.name, and here for e-target.value. Here we are going to get now the staff email, like that. And then here we can be able to use now select options dot value, like that. So select option and then dot value down here. So now because we have this select stuff change here, this is we are going to use it down here. So let's scroll down, and then inside here we are going to use it here in on this on change. So on the on change here we are going to use that now handle change stuff. So let me first of all remove everything here, like that. So this one, and then here I'm going to use now handle stuff change, like that. And then the other thing that I'm going also to change is the value. So I'm going to have a value here. So this value we are going to use it like select stuff, like that, like that. So we have on change here, and also we have like value here. So we have on change and then the value. So also we'll have a placeholder. So this placeholder here, and this placeholder we are going to show this select stuff text here, and remember we don't have commas here. So the other thing that also we need to handle is this active here and no active. Actually we can just, I don't think we have any, it is very necessary. So I'm going to leave it like that, yes and no, because we need also to have like the stuff or the shift that we are adding in our database to be active always. So here we have the button, and this button here we can add the event here on click, like that. And then here we can be able to handle, we can add this event that we are calling handle click, and this one will be able now to save our shift to our database. So this one handle click here, I'm going to copy it like that, and then up here the handle click here we are going to use it as a narrow function, like that. And then we can have this handle click, and then from this function now we'll be able to save our shift into our database. So I'm going to first of all do try catch, or for example I can be able to prevent like a reload by default. So I'm going to use prevent default here like that. So here we can accept this E, that is an event, and we want first of all to prevent like a default reloading. So that's why we are doing E dot prevent default. So the other thing that I'm going to do now is try catch. So this is try catch here. So the first thing that I want to do is to await, and then let's add here async first of all, and then here await, I'm going to await, and then first of all use public request, and the other thing is we need to have a post, and then we are going to post into this shift route, and then here we need to send all our inputs. So here we need all our inputs, so we are going to send it into this route as a post request, and then it will be saved in our database. So the other thing that also we are going to do is we are going to reload our page when we have done a successful addition of our shift. So we are going to do window, and then location, you can see location here, and then dot reload like that. And then here also we have like this error here. If we have error, we can console log and then print that error here. So that is it. So we don't have any other thing that we want to do here. So that is what we wanted to do in this video. So we have added the functionality to add the shift into a database, and also the announcement. So I'm going to just end my video here. So remember to like and also subscribe, and also have a great day. So I'll see you in date 23. We continue with the integration. Hello and welcome to day 23 of this shift taking application. So in our last video we looked at how we can be able to add these shifts. So if you look here, you can be able to see we have this implementation that we did here. There we used React Select, whereby we can be able to select by searching, and also we can be able to use options here also to select from location, which is address, and also we have other things like assign shift here, and also how to select the client here from our database, and also we can be able to search using this input here, and also select package from React. So today I want us first of all to push the code as we are doing in every video. So here we can navigate here to this folder that contains our code. So I want us first of all to clear, and then here if I do git branch here, you can be able to see all the branches that we have. Right now we are in a branch that is called integration, because we are integrating our admin dashboard with our backend. So what I'll do is that I'm going to do git add and then everything. So here you can be able to see this command here. So also I want to comment, so I'm going to comment by using git commit and then -m for that option. So I'm going to add this. I have added add shift and also announcements. So and announcements here, that, and then let us now push. So I'm going to do git push and then origin, but right now because we are in this branch that is called integration, I'm going to push in this branch that is called integration. So this is git push origin and then integration here. So let us push our code, and then also we are going to do pull requests from our GitHub. So let me add my passphrase like that. So let us navigate also to our GitHub now. So I'm navigating to my GitHub here. So I'm going to repos. So let me show you the repo that we are pushing to. So let it load, and then here you have this one that we are calling YouTube shift taking application. So I'm going to select it, and then I'm going to be able to see this here this notification saying compare and pull request. So I'm going to compare and also pull request here. Remember, we have our main branch that is called master, and also we have other branches that we are creating as we go. So any branch represent what we are doing at that given video. So I'm going to create pull request here. So let us do create pull request, then it will be checking for compatibility, and also it will be able to merge. So I'm going to confirm merge here. And right now, because already you have seen in other video, I'm going to insight here, and then under insight you can go to network and see the graph. So I'm not going to go that direction because already we have done that, so I'm going to continue. So today I want us to look at how we can also be able to add stuff here, and also our clients here. So if we check here into our stuff here, the other thing that I need you for now to just do in our code is to change somewhere here in our user. So if you check here in our user, you need to change this to from new to new user to new stuff here, so that we'll be able to be on the same page. So after that also we'll come here, and also we'll be adding new client, and also the path for new client will be able to add the component to add a new client. So right now let me now navigate back to my code here, and you can see here now we have new stuff page here, and you can see we have this new user, and we have username, full name, email, and then password here. Of course we are going to remove the password here because I want the system to generate the password automatically before it save to database. Also you can see here you can be able to add phone and then addresses here, and then from here now you can see we can be able to also select the gender, if it is a male, female, or others. And then also here we need to have active, but active right now it is not working because any user will be added to database also will be active. So and then you have this button for creation. So if we check here in the other application that we did from our demonstration, and then we go to, let us go to new stuff here, you can be able to see we don't have password input, but also we have this input that is choose files, and this whereby we'll be able to upload our stuff with the documents including things like contract and things like that. So let me go back, and here I'm going to remove this for password. So let me navigate to this part here. So I'm going to navigate to new user. So let me close all these codes here, and then we'll concentrate with just this one file here that we are calling new user. And new user is under folder that is called pages. So I'm going to close other codes, and then let me navigate here to new user. And then in new user here, let me first of all remove this here, that the password field here. So let me cut it from there, and then I'll be adding another field that is for document. So in here I'm going to paste this one, but this time I'm going to call this staffs documents. So staffs documents, so staff documents like that. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to change here to files or to file. Let me add here file, and because I want this also to be able to select multiple files, what I'll do is that I will add here multiple like that, and then let's see how it looks. So here if I would add this multiple here, I'll be able to select multiple files, so that if you have several contract or you have maybe different documents that you want to upload together, you can select them at the same time. So yeah, also in a placeholder here I'm going to change. So here I can just remove this placeholder here. So let me remove it, and here also we are going to add several stuffs later on. So let me check here in my code if it has already updated. So you can see here also we have this choose files here. So from here if we click on this, we can be able to select any files from our computer. So let me try and reload first of all, so that we can be able now to select this file from computer. So if I come here and just click multiple files here, you can be able to see that we can select multiple files, and you can see here we have selected 4 files, and right now we have not restricted any the files that we want, but we can just restrict files that we want. Maybe we want to upload like PDF documents only, we can do that. And also if we want to just upload like images files only, also we can do that. So here you can see we have staff documents. So what we'll do is now also we are going to add another page that we are calling client, because if you check here, you can be able to see we don't have a page to add clients, and it will be the same as the one for the staff, but it will have other fields like NDS number and other things like plan start date and then plan start or the plan end date, because we need to add also the time that we are starting to take contract with our client and the time that they will be terminating their contract. So let me go here into my code. So I'm going to create here in pages, I'm going to create another folder, and this one I'm going to call it now new client, like that. And in here I'm going also to just create another file. This one I'm going to call it new client dot JSX, and then here also I'm going to create a CSS file for it. So this one is new client, so this one will be new client here dot CSS, like that. So what I'll do is that I'm going to copy new from new user because it is the same, and we'll be able to change some things from there, because also for when we are adding the client, we are not going to add things like password. So I'm going to copy everything from here, like that, copy, and then I'm going to paste it in this new client here. Let me paste it like that. And also here I'm going now to change. For example, I'm going to remove this import new users and CSS, and also I'm going to change this now to new client, like this one here. And then here if I save this, I can be able now to add this into app.js here. So I'm going also to change here to new client, like that. And then here we'll have other fields now, like username, full name, email, and then phone number, address, gender. Also we are going to have other fields that we are going to add here. So for now, let me go back into this part here that we are calling the client page here. And for example, let me also come here into app.js, and then what I'll do is that under this or below this new user, because you can see here we have these routes here. For example, new product, we have new user here. I'm going to copy this new user path here, and I'm going to paste it down here, but now here I'm going to change to new client, like that. And also I'm going to change this page here to new client. So here you can be able to see the auto completion, and I'm going to import that. Let's confirm if we have imported it. So right here you can see we have this route that we are calling new client and also new stuff. So if we come here, you can be able to see that we have imported it. So I'm going to navigate also to this client page here, and in this part here I'm going to change this from new user to new client, so that we are going to navigate to new user when we click this create, so under this client page here. So let me save that, and if we go back now, and here, because you can see here we have this client, let us reload our application. So if we do this and then click this create, you can be able to see now we have new client here and we have all these fields here. So we need to change or to add other fields. So for example, let's go back to this application that we are using to create this, or this one that we used in our demonstration or the complete project. So here if I go to clients and then new clients here, you can see we need to add other fields like plan start date here and plan end date here. So I'm going to do that. So let me first of all come here and then I'll change this. So let me remove this from here because I don't want us also to have a lot of code opened here. So I'm going also to close that app.jx, and in here in a new client I'm going to add these fields. So under this, after the addresses here, I'm going to copy this and then paste down here. Let me see which field is this that we are going to start. We are going to, or to add, we are going to add plan start date. So this one is plan start date here. So plan start and then date here. Also I'm going to add another one here. This one is plan end date. So plan end date, like that. And let me see another field that we are going to add. We are going to add this one that we are calling this NDIS number. So this is a number that we are going to give to our clients. So here I'm going to add another field here, and this one will be NDIS number. So this one will be NDIS number here. So this is NDIS number. And also we are going to have another field here. This field is called DOB, or date of birth. So this is DOB. We are going to have DOB here. So DOB, and we can call it also, we can have another text area. So let's look for another text area here, or let's add text area. So this is text area here, and this text area also need to have a label, or let us add this under this part here, or a div that is called new user item. Here we are going to have a notes, or this one also we need to add notes for our client so that we be able to know the maybe something about the client. So this is text area here. So let me check here also. So this one will be note or notes, and then we have active here. So I want us to confirm here if we have all the fields. So what I also am going to do is that I'm going to change this placeholder here, because you can see this one for date here is for addresses. It has a placeholder that indicates address. So here I'm going to maybe add here like 25 and then April 2022 until maybe something like, maybe let me add 25 also, and then April 2028 here. And also I'm going to also change here NDIS placeholder. So this one we are going to add like random numbers like that. And also I'm going to change here for DOB. Also this is date. So placeholder here we can use something like maybe 30, or maybe we can use like 03, and then something like 11, and then 1964 something, or 1965, something of the sort. So that is it. I want us to check how it looks now. So you can see we have all these fields that we have added here. I think now we have this one also, we can change to client stuff documents so that it communicates effectively. So this is clients documents here, like that. So that is it. And you have current document here. So we check here also, you can be able to see we don't have like email in our current, so let us remove input for email here. So let me remove this here. So this is email. Let us look for this part here, email. And then the other thing also, I want to change the placeholder for text area here. So this is here. Let me check for text area. This one here, I want to change the placeholder here. So this placeholder, we are going to add like maybe something like 78 old man living with maybe eyesight disability, disability here, like that. And then also I can be able to save this, and if we check now, we'll be able to see we have another like 78 old living with eyesight disability. This is just a text area and a placeholder to show us what we need to add in this text area. So also I need to make it just bigger, so I'm going to change here like these rows and columns. So let me add here, because in text area we can add these rows. You can be able to see here auto completion. So I'm going to add to 330, and also columns that we are calling calls here. For we can have 30 also, or maybe we can have rows to be something like maybe 40, and then columns will be 30. So let me save this, and then let us check. So if it reload, it is very big, so let us change here. So this one we can change to something like, I think 15. So let us change this to be 15, these columns here to be 15, and then 15 here also, or 10. I think this will be okay. So if we do this, we'll be able to see now we have a sizable text area where we can be able to add like the description here. So if I reload this, so if I reload here, you'll be able to see now we have notes. So I'm going back to staffs here, and if we navigate back to this add to create here, we can be able now to collect the information that we'll be typing in this input and then save it to our database. So let's go back into new user here, and then let's us look at how we can be able to correct the information. And remember now we are going also to correct even the documents. So I'm going to do something different here. So for example, I'm going to create another function that is called handle click, and this one will be just an arrow function. In this arrow function here, we are going to first of all start by generating like a password, and because I had already a code here, I don't want us to type everything. So I'm going to do the E and then prevent default here to make sure that, because when we be clicking a button here, I don't want us to just reload by default. So I'm going to do e.prevent default here. And the other thing is that we need to have this functionality here for creating our password. So here you can see this functionality. So I'm going to just paste it here, because I'm not going to create everything from scratch, because you can see here this will make this video to be very long. And also I want us to format this code here. So this is handle click, and you can see here the first thing that we are creating is const lowercase. So I create all lower cases here from A to Z, and also we have const uppercase here, where we have all capital letters from A to Z, and here we have numerics characters like from 0 to 9, and also we have all special characters here. You can be able to see this special characters here, and this is to make sure that we are creating a very strong password. So also you can see we have all characters. When we combine lowercase characters, uppercase characters, and numeric characters plus special characters, our password will be, length will be 12. And then you can see here we have like this one here, like this variable that we are calling password, and then we can loop through this here. You can see we are looping through this random index here, or we are creating this random index variable, and then we are going to create from all these characters length, and we are also going to create password from these upper cases, lower cases, numericals, and also these special characters here, and then we are going to save them in this what we are calling password here. So let us look at the other thing that also we are going to do now. So also we are going to create something that we are calling staff ID. So I'm going to just copy this also. So I'm going to copy this, and this one will create us the staff ID. So this here I'm going to paste down here also, and this we are going to call it order ID here, but we can call it even staff ID if I want. So I can change here to staff ID. So this one also I can change here to staff ID like that. And now I want us to also make sure that we have added this handle click here in our button. So here I want to use an event on click. So I'm going to check this, or I'm going to use this on click, and here I'm going to add handle click here. And when you click this button, you'll be able to add the user to our database. From now, the other thing that I need to do is to collect the information. So what I'll do is that I'm going to import useState. So I'm going to import useState from React like that, and then I'm going also to copy this part of the code here, because this is just a code or just variables to which we'll be using to collect our information from our input. So I'm going to paste it down here, and then from here now what I can do is just to use them to get the information from now our username here. And to do that, it will be very simple. Since we have a username variable here, you can see we're going to use set username, and then we'll be able to collect information from this input. So also for full name, for email, for phone number, for address, and for gender also, that's what we are going to do. So here I'm going to use event that we are calling on change. So on change here we can get event, that is E, and then from here I can use set username like that, and then from here I can just take it from target dot value like that. So this one here, and now because we are going to use this on change, and it's the same process also, I'm going to copy all of this code, and then I'm going to paste it here. For example, for full name here, I'm going to paste it down here like that, and I'm going to change this now to full name, set full name. So this is set full name. You can be able to see the auto completion here. So the other thing that also we are going to correct is email here. So we have email, and this email also will have a variable here, and we are correcting it from set email here like that. The other thing that we are going to correct is phone number. So we have the variable for phone, and then here this one we are calling it email, and then set email here. So the other thing is address. We are going to correct using set address. So this is set address here like that. So I can be able to see we have this set address. This has been misspelled, so I'm going to remove one R here and then add D. and then here I'm going also to change up here. This one is add set address. So let me remove R here, and then I'm going to add D like that. So we have not use set phone. So let me see by phone here. So I'm going to change here to set phone. I forgot to change this. So set phone here. The other thing here is email. So what else do we want to change here is the gender. So we are going to also to change here gender. So I'm going to paste this here, and this one will be gender, set gender, set gender. You can see it here. Also for this one, this is for male, and here I'm going also to change for female and for others. So here is set gender also. So set gender like that, and then for others here also we are going to do that. So let me do set gender here. So also we are going to connect these files. So I'm going to paste this here, and here now we are going to use set files, or let me add here this set file, and then here we can use e.target, but right now I'm going to use e.target and then files. Yeah, so this is, we are going to get all the files here, and if we were selecting one files, we would have added this here, this curly braces or these square braces, and then here we select the first element, which is 0 index. So because right now we are taking like multiple files, we are going to add the files here, and then I don't think we are going to add here any other thing here like this input here from now this active, because every user that we are going to add in our database will be active. So now we have this password here, and also we have ID. So the other thing that we need to do is now we are going to use form data, and this is because we are going to also to get this information and then combine it with the files. So I'm going to go back into my code, and now I'm going to take this form data here. First of all, let me take here, from here const form data, where we are creating form data. So I'm going to paste this here also, and then here you can be able to see now we have this AP because we are creating our staff ID with this AP here, and also now we can be able to use now this staff ID here that we are generating randomly. And here also we can be able to see we are generating a number that is 4 digit. That's why you can see here we are taking math.random, and then we can be able to multiply it by 10,000, and then we can add 1 here at the end. So here the other thing that you can see that we are doing is we are creating this a variable that is called form data, and this is the one that will help us also to just be able to correct files in the correct form. So because if we try to correct the files without using this form data, we won't be able to get them in the right format. So that's why we are using this form data. So the other thing now is to now push our code to our backend so that it can be saved to our database. So also I want to change this from staff ID, or from ID here to now staff ID, because we had already changed in this part above, like above here. So now you can see we don't have like ID here. So I'm going to remove this one here. Actually we can just leave it like ID. So let me leave it like ID here, and then now from here we'll be able to, because this is a function here, we can be able now to create or to do try catch, and this one here, in this try here, we are going to be able now to save our this data to our database. So I'm going to add here this to be async, and then here we are going to use await. So because this will be asynchronous data. So the other thing that I want also to make sure that we are getting it right is files. So before we save our data to our database, what we also need to do is to make sure we loop through our files and then be able to save those files one by one. So here I'm going to do for, and then we are going to loop. So here this is let 1, and then we are going to set it to 0, and then here also I'm going to do I, which is will be needed to be less than files dot length, and then we are going to increment, so I and then plus plus here, and inside here we can be able now to create a form data also. So this form data, we are going to append the data in the data that is our document, and then we are going to call them files as we are pushing it to our backend, and this we are going to give it to be files, and then here we can be able to get this from now files, and then we are going to use these square brackets here, and then this I, which we are getting here as a variable when we are looping. So now what we need to do is push our code to our backend, and to do that, what we are going to do is that we are going to do await, and then I'm going to just use public request. So right now I cannot be able to see public request here, so I'm going to import it manually. So let me come here up here, and then I'm going to import public request. So this is public request from, now let me import it from this file here that we are calling request methods. So let me look for this up here. So this is request methods. You can see we have this request methods, and now we can be able to use public requests down here now. So public request, and then this time this also will be post, and we want to access the route that we are calling auth, and then this is auth here, and then register, and here also we need to send the form data now. So this form data here, we are not going to just send one field at a time. We are going to combine all the fields and then send it, even the documents. So this is form data here, and the other thing that we need also to add in this case, because we are also sending like this document, what we also need to do is to add here something in our headers. So in our headers here, we need to just add another thing here. This is, we are going to call it content, and this content here, we are going to, it would be content type. So this is content type here. So this is content type. So let me add it here. This is content type, and then this one also will be like multi. We are going to use multi-part, and then here is the form data, and then data like that. So this is, you must add this, because if you don't add this will not be added, or will not be able to send that data in our backend in the right format. So let me first of all format this code, because we have a lot of spaces, and then after this, now what also we can be able to do is we can console log here our error, if we have error here, like that. And now from this, now we can be able to send this data into our backend or to our backend and then save it to our database. So the other thing also that we can be able to do, we can use similar method to just save our client also to our database. So let me go to this new client here, and the other thing that I need also to do is to create those variables up here. Before that, I need also to import useState. So import useState from React. So you can see here we have useState here, and then I'm going to also take these variables here. So we have all these variables here also because they are similar to the ones that we had in our stuff. So let me paste it here. So I need also to remove this email because we are not going to have email, but we are going also to have like end date and start date. So here also we need to add other fields because in our client we have other fields. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it down here so that we are going to save some time. So this one will be, let me check. So here we are going to have DOB, which is date of birth, and then this will be set DOB. So set DOB, we have also another thing that we are calling start date. So let me paste down here. In this one we are going to call it start date. So start date, and then here also we are going to have set start date. So we are going to have set start date here. The other thing also we are going to have end date. So this is end date here. So I'm going to add end date, and then this one also will be like the same, will be set end date like that, like that. And also here we are going to have another field that we are going to call it disk or description. So this one will be for the notes. So I'm going to just add it here. So description or disk, and that is the short name. So because I don't want to type the whole name description, so this is set description. So let us also add NDIS number. So this is NDIS number here. We have NDIS number, and then here we'll have set NDIS number like that. So I don't think we need to add any other field because we don't have any other field here. So these are okay. So the other thing is now to get our data from our fields. So for example, here we are going to use, in our username here, we are going to use this on change, the same we were doing with our stuff. So here is we get the event, and in here also we are going to do set username like that one, and then we can take e.target and then dot value like that, and then also we are going to copy this on change here, and then I'm going to use it in the other fields like full name. So this one we are going to also call this full name, set full name. So this is full name here. You can be able to see the auto completion, and then the other thing is phone number here. So I'm going to paste this down here, and then this one will be for the phone. So set phone here. So this one you can be able to see auto completion. We have address. We are going to add the address here. So this one is set address. So you can be able to see set address, and actually we have misspelled. This one should be address. So let me also change up here. So set address, let me check where the address is. It is here. So let us remove one add and then add D. So the other thing is also we need to add here the on change event in the start date. So this one is set start date like that. Also for the end date here, so we have also to add it. So this one is start date, and then also here we need to add the end date. So this one is for end date. So this is end date here, set end date like that. And then we have the NDIS number. So this one is paste it here, and then here is set NDIS number. And then also I'm going to use DOB here. So this is set DOB. So DOB here like that. So we have also the notes here, but this one will be disk or description. So paste it here. This one will be description. So this is set disk like this one here. And again, we also need to set the gender here. So this one will be gender, set gender here. So set gender. So also I'm going to do this for this input here. So set gender also for female gender. And also here in others, for others here also I'm going to do the same. So this one here is set gender also. So set gender like that. So we have now this the other part here, and this part here is client's document, and we do the same. So this one we need to also add here we need to add this on change, but this time here this will be files. And then here I'm going to do e.target. So here I cannot be able to see set files. So let me check if we have set file. Actually I did set file or rather than set files. So this one will be e.target and then set files. You can see this one here, and then you can be able to see also we have active here. We are going to just leave it like that. And here on the button I'm going to use another event that we are calling on click. So this is on click here, and this one will be handle click event. So this I'm going to just copy it, and also I'm going to create this function, because when you click this button this will be able to send the data to our backend, so that also it can be saved to our database. So this is const, we have this handle click, and then this one here will be like this function. And then what we'll do is that I'm going to add this as an event here, and also I'm going to do e.prevent default, so that we are not reloading this page when we click on that button by default. So I think also we need also to do the form of the data or form data. So let us copy everything that we have here, like this form data here, because right now we are not going to create the password. Clients don't have the password because they are not going to just log in into a system, at least not for this time. So this is form data here. Also we are not having like this staff ID, so copy this, and then the same that we did with our stuff. So I'm going to form data here. So this is username. I'm going to just remove this password, and also emails, we don't need to have those. And then we have now also to remove this staff ID here. So let me copy this. So I'm going to copy this gender here, and I'm going to add several form data here. The first one is start date.
So start date here, and this one we are getting it from start date. So start date like that. Also we are going to have end date. So this is end date here, end date, and here we need to have end date also. So this is end date. We are going to have NDIS number. So this one is NDIS number, and also this one is NDIS number, NDIS number like that. And then also I'm going to have DOB, or date of birth. So this is NDIS, or this is DOB like that. And then here we are going to have like DOB like that. So I think this is okay. Now we have all of this, and also we need now to get the files, or to just be able to get all the files, to loop through all the files that we are going to have. And to do this, I'm going to copy this here and then append them as files. So let me copy this. It's the same as what we were doing with our stuff. So here is can be able to see all this. And then let me also have like notes, because also I forgot to add notes here. So this is copy this form data here and then paste this down. So this one will be disk. So this is description, and also here will be disk or description. So after this, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do try catch. So the same, I'm going to add here async. So because this is a synchronous function, and then after this one here I can be able to do try catch. So I'm going to copy everything here because this is the same. So this is, we are going to try catch here. So I'm going to copy this and paste it down here also. But we are going to, first of all, we are going to import this public request. So public request from methods, from this, for these methods here, request methods. So let me just import it. Let me first of all also make sure that I have imported it. So after this, now also we are going to change the route here, because this one will be route will be client or clients. So this one is clients, and then we can be able to post this data here from our clients, and then you can be able to see also everything is the same. And also the other thing that I can do is that when we add this client successfully, we can be able to do window and then location, and then here we need to do reload. Reload here, we call this function reload, and I'm going also to do this for the staff. So here, so after this, now we can be able to see this data. And then we have one thing that we need to do also from our backend. We need to do one thing, which is to add another file or a package that will help us to upload the files to our server. And this package is called Malta. So let me also save this. So I'm going to navigate to our backend folder here. So this is backend. We are going to go to first thing first, because you can see here we have files here. This is where we are going to upload our files, because we are going to upload our files into this server. And the same will happen if you want to upload it to the live server or virtual private server when you're uploading this full stack application. So let me first of all also format this code. And then now, because we have files here, the first thing that we need to do is to make this file static, because also we are going to be able to access the files that are in this folder here from our backend. So we can navigate to this index.js here. So here we need to make these files or this folder here static. So to do that, we need to
come here into this routes here, or even before we get to routes, we need to do it here in middleware. So I'm going to use app.use, and here we need also to do or to specify the folder which is called files, and then here also we need to do express, and then dot static here, and then inside here also we need to specify the folder name, so it is files like that, and it need to be like this folder, it should be able to be located at the root of this backend folder here. So this is files, and it is in the root of this backend here. So that's why we are adding these files here. So also you can confirm if you are getting lost in the code, because already I will add the GitHub link in the description of this video, so you'll be able to see it. So let me save this one here, and then we need also to go to our clients, so route here. So let me save this one here. So I'm going to go into routes, and here in our client, we need to go when we are adding, or where we are adding our client here, we need to add several stuffs. So this is where we're going to do like a simple modification. So the first thing that we need to do is to install Malta. So here, because we need also to add the Malta, because Malta will help us to also be able to upload the files in our server. So what we'll do is that I'm going to add this package. So let me open another terminal here, and I'm going to also to navigate to our backend folder, or our server folder. So this is, let's navigate, and then here I'm going to just do npm and then install, and then this package that we are called Malta, like that. So this one will also be imported, and also I'm going to, because you can see it is a very small package, and already it has already been installed, so I'm going to import it. So I'm going to do const and then Malta, and then the other thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to require here, and then I'm going to just get it from Malta package. So this is Malta package here, like that. Already it has been installed. So here you can be able to see from our code here, we have already installed our Malta package. So this is Malta package. So let's use the Malta package to be able to handle the uploading of our files and the content also from our documents, and then the data also. So what we'll do is that here, first thing that we need to do is that I'll come here into this file here, and let's look at the first thing that we need to do. So the first thing that I need to do is to create this storage here. So I'm going to copy everything here. So copy this, and this one I'm going to add it here. So the first thing that I'm going to add here, let me comment this also. So I'm going to create a variable that is called storage, and also we are going to use this Malta, and then the function that is called disk storage. And you can see here this destination here is a function, and this function have this inputs here, or this argument here, request file, and then cb. We are going to use cb here, and then access the files folder here. So after that, we are going to also to have file name here. So you can see we have other, in this the same function here that is called disk storage. We have this object that has these two variables here also, or these are key name, or the key and variable. So also you can see we have key here that is called destination, and we have also another key here that we are calling file name. So from here also you can see this is a function, but this one you can see here we have Unix suffix that we are taking as a date, and then .now, and this is to make sure that every file that we are uploading, so that they should not be having like the same name. We are going to add this unique suffix here from the date.now, and this will be unique because every time that you'll be taking files from your local machine and posting it here, this will be taking different times and date. So that is it. And then the other thing is, now after that you can be able to see we are creating this here that we are calling const upload, and this is from Malta here. Then we are taking the storage and giving it also the storage. So the other thing also that I need to do here is to make sure before, when you're accessing this route, the other thing that you need to do is to make sure that here we also have upload. We have upload, so we are going to use upload here, and then this upload we are going to use the function called array, and then here also I need to use this comma here, and then this will serve as a middleware. And this here in our array here, we need to add these files like that, and then as a first argument, and then I'm going to add 5 here. So this is files, and then here you can be able to see this 5. And the other thing is that also we need to just format our data again. So after this, now before we do try catch, now this is where we are going to add our, or to use this form data also again. So let us format our code again. So I'm going to copy this everything down here, so because I don't want us to waste our time uploading or creating the entire thing. So this is here, you can be able to see after now upload and arrays here, immediately what we do is that we create another variable that we are calling cost file names here, and then after that you can see rec and then request here, and then the files, and then we map all those files here. So this is, we are taking file name from this file, and then we are going to use those file names and upload them to our database. So I'm going to show you when we are going to test this application how it works. So then again, also we need to have, you can see here we have this new client now, and then here, rather than doing now the client and then request body, what we need to do is we need to have new client like this one, and then actually I can just remove this here like that, and then here we can just do new client and then save, so like that. So now the other thing that I'm going to do is to format this file here, or this code, and then let us now go to out here where we are registering, because this is where also we are able to add our stuff. So what we do is the same thing. So I'm going to come here up, and then I'm going to first of all import Malta again. So this is Malta from Malta here. So this is Malta like that, and then I'm going to first of all create the storage. So let me check here in our code, we have like a storage here, create storage and then upload. So I'm going to copy all of this, the same thing. So I'm going to paste it down here like that, and then also I'm going to do the same here, arrays. So I'm going to upload, so to do upload here, so I'm going to do upload and then array. So array here, the first argument is the file name, so or the folder name, which is files. So this is files, and then here also we need to add 5 like that. And then the other thing that we need also to do is to format our data here down here. So what I'll do is that also I'm going to copy this is for our stuff. So I'm going to copy this, actually I've done it it is this one here. So this is what we are going to copy, and then let us paste it here like that. So let me see where the error is coming from. So this is new user here, new user, and you don't have new user here. Actually I have pasted it twice. I think that's the problem. So I'm going to remove this like that. So let me see now. Yeah, the error has gone. So the other thing is that also we need to change here some things. So this is new user here, save. I think this is okay. So we are not going to change anything here. So actually this also I can be able to remove this because we are not going to use it. So then that is how we are going to add the files plus the data from our admin dashboard and be able to save them into our database. So the other thing that I need to do is to just format this file. So format, and then also here you can see we have register and then create. So we can just remove this register here like that, and then I can be able to use it here. So let me use it here as the comment here. So I'll just be typing it. So register like that. So I think now I have done pretty everything that I wanted to do in this video. So I'm going to finish this video right here because I think this video has become too long. So in the next video also we are going to continue with our or we are going to finish with our admin dashboard by being able to print the data in PDF format, and then we'll move on to integrate our backend now to our front end, and then we'll be able to finish with this project. So remember to subscribe, like this video, and also I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome to day 24 of this full stack shift taking application. So in our last video we talked about we implemented stuff like how we can be able to add this stuff here. So you can check here this page, we added this, how you can be able to select like documents from your computer and then upload them to your database. And I'm going to test this application after we have finished this integration. So in today's video also I want us to look at how we can be able to print PDF of the data that we have in our database. Like here you can see we have these two stuffs here, and we need to be able to see them in a PDF format so that we can also print them and into a physical document also. And if also we have client here, we can be able also to print them into a PDF form, and also to be able others like here we need also to be able to print this shift here into a PDF format. So that is what we are going to do, because if you check here in this application that we used in our demonstration, you can be able to see here we have generate PDF, and also in our clients here also we have the same. In our shift we have even the filter function which we'll be implementing in this video. So what we'll do is that let us go back into our code here, and remember we have this GitHub here. If we come here in repos, we have a repo that we are pushing our code into, and if you haven't gone through the other videos, make sure that you have gone through other videos so that you understand how we are creating this application. Because if you start here, maybe you might not understand what we are doing. So the first thing that I need to do here is to push my code, and the first thing that I do here is to look at the branch that we are in. So here if you see here, you can see we have the integration branch here, and this is which is the branch that we are pushing our code into right now. So I'm going to do git add like that. I'm going to git commit. So I'm doing this in every video so that you understand what we are doing. So I have added changes, so I would just add a comment here that correspond to what we did in that video. So added new user, and new let's say client, like that. And then we can push this. You can write any comment that you want, and then I can do git push and then origin, and then I push the branch which is integration, like that. So if let's see, so we can do also support at here. We can be able to push our code, and when we push now, we can do pull request. This is how many big project in our companies are being done. You find that we have different branches, and those branches are assigned to different developers. So here you can be able to see also we have integration here, and you can see here also we can do this pull request. So compare and pull request here. So I'm going to click this part here, this button, compare and pull request, so that also we can be able to merge. And this is the work, pull request and merging is the work of a project manager, whereby he will be able or she will be able to compare the code that you have pushed, and then he or she can decline your code, because you can see here the code that we have added in our application. So if I'm a project manager, I'll be able to go through this code, and also I can be able to reject it if I want. But right now, because it's my code, I know I have done it the way it should be. I will create pull request here, and then I'll be able also to merge this. So let me click here, create pull request, and after this, now what I'm going to do is to merge. So let it check for compatibility, and after this, now let us see how we can merge it. So it's checking for compatibility. So here is merge pull request and then confirm merge. So you can see here we have merging. So now what else I need to do is to go back into my admin here, and I'm going to start by looking at how we can print our client as a PDF. So what I'll do is that I'm going to use a package that is called PDF and then auto table. So this one here, so let me check here. So PDF, and then it is called PDF auto table. So let me see here, PDF, or I can just do npm and then PDF auto table. PDF auto table, you can already see we have this one here, JS PDF auto table. So I'm going to visit this package here. So you can see here we have this package that is called npm and then JS PDF auto table. And the other thing is that you can see here also you can have a table like that looks like this. You can print your data from your backend that looks like this. Either it is a stripped, you can see this table is stripped, you can see this is a grid, and also here you can see this is a plain table. So what you'll do is that you need to install this as two packages here. So if you check here, you can see npm install PDF and JS PDF and then JS PDF auto table, because if you install just this one, it won't work well, and or it won't work entirely. So I'm going to copy this. So let me copy this, and then I'm going to come here into this package, onto this admin side. Let me look for a terminal that is I'm not using. So I'm going to go back into my admin folder. So this is admin. Let me go to admin. Actually, this is the one that I want here. So inside here, what I can do is that I'll paste my code, but then again I will add force so that there is no compatibility issues within the versions. So let it install. So the other thing now we need to do is now to know which data that we want to now be able to print. So I'm going to come back here. So and what I can do is to make sure, maybe I want the data that I'm displaying here also to make sure that I can print it. So things like ID, full name here, phone number, address, a note here. So what I'll do is that I'll come here and also maybe make sure that I have that button. So you can see we have this button that we are calling generate PDF. So I'm going to go back here and let me look for client list here, and I want to add another table. So I'm going to push also this down here because already it has completed installing those packages. So here I'm going to add another button. So this is a button here, and I'm going to give it a class of maybe generate PDF like that, and then I'm going to also call it generate PDF like that. So let me also save this and see how it will look like. So if I go back into my code, you'll be able to see we have like this button here. So I don't want to have this button here. I want it to be on top here. So I'm going to just remove it from here. So I'm going to cut it and then look for this part here. Before we start showing this application here, before we start showing this data grid, I think I can put it around here like that. Let me see how it will look like here. And we have saved our information here, so you can see we have generate PDF here. So the other thing that I can be able to do also is I'm going to copy this here, and then because I have CSS, so for example, let me make sure that I have imported the CSS. You can see this client list CSS here, and also I'm going to remove this here because we are not going to use it. So here also I'm going to paste this class here, and then I'm going to add like a background color of teal like that. So this teal here, I'm going to say border none because I don't want to have a border. I'm going to say cursor pointer, and then I'm going to add a padding of 10 pixels. So 10 pixels, I'm going to give it a color of white, so like this one here. And then I think that's okay. Let me see how it will look like. So let me see here. Yeah, we have this one, and also I'm going to push it to the end here and give it a margin. So I'm going to give it a margin of, let's say, 10 pixels top and bottom and 0 pixels left and right. And then the other thing, I'm going to push it to the end, so display flex, and then I'm going to add align items to be center, or yeah, I can just add it to be align items to be center, and then justify content here, it will be flex end like that. And then let us see how it looks. So here, if we do this, we'll be able to see if it will be able to be pushed at here at the end here. So you can see we have margin here, and then the other thing that I can do is to make sure that I have align items. So I can also be able to add this to be flex end and see if it will be pushed there at the end here. So even we can just leave it here. It doesn't mean that it must be here at the end. So let us just leave it here, because we can also use display, like a display absolute or position absolute, and then we can also use that one and give it like a left or the right to be 0, and then it will be pushed here. So right now I just leave it here. So because what we are concentrating on is to print our data from our database. So here, the other thing that I need is to import these packages. So I'm going to import 2 packages here. So I'm going to import, let me first of all import, I'm going to import JS auto table, this one here. And also I'm going to import now, I'm going to import what we are calling JS PDF here, like that. So JS PDF from here, JS PDF like that. So let me just have this JS PDF, this one here. So you can see it here for auto completion. So after this, now what we are going to do is I'm going to create another function. So here I'm going to have a function that we are going to call it generate PDF. So let me create another function here that we are calling generate PDF, and then this function here is the one that we are going to also give it a handle click event in the button that we are calling generate PDF. So this is a function, so you can be able to see this is an arrow function. So here I don't know why I'm having this problem of this cannot be empty. Variable declaration cannot be empty. So I don't know where the error is, but I'm going to figure it out in a minute. So generate, actually there was no error. So here the other thing that I need to do is to first of all create a PDF variable, and this variable here will be of a new instance of JS PDF. So you can see we have a JS PDF here. You can see this JS PDF, and then here the other thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to need this PDF in a landscape. So you can have portrait, you can add here portrait or landscape. So the other thing that I need here is to make sure that also I need to have a PDF header. So I'm going to do here PDF and then text, and this one here, and I'm going to add as am shifter here, and then clients report, like that. The other thing is that also we can have here these numbers 15 15. I even don't know what they mean, but let us use it because I'm using the documentation. So here also I'm going to comment here what this is for. This is to set title, to set the title here. We are setting the title of the document here, like that. So the other thing is that also we need to set headers for our table. So set also column headers, so headers like that. So this one here I'm going to create a variable. So this is const headers, like that, and also this one is a variable. It is an array, and this array contains our title. For example, we'll have an ID, and this headers here is the same as this one that you are able to see here, this one here that we are going to print. So let me also add other things here. So we have ID, also we have full name. So we have full name here. So this is full name, like that. Also we have, we need also to separate them with a comma, because remember in an array we need to do that. So this is full name. We have phone, like that. So this is phone number. Also the other thing that we can do is addresses, and you can see here I'm printing them in capital letters, and you can do it in small letters, there is no problem. So this is address. We have gender, like that. And then the other thing that we have is note. So we can have note here. So now after this, now the other thing also we need to do is to make sure, let me also add here semicolon. So the other thing that also we need to do is now to set our table. So how to set a table? So let me show you. So this is set data for the table, like that. Or for the table, let me correct this. So this one here, I'm going to do const table data, like that. And then here we need to use now our data that we have there at the top, that we are fetching now from our database, and then map this data. And how we are going to map is now get the item. We are looping through the data, and then get every item in that one, in that table, or in that data, that is. And then here this one should be an array, so we have to have array here, so like that. And then here I need to do item dot and id, like that. Also I need to have item dot full name. Remember, now this should correspond to how you have called them in your database. So this is item dot, can see item dot id. Can see id here because it is from MongoDB, it should be underscore id. Here we need to have an item dot font, like that. Also we need to have item dot address, and then here also I need to have, this is address, and also we need to have like item dot gender, like that. Let me change this gender, and the other thing is item dot disk or description, because that is the note. So that is it. We need also to come here, and then now we'll be able to auto to, let me come here, and then I'll be able to auto page. So this is auto page breaks, so auto page breaks, and then and table styling, how we want to style our table styling, like that. So here, and we need to do several stuff, and also this is, we are finishing now to set up our PDF. So this is a PDF dot auto table, like that. So auto table, so PDF dot, you can see here we have this PDF, and then also we need to have, this is PDF and then auto table, like that. So you can see we have auto table there. So, and even okay, let me go back. So this is PDF dot auto table, that is also a function, and then inside here now we have now these variables here. So the first variable that we have is start y here. So this is start y here. This is the, now what we are calling our vertices. So this is the, we can give it 20 here, and also we can give now headers. So here we have headers, and you can see it here, so headers, and then we can add our headers here now. Remember, we have headers that we have set up there. The other thing that we need is a body. So we have our body here. On the body now we can give it table data that we have up there. So this is actually, let me go back. So this is table data. So you can see we have table data here. This table data, you can see we have this table data. Now that is what we are giving it here. And then the other thing, after the body, we can have styles. So we have styles here. You can style wherever you want your table. You can customize it the way you want. So the font size, so I want to have a font size here. So let me just add it the way it should be. So this is the font size here, and this is 10 here. We can give it to be 10. Also we have cell width. So this is cell width here, and then the cell width here, we should give it a wrap, like that. And then the other thing now is to make sure that we have margin, and here margin should be here. So the margin here should be like this one here, should be top. Let me add top here, and then this one should be 20. Also we need to make sure that here we have a comma, like that. So, and then also we need to style our code, because you can see we have a lot of spaces. So format this, and then here you can be able to see now how to do that. And the last thing that we need to do is now save. So how we want to save our PDF, and the name that we want to call our PDF. So pdf.save, and in here what I can do is that I can call it any name that I want. Mine, I'm going to call it clients underscore reports, like that, and then .pdf like that. So after this, now I need to come here, and in our button here, let me look at the button that we have. So this button here, I need to add on click event. So on click event here, and then generate. So generate PDF. You can see this function here, generate PDF, like that. And then after that, now we can be able to save this. So after that, let us see how it looks. So let us also reload here, and then we try to print our data into a PDF. So you can see here, and when we click here, you can see we have downloaded this PDF. If we come here and open it, yeah, you can be able to see already we have this data here. We have our client here, and it is printed ID here, our name, the name here. Also you can see the other details here. So what I cannot be able to see here is our header. Our headers, let me look at why we are not able to print that. So let me come back here, and let me check for our headers. We have ID here, we have full name, we have our phone here, address, gender, and then note. Let me see if we have any problem. So we have a underscore ID here, we have full name, we have phone, we have address, we have gender, and then we have description. So this is, let me see how many is this. So 1 2 3 4 5 6. So this also is 6. So I don't know really why we are not getting like a head or a table that has head for this ID, full name, or to indicate what is ID, what is full name, what is phone number. But I'm going to look into that. So that doesn't give us a lot of headaches. If I look here, I know where the problem is, and this one here, it should be head, not headers. So if I save this, let me see if this will correct my error. So let me also reload again, and then the other thing that I can do now is to download this, and then if we do that, we'll be able to see, yeah, you can see we have ID here, we have full name, we have phone, and then address, gender, and then note. So let me close this, and now the other thing that I want to do is to also to go to this part here with that for staffs, and be able to generate PDF for those stuff. So we are going to go into this part that we are calling user list, because that is the staff list. So I'm going to copy like almost everything, because remember we are doing the same thing. So I'm going to copy this up here, these packages that we need to import. So let me add them here like that. So the other thing that also I need to do is now to create that function. So you can see we have this function here, copy everything, and we are going to change some things. So copy this. So I'm going to copy here, and then here also we need to paste it down here. Let me show you where to paste it. So here, and then the other thing that we need also to do is to make sure that also we have our this button here. So let me see where the button is. So this button here also we need to also get it. So in this case, I'm going to add it the same place that we added in our, or this part that we are calling here the, let me check. So we have this part here. I'm going to add it here like that. So let us go into this side for the users. So let me save it, and you can see here we have this generate PDF. So let us reload again, and then the other thing that we can do is also to make sure that the data that we want from our user list here, we need to change it because of things like headers and everything. So let us change the data here. So the first thing that we need to do is to come here into this function, and we need to change several stuffs here. So let me check, let me see. So we have
we have this function up here. So the first thing that we need to change here is we need to have ID. Also we have a full name. Also we have phone number, have address. I think that's okay. And then also we need to have staff ID. So I think for this one we need to remove this here note, and then here we need to add staff ID like that. And then here also we need to change that. We need to change now from disk to staff ID. So this is staff ID like that. I think that is the way we called it in our database. So after that, now I think now we can be able to print our PDF, and that you can see how easy it is. So then let's reload again, and now we try and download the PDF for our stuffs. So if I do this, if I click here and then open it, you'll be able to see we have even staff ID here, we have the other data right here. So you can be able to see how easy it is, and then you can be able to generate or to print the data that you have in your database as a PDF, and also you can print it if you want it in a physical format, like a physical document. So that is it. So we need to do that for our shift. So let me go to shift here, but in our shift here we need to do several stuffs. So we have shift here. We need to also add the button. So let us navigate to now this shift, which it is this product list here. So after that, we need to add the button. So I'm going to copy the button here. So we have this button. So let me look at where the button is. So this is the button. Let me copy, and then here also I need to format. Let me format this code. So let me save, and then also here we need to have, like in this part here, we need also to have this button here. And this one I know it will have error because, or errors, because you can see here we have a PDF here, this function here, that also we don't have like the function for it. So the first thing that we need also to do is to import these packages here that help us to print our data into PDF. So I'm going to copy this. So if I copy this, and then here in product list, so let me scroll this up here, and then let me paste these two. And then also I'm going to now be able to do several stuffs here. For example, I'm going to create here another variable here, and this one we are going to call it filtered data, and this is because we are going to filter our data in this shift. So you can see here we have filtered data, and then also we need to do set filtered data. So filtered data here like that, and then this one is also use state. So this is use state, and then this also is like a array. So this is where we have our filtered data here, and then also we need to have original data. So this one we be calling it original data. So this is original data. So I don't know why I'm having this problem here. But never, let me see. Oh, okay, it's okay. So this one we are going to call it original data. So this is original, and then here it is original data again. So this is original data like that, original data. And I'm going to show you how I'm doing this. So this one will be set original data here, original data. So the other thing that also we need to have here will be having, let me have here another variable, so const, and then here we are going to have shift ID. So this is shift ID here, and then set also shift ID like that.
and this one will be use state. So this is use state, and the initial value will be null, like that. So after this, now also we need to have several filtering variables. So here I'm going to add this comment, and I'm going to add filter. So filter here, and then state. Let me do state variables, like that. So this one I had already taken the data here, so I'm going to show you what I'm going to do here. So I'm going to copy everything here, because this now I don't want us to waste a lot of time creating these ones, because these are very simple to create. So we have these filter state variables here, and then the other thing is that also we are going to have another now use effect that will help us to filter our data, because if you remember, we are able to filter our shift data or our shift data using now the email, staff email, client, start date and end date, and then location here. So I'm going also to copy that. So this is the use effect here. We are going to have the use effect, and the same time we are going also to, let me just take it and here. So here also we need to paste it down here. So this one will be after this shift here. Let me just have it here, and also this I'm going to first of all remove it, like that. So here you can be able to see we have original data here. So we have original data, and I think now this is okay. So this is original data. I don't know why it is giving me error. So let me see original data. So yeah, I'm calling it original data. And then also I need to have this function that is called pass date, and this is to format the date how we want. So I'm going to also just get it from here. I have that function here. Let me check for that function here. This is the function that you are calling pass the date, and this is to format the date now, like that. So you can see here we have this day, month, year. This is how we want to structure our year, month, and then day. And then here, the other thing that you need to do or to see here, let me first of all change this to data. So the other thing that you need to do here is to, when we are trying to change this variable here, if we change these variables here, that's where you can see their dependencies here. Their dependencies here. What we are going to do is we are going to use this use effect here, and you can see we are going to use this filtered data here to be able to save the data that also we have filtered. Maybe you can see matches like this one here, this variable constant that matches the staff ID. It will just look for if the what we have typed and what is in our data, it is the same, then it will select this. So you can see this const matches client, you can see filter client here and everything. So check if the date is the specific. So this one here, specific range, you can see here we are checking for the range. So I think this will go through it on your own, and you'll be able to understand, because I had already created this check or these comments here. So the other thing that I need to do now, so let me see where we are getting the error. So we have the error, and then the other thing that we need to create here also is the generate PDF function, because also we need to have it. So to do that, I have it here. So I have already shown you how to do that. So I'm going to copy this here, and then let me paste down here, like that. And then also we need to know where the error is coming from. So we have our error here. somewhere. So this is now, this one should not be data now, because remember we don't have data right now. We have original data and filtered data. So this one should be filtered data, not data. So I'm going to change it here, because also we are going to display the data that is filtered here. So if we have filter variables, that is, so I'm going to use this filtered data, and right now you can see we don't have any error. But what we don't have right now, we don't have this variables here that we can be using. So let me show you. So let me be able to come here in my shift, and you can see we have this input here that we are going to input our filters. So we don't have this. So, and when you check here, we don't have it. So what I'll do is that I'm going also to get it from here, because I had already created it. So this is filters. So you can see we have this header, and also we have this that we are calling filters here. So I'm going to copy it like that, and then I'm going to, let me come here, and here in my, I can be able to add it here. So I'm going first of all to remove this PDF, or this button that we are adding this on click generate PDF. I'm going to add it here now like that, and then let us see how it looks. So for this one, you can see here we are using now this, we are connecting this variable using set filtered location. You can see here also we have set filtered end date here. We have also set filtered start date. These are the variables or the input that we are using to collect the filter variables that we are going to use to filter our data from our database, also for client here. So let me save this, and if we save here, we'll be able to see now they are here. So you can see how how they look. So we need also to make sure that we have make them to be horizontal. So I'm going to come here into this product list here, CSS, and I'm going to select filters like that, and then I'm going to do display flex. So display flex here, and then align items to be center. So display align items to be center. So let us see how it will look. So we have filters. You can see now they are in a horizontal manner. Also, the other thing that I'm going to do is to have a margin. Let me have a margin of, let's say, 10 pixels and 0 pixels. So this is bottom and top, and then left and right. So if I save this, and then you can be able to see now we have like this margin here, and also I can add this margin to be 15. And let us see the other thing that I can be able now to also use to be able to also make sure that they look very nice. So we have this label here. So let me also see the other thing that we can use. So here I can be able to style them the way I want. I can be able to add here like a class name. So this is a class name here, and I'm going to call filter item, call it filter item like that. So let me copy this. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'll be pasting it in here also from this label here. I'm going to paste it there, also here like that, and then also here in the end date here, and then the last one here for the location. So this one here like that. So I'm going to take this filter item class name, and then I'm going to now be able to now take this filter, and then this filter item, and then I'm going to style it. So let me style. So this is filter item. I'm going to do display flex here. So display flex here. So display flex, and then flex direction here should be column like that. So let's see how it looks now. So I think now it doesn't make any sense here. Oh, actually it has like this part here that you can see. It is now in vertical. Filter is in vertical format. So also I'm going to give it like a margin. So this is a margin of, let's say, something like 20 pixels, and then let's see how it looks. So this is, we are going to have this here. The other thing is that also we can enlarge those inputs. So I'm going to add here filter item, and then let us select input. We are going to give it a padding of, let's say, something like 10 pixels, like that. So let us also do that. So then you can see we have this one here. So the other thing is now to just be able to be able to style this button. So let me style that button. So I can add here filters, this one, and then select the button. And remember, because we had already styled, I can be able to come here in my client list CSS, and then I can take everything that is inside here and then paste it here like that, and then let us save. So if we do this, you can be able to see also we can be able to use this to also print our PDF. So let me reload my application, and then I'll be able to print my PDF. So if I click here, let us see how the shift report PDF look like. So here you can see we have these are ID, date, time, location, client, duration, stuff, and then distance here. So let me do another thing. So let us try and try to filter. So if I try to filter here, you can be able to see now we can be able to filter. For example, if I want to filter according to just say the stuff I email or the stuff that we have in our database, so we can just look for alloc, and you can see alloc, because we have alloc, it is only we can be able to just do that. And also we can just use an Adelaide. We can filter using Adelaide, and maybe something like Sydney. You can see because we don't have Sydney here, you can be able to see now we don't have that. The other thing that also we can do, we can use to filter using the dates. And for example, if I want to select the date here, you can be able, let me just use this. So if I do this add write, because we don't have any shift for add write here, for Sydney, let me try use Sydney, and then try to print. You are going to print an empty PDF because we don't have the data that is that for Sydney. So you can try adding other information here, like you can try adding other information, like let's say a sheet for different dates, and then try to filter according to date ranges here. So that is it. So I don't want us to make this video longer than this. So remember to subscribe, and also to like this video, and also to turn on the notification bell so that you know when I upload the next video. So in our next video now, we are going to continue to show our data here in our map. So if you come here and click this edit, you can see here we have our map. If you click this clock in, clock out here, you'll be able to see the map. But for example, you can just leave it like this, and then we are going to, first of all, we are going to start, or we are going to first of all finish integrating with our staff ID, or the staff side, or the front end, so that we can come back here and also be able to now deal with this part of displaying the clock in, clock out, because we need the stuff to clock in and clock out so that we can display in the map. So I'll be doing that. So in the next video, we are going to start now working on our front end, the stuff. And when we do the stuff side integrating, now we'll be able to to wrap up our project. So have a great day. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome to day 26 of this shift taking application. In our last video, we were looking at shift detail page, and now we are on the stages of wrapping up this project. We are also going to look at other things like Redux toolkit and how the user or the staff will log in into application. After that, now what we'll be able to do is now we are going to just merge every episode in this project, and then it will be just one long video. So in this part here, I just want us also to push our code to our GitHub, just the way we are doing in every part of this or in every episode of this project. So first of all, what I'll do is that I'll clear here, and then I'll just check my branch again, because this is something that I'm doing in every episode, so I'm not going to repeat it. So this is integration, so let me git add here like that. I'm going to commit here also, so git commit, and then let's say something like started integrating with a front end with front end like that. That is just a comment. And then this one I have misspelled, so this is a front end here. And then now what I can be able to do is now I'll be able to push. So here, this is not origin, this is integration branch, so I'm going to do this like that. So this is integration, so let me push. So actually I don't know where the problem is. Actually I have not added origin, so git push origin and then integration here, so that you'll be able to push. So let us push our code to our GitHub. So this is a project, or this stage I'm doing in every video. So if you are not understanding, just go in the previous videos and you'll be able to see what I mean here when I'm saying that I'm pushing the integration branch. So here I'm going to visit my GitHub here, so that you can be able to see how to pull and pull request and merge, because this is something that you need to know when you want to be a developer. So let me go to the repository here, and let me click here repository. It is taking time, so I think let us give it time. So I think my computer is slow, or maybe my internet is a bit slow. So let me click it again, or let me reload again here. So this is a repos here. I want to visit this repo that we are calling YouTube shift taking application here. So let me click at it. So I'm going to click it, and I'm noticing my internet is a bit slow. So after that, now you'll be able to see this notification here of pull request, compare and pull request. So I'm going to click it to compare and pull request. So it will be compare and pull request, and then I'm going to merge. So create pull request here, and also we'll be able to merge. So let me see the merging option here. So it's checking for compatibility. So that is finished. So merge pull request here, and then confirm merge. So we are merging our branches. So that is it. So let's go back into application. So we were in this branch, and what we are going to do is that also I'm going to create the functionality here for adding the case notes here, and also I'm going to create a button here for bidding. So if this shift is not assigned to anybody, then it means that here we'll be having that button here for bidding. So, and also I'm going to hide this button for clock in and clock out. If, for example, someone has already clocked in, there's no need for showing this button for clocking in. And if that already somebody has clock out, there's no need to show this clock out page or this button. So what I'll do is that let me first of all create other variables here. So I'm going to create variables. So I'm going to come here, and I'm going to create several variables. The first variable that I'm going to create here, so let me just come here, and I'm going to create another variable here. This variable, we are going to call it event. So this is event, and then we'll be having set event like that. and this one also will be use state. So use state here like that, but then here I'm going to give it 0 like that. Actually it is not 0, empty text here. So the other thing that I'm going to create is a variable for the notes. So because we have events and notes, so that we can be able to push our case notes to our database. So this is set notes like that, set notes, and then here I'm going also to use state like that. And then this is an empty string. So the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable that we are calling distance. So this is a distance here. So this is distance, and then set distance like that. And then here we have use state like that. And then just like that, then I think we have these three here. We have these three variables. This I wanted to have these three variables because also we are going to collect like information for our distance if we want to update distance. And also now I can be able to add those functionality down here. So we are going to start with functionality also for making sure that we are pushing our, or we are adding case node to our shift. So those are like the shift that also you make when you want to just add anything to your shift, like what happened that day. So I'm going to call this function handle case notes or something, or add notes, handle add notes here. So this will be an arrow function here like that. And in here I'm going to first of all make this async, because here we are going to push our request to our backend. So actually I think I would have done it at let me show you. So I think I could have done it around here, because those are clocking and clock out. Then here I'm going to start now how to show you how to push our data to our backend. So the first thing that I'm going to do is that, let me first of all also close the notification here. So I'm going to have a try catch here. So let me do try catch, or what else that I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a variable inside here that is called now, and this will be taking the time that we are adding this shift. So because I want to take the time and the date that we are adding this case notes, so like that. And then that is the date. We have also to here we have set time. So we have set time like that. And here I'm going to now use now dot to local to okay, to local date, or to local string. This one here will give us, we will be able to take time and dates that we are pushing this, or which we want to push this here. This is actually time, not timeout. So I'm going to also create a variable here that we are calling time. So we have current time that we are taking when we want to push our, let's say our clocking coordinates information. But right now I'm going to add another one here. This one will be time. So this is time, and then set time here. And then here we are going to use state like that. And then here I'm going to give it a variable of null. And then let us go down here also. So we have here this function that we are creating. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going now to create try if, but before that I'm going to check if we have time. So if we have time, if we have also like let's call it event like that, and also if we having like notes, I'm going to show you how to do that. So here what I'm going to do is that I'm going now to do like try catch, because I want to push my code to backend. So I'm going to add a wait, and then public request, and then post here you have put. Let me use put because it's just updating. And then here I'm going to use backtick. First, the route that we are going to push our code or our data to is shifts. And then here we have case notes or case note. This is the route. And then here also I'm going to just use the ID to be able to update our data. So this is shift and then ID like that. And then the other thing is here I'm going now to send my data. So the data is event. We are going to send notes, and then here I'm going to also send time. So because when we are in our backend, we need to these three things when we want to push our data to update on the data that we have in our case note. So that is related to this shift. So you can be able to see, because we want to update this shift, we need to also make sure that we are also using the shift ID so that we can be able to update the data for that case note for that particular shift. So I think you understand, but if you don't understand, I'm adding the link of this GitHub of my GitHub and for this repo also, so that you can be able to see what we did. So now what I can do is that I want also to clear now the event. So set event to now empty text here. And also I want to set, let me set here. I'm going to set, let me set here event. So not event, like notes. So set notes here. Also to empty text. The other thing that I want to do is that after all this, we need to do window and then dot location and then dot reload, because this is how we know we have successfully added the case notes to our shift. So here I'm just going to console log. So console log my error like that. And then also here, I think that's okay now. I don't have to do anything else here. But now what I'll do is that I'm going to take now the data from this here. You can see this input here and this text area here, or these two inputs. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to scroll down until we get to case notes. So where is the case notes? So we have the label here. So what I'll do is that here I can use now on change. So on change, and then here I can use e or event, and then I can set this to set event. So this is set event. So I'm going to correct the information here. So e dot target like that, dot value like that, also this one. And then also I'm going to copy this and I'm going to use it in our text area here. But we are going to change on various parts. Like here we need now to change this to notes, because here is the where we are getting the notes. So using this now, we can be able to correct the information in this input here that we are calling case, of which we are setting it to event, and here that is called notes, which we are setting it to notes here. The other thing is now we can be able also to use on click here to submit. So this is on click here, and I'm going to add handle add notes like that. And then the other thing also I can do is to come down here and on click I can add another here, this event. So this one I'm going to add handle clock in, and then this one also here is on click, but this time I'm going to handle clock out. So this one here like that. So that is it. I think that's okay. Now let's go up here. We are going to test this application, so don't worry, we are going to do that. So the other thing that I'm going to do is to handle the bidding. So I'll do that, but before that also I'm going to create another function here that we are calling show status, because I need to know how I'll be showing the status. So I'm going to add show status here so that somebody can identify the status of the shift. So here, so show status, and then this one we are going to add like clock in, clock out, like that. And then this is a function here now, and this function now we are going to use if else. So if, let's start with this, the first condition. So if clock in, so you can see clock in here dot now the length. So because this is just this is a array, that is, so I'm going also to do that to make sure that it is null, it is not null. So if it's 0, like that, and also clock out its length, like that. And also this one, I'm going to use this question mark here to make sure it is not undefined, or to check for undefined. So if that, then here I'm going to return. So return here. So we are going to return, let's say here we are going to return this is pending, because remember, if somebody has not clock in, that means that array is empty, and also that clock out is empty, that array, then it means that is pending. So else if here, else if, so here this is another condition. So here we are going to check other condition. So the first condition also is if clock in here, and then I'm going to use this question mark dot length here is greater than, so it's greater than 0, and also clock out dot, I'm going to use question mark dot length here is greater than 0 here, then it means we are going to return here. So let us return here something else. So here I'm going to return is ongoing, meaning somebody was able to, you can see here, meaning that this person has already clocked in but has not clocked out. So that means that this is ongoing. So the other thing is now else we are not going to check anything. That means by default this is completed. So return completed, like that. So you can see how we use it. We use this function here where we are checking for status. So let me scroll down here, and here we can be able now to use this and to show here the status. So I'm going to use show status here, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going now to send shift dot clock in here, like that. And then also I'm going to do shift dot clock out, like that. You can be able to see how it looks. So that is it, and let me save this. So I don't know where I'm getting the error. So the error we are having here, so let me scroll up here and see if we have error. Actually we don't have error. So the other thing that I need to do is to actually make sure that I get this information here for distance. But before that I need to check if our application is broken. But it is not broken. Actually you can see this one is saying it is completed, but we are going to fix that. So then the other thing that I want to do here is to make sure that we have this here distance. So I'm going to scroll down here until where we have the distance. So let me check for distance here. We are having distance. So here I'm going to use this input here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do on change event, and in here I'll be able to use the target. So set now the distance. So you can see the distance. Then again here we have e.target.value, And because also this is a number, what I'll do is to make sure that the stuff is just using the number. Actually, I have already done that. That's why you can see the input type here is number. So I think that is it. So the other thing that I want to do is now update the distance. So what I'll do here is, let me come here. So the other thing that I need to do is to update the distance. So I'm going to add here const, and then handle. I'm going to handle update distance, like that. And then here we are having this as a sync function, like that. And then this one will have an e here. So this one also, we are going to e.prevent default. Remember, others we have not done that. So e.prevent that, because already in the others we are going to reload. So e.prevent default here. So handle update distance. Also here I'm going to do try catch. So try catch here, I'm going to await, and then public request. So public request here, then this is a put event or update event or request. So we are going to use shifts, and then here I'm going also to take like a shift ID also. We are going to use shift ID, and then the other thing here that we are going to do is to push now a distance. So we have our distance here. So because that is the only thing that we need to push to this route here that we are calling shift and then ID, and then this is updating. So that is to update the shift. So the other thing that I can do here is to console log, and then this is, I'm going to console log error here. So let me also use this handle update here, update password. So I'm going to copy this, and then can copy this. I'm going to distance. So this is the distance. So here I'm going to use on click here, like that. So let me paste it down there, and then that's okay. So then I can update here also format, like that. So the other thing that I'm going to do now is to make sure that I loop now. I'm going to loop and display this information. So let me see how I can do this. So I'm going to cut this like that, and then what I can do here is I'm going to use shift. So this is shift, and then dot, now the case notes. So remember we have case notes in our in this shift. So dot, and actually here I can use this map, dot map. So dot map here, and then here I can be able now to use this. You can see this one here, these are looping, because remember case notes is just array also inside the shift. And then here I can be able now to loop. So I'm going to paste this, and here I can be able now to use, or to, I'm going to use this and then show the time. So this is let me add here. So this is time. So this one should be let me add here as a event, like that, and then index. So that in event and then index. Here we are going to use actually the, let me use key here. So key, and then this is index. So the other thing that I'm going to show here is now event dot time. Remember that we are collecting also time before we push the case note to our backend. So here also we need to have event. So this is event dot event, actually event dot event, and also here you can add to be note. So here also we have notes now. So this one will be, let me add as event dot notes, like that. So that is it. And now let us now save that. Let's see if we have any error. So yeah, I don't know why we are having like this part here, we are not having any case notes, but we are going to look at what the problem is also. So that is it. I want also to create a function for bidding. So we need to, let us create a button for bidding first of all. So I'm going to scroll down here, and after this, now what we are calling distance update, here we are having a button, or even before it we can have here, above here we can have another button. So this button here, we are going to give it a class name of bid, and then here I'm going to also call it bid, like that. So if we check this, and then it will not be, it will just be a button like that, but I'm going to just style it, and let me actually I can use class name here for this button, for this one here, for bidding or for updating distance. So I'm going to use just this because I don't want to start styling it. So I'm going to add it here like that. So if I do this, you'll be able to see that it will be styled. So I cannot be able to see why it is not styled. So let me reload this. So after reloading, actually we cannot be able to see it has not been updated or styled. So I think I'm having like a problem, or actually it is this update distance, not distance update. So let me copy. So I think this is where I've done the error. So this is update distance. So if I just update here, let me see if this will give us like update. I think this is not taking effect. So I'm going to just say update bid here, just like that. Let me also copy this. I think so. So I think this will help us. So I think here, so I'm going to say background color here to be, let's say here we have this color here, and then also I'm going to add color to be white or white smoke, like that. Also border none, like that. So the other thing that we need, let's see here. So let me also see if the changes are taking effect. So if I reload also, yeah, it is not taking any effect. I don't know why. So I think I have let me check if I have already added the CSS up here. So do we have a CSS here? Yes. So actually I think it's because it is not saved, that I think that is the problem. So now I'm not able to see it. I think I know why. So I think I used like the same color so that we are using in our background. So I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going also to paste this here, background color, that is it will be different. So this is cursor pointer, like that. And then after that, now let's see, yeah, you can see now we are having like this button style. So the other thing that I will be able to do is I'm going to add width to be 150 pixels, and then padding here should be 10 pixels, like that. And then cursor will be cursor pointer, like that. So let's see. Yeah, you can see we are able to have this button. But also I'm going to come here. Let me see that button here. So where is this button for bidding? So this button here, we are having it here. We only need to show it when this shift is for bidding. So I'm going to check. So shift dot staff email here, then that means when we have that staff email, that means that already this shift has been assigned. Then we are not going to show anything, but if we don't have, then we can show that button, like that. and here we can try and see how it looks. So yeah, you can be able to see, because this already it is assigned, then it means that we cannot be able to see that. But when we, let me go back here, let me scroll. Actually, I cannot be able to see the staffs side. I don't know why. So I'm going to look at that later on. I don't know why I'm not able to see the staff side. So let me also do the other thing, which is to create a function that we are calling handle bid. So before that, I'm going to use it here. So on click, and then after you click, then you'll be able to bid this shift. So handle bid like that. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to create that function up here. So let me scroll up until here. So I'm going to create this function here like that. So this is an arrow function. Going to do, actually, because I'm going to reload, I'm not going to need that. So let me create the function here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is try catch here. So the other thing that I'm going to do this is I'm going to await, and then I'm going to do public request. So this is a public request, and then dot update. So then we have to see the route. So I'm going to use backtick. So this is the route where we have shifts, and then assign like that. And then I'm going also to use like a shift ID. So this is, let me come here. So we have this shift ID, that one, and then I'm going to have now the data here. So we are going to send the data. So we are going to send almost every data here, because I want, when you bid also, you'll be sent an email. So this is shift dot location like that. Also, the other thing that we can send is date. So we are going to, because these ones are also be able to be used in our email. So this is time also. So we can have, actually this is date. So this is date. Also we need to have time. So here I'm going to add time, and I'm going to use shift dot time. Here the other thing is I'm going to have type, and then here the type will be also shift dot type like that. So the other thing is duration. I'm going to have shift dot duration like that. So the other thing is also we are going to have staff email. So staff email like that. So this one, staff email, will be, now we are going to hard code it because we have not logged in. So I'm going to use alloc mondala email like 199@gmail.com like that. So then the other thing is we also need client here. So here we need to use shift dot client, and then the other thing is we need to have notes, and then yeah, it will be shift dot notes yeah, like that. So we have completed that. This one should be async like that. And then now the other thing that I need to do is to console log here, console log, and the error like that. So this is consoling the error. And then the other thing here I can do is I want us to reload this window. So I'm going to do window. So window dot location dot reload like that. And then this one will be able to reload here. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to use it in clock in and clock out. So this is clocking in here. So I'm going to use it when we are clocking in. After successful clocking in, then I'm going to use it there. And then also here, you have it here also. So like that. So that is it. And again, now we can move ahead to logging. So for logging, we are going to use a Redux toolkit or Redux. So let me come here and show you like a documentation. So Redux toolkit here, I'm going to use this one. Actually persisting, we are going to persist so that we can update the, or we can just persist, we can be able to persist our user so that even if they log out or even if they close the window of our application, when they just come again or they come back into the application, they won't be asked to log in again. The other thing also with that is that also we need to make sure that also when they reload the window, they are not logged out, because it can happen like that. So you can see this is the user guide that I'm going to use because I want to actually persist. So I'm going to use this Redux toolkit, and the other thing is also I'm going to use this Redux persist here. So let me install those packages. So I'm going back here into my code, and then I'm going to look for this shell that is, or this terminal that is that doesn't have anything that is happening. So this is for front end. Then I'm going to do npm. Already I know the packages that I'll need first of all this package and Redux toolkit here. So I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to add here. So npm install this one, and then I'm going to also add this one that we are calling Redux toolkit, or Redux here, React Redux. So then also here we need to add it here, and then the other one is persist because we want to persist. And Redux toolkit and persist uses local storage and don't want to use local storage direct, because that is not the right way of using persisting or persisting our user. So I'm going to add here also like that. So Redux, let us install now. So these packages now will be installed, and before that also, or we can just check on how we are able to use Redux and Redux toolkit. So you can see how you can configure it here, but I just want to show you how you can be able to do this practically. So the first thing you need to do is to create also like a store, and then we'll have to have like a user Redux. So in my code, so let me come back into my code. I have already installed these packages, so that's okay. So I'm going to push this down here. So I'm going also to check in my package.json here to check where my packages are. So this is, let me scroll up here. So actually here, so you can see we have Redux toolkit here, we have React Redux, and then React persist here. So what I'm going to do is that first of all, I'm going to create a folder here for the source. So here I'm going to create another, inside this source, I'm going to create another folder that we are going to call Redux, like that, and this is where we are going to do all our Redux. So inside here in our Redux, we are going to create another file here that we are going to call Redux user, or we can call it user Redux. So let's call it user Redux that.js, and then here can do that, and then here we need to do several stuff. First of all is to create a slice. So let us first of all import slice. So this is, let me import from, I'm going to import here and Redux from Redux toolkit, like that. So here I'm going to import, let me import create slice. So create slice. So slice, you can be able to see this function here, create slice, and here now I can be able now to create that slice. So I'm going to create a slice. So this is called user slice, like that, and then I'm going to use this function by now create slice, that is. So create slice, and then here I'm going to have like a function, and this function will take this object here. So the first thing that we need is to create an initial state of our slice. So I'm going to create the name here, and then the name of this will be, now we'll be having, we call it user, like that, because this is how we'll be able to select this slice, because in state management of Redux, you'll be able to use slices to be able to identify which slice that you want. If you know how Redux work, this also will be simple to you. So inside here also, I need to create initial state. You can be able to see the initial state here. And then this one, I'm going to add like initial state for application. So the first thing that I'm going to have here is the current user. And then the current user, first of all, will be null at start. And also we are going to have is fetching to be also false, because that is a boolean. The other thing is error. We are going to check for error. To start with, it will be false. So I want to create other state now, and the other thing that we are going to create actually is not state. We are going to create reduxes. Also here we have reduxes, so you can see reduxes. So this one also is another object inside here. So we are going to create the first state here now, the login start, like that. And this here, we are going to take the state. So the state here, and then let me first of all add this. So we are going to have login here, login start. So let me copy this, and let me also add another one here. This one will be login success, like that. And then this one, this will take state and then action, like that. And then this is a function, and then we're having login failure. So this is login failure here, like that. So login failure. So this is login failure, and then state. So we having failure here, then this is state. So I'm going to have failure here. So then the other thing is also we need to have logout. So this is a logout here, and then this logout, we are going to create a state, and then this state here. So let me create now the things inside here now. So the first, by logging state here, we need to first of all make sure that the state dot is fetching, it will be now true, because it is fetching now the data from our backend. Here in our success, what we'll have to do is now, because we need to do state dot is fetching, and then we are going to set it to false because we have finished fetching. So here also I need to do state dot now current user, like that. We are going to set it to action dot payload, because remember this action will come with a payload, which is our data, the data of our user. So the other thing is state dot error here, and we are going to set it to false because this has been successful. So I'm going to copy these ones here, and I'm going to use it in login failure. So I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to remove this, but then this one now will be like this one will be opposite, because remember now if it has failed, then this is true, and we can use this to know if login has failed. So this is login state here. Also we need to make sure that we have pasted this, and the other thing that we need to do is to make sure that if we log out, the first thing that we need to do, of course, here fetching is false, and then here the other thing, I'm going to remove this, or we can just leave it like that, but the current user here will be none here because we have logged out, so we will not have like a current user. So yeah, so that is it for here. Now we need to export these functions here, so I'm going to export now. So let me export here. I'm going to const here, export const, and then here we are going to export login failure like that. Login, also login, we are going to login failure, login start, and then login success here, and then this one here we are going to make sure, actually here we need to make sure that we have like this one you should be from use state or use slice dot actions dot action like that. So if you need to know if you have done it right, you can be able to see like if you have auto completion, so you can see here login failure like that. So the other thing that I need to do is also here, let me add this comma here, or this semicolon. So here I need now to export. So export default, and I'm going to export user slice here dot reducer now. So like that. So that is it. So here now you can see how it is easy to create now user slice. So I'm going also to format this. So the other thing that I need to create, if you have worked with Redux, is the store. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to create a store. So create a store here .js, and inside here now we need to create our store, and that I'm going to just paste my code because there's no need for creating all this. This is something that is self-explanatory. I'm going to explain it. So I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to paste it here like that. So the first thing that you need to do is you can be able to import now configure store here from Redux.js here toolkit. And then the other thing is now you can be able to import this because also we want to persist. You can be able to import all this from persisting. So we import also the storage here. And remember I said that we are using like local storage. So the other thing that we need also to do here is also persist here to configure this persist, and you can be able to see the key here. We have given the root, the version here is 1, and then the storage, and then here also we need to have persist reducer, and then this persist reducer here we give it config, persist config and user reducer, and then this is now the reducer or the slice that we have created, remember, because if you check here you can be able to see this one, the user reducer that we have imported there. So the other thing is here we need to configure now our store. So export the store, we have the reducer here, but now we are using persisted reducer which we have created here. We have created this from now persist config and user reducer here. So now we use this middleware here. You can be able to see how we use middleware here, and then this is just a default. So I don't actually know how, what it means, but have taken it from documentation. So then the other thing is now to export. So export the persister here, and then we give it the store. So after you have configured that, I have given it this store after we have configured it. So the other thing that I need to do now is API calls, and since here we are going to use we are going to log in, so I'm going to call this API calls.js like that, and then now here we will be able now to make our API calls to our backend. So here we are going to log in. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to import. So let me import public request. So public request, you can be able to see that. The other thing that I want to import here now is I'm going to import login success, login failure, success, and then login start. So this is login success. So all those, and then now here, then we can be able now to use them. So I'm going to export this. So let me use small letters. Export const and then login. So this one we are going to use async because this will be a sync function. So I'm going to use dispatch here. So this one is dispatching the action. So this is dispatch. I think I've not misspelled. And then here the user, like that. So we are sending dispatch action and then the user here, and this is to be able to dispatch the action. So here now inside, what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to dispatch the action of login start here. So like that, and then I'm going to try catch now, like that. So here I'm going to use const res, and then I'm going to use await now public request dot post, and now we are going to post our staff ID and our login password. So this is auth, and then here is login, and then this one we are going to send. Actually here I need to have this /, then here we are going to send the user. So the other thing is now we need to dispatch also the dispatch. We are going to dispatch another function here, and this one is login success because already we have done the login success now. So login success, and then you are going to send now res.data, like that. So you can be able to see it here. So here I'm just going to dispatch now like a failed login failure, because that means we have error. So login failure there. So we are going to just add here, or we can just leave it like that because it doesn't need any argument. So after this, now we have created now the API call part here. We have created our store and a user reducer. So let me just save this. So I'm going to create in future, I'm going to create a tutorial for using Redux. So I'm going to use that so that I can handle. For now, if you are not understanding, have a GitHub link in the description of this video. You can just copy and then try and see if you understand. If you want to understand, then I'm going to create video for like this part, or this Redux and Redux toolkit, persisting, all those. So the other thing that I need to do now. So after this, now there's only one step that has been left so that we can be able to use our Redux and also be able to do state management, because remember this is a global state management. So we are going to go into this main here, and what I'll do is that I'm going to import here. I'm going to import store here and persister. So persister. So let me first of all, for auto completion, let me first of all just make sure that I'm importing it from reducer. So let me see, from now I'm going to import it from Redux and then from the store now. So you can see it here. So I'm going to import the store. So let me import the store and then persister. So those two, and then I'm going to wrap my whole application here. So I'm going to remove this like that. So let me remove this, and here I'm going to first of all use provider, and a provider, let me first of all import now provider also. So we have provider, so import provider, so provider, so let me import provider here, and then provider will be from now will be from React Redux. So React Redux here like that, and then we are going to use this provider, and also we are going to import persist get. So let me import here. So I'm going to import persist get. You can be able to see persist get here. So I'm going to import it from Redux persist integration, and then here also the React. So let me just come down here, and then I'm going to use provider. So provider here, you can be able to use provider. So actually this one I need to have these tags, and here I need to have like a store. So you can see the store here, need to add store that we have imported from our user Redux. Also inside here we need to use persist get. So persist get here like that, and inside here we need first of all to give it loading of null, and then also we can give it like a persist get persister, or persister here to be also persister like that. And then we need to have now our application inside here. So I can paste this here. I will remove this React restrict mode, so like that now. So I think I have this one. I'm going to remove this because we are not using it. So like that now. So I think now we have done like the major part. So in the next video now we are going to look at how we can be able to log in easily into our application. So let me format this here. Remember, we are now in the final stages of creating this application. So in the next video we'll be able to log in, and also to reset our password and update our password. So that is it. I don't want to take a lot of time in this video so that it won't be that long. So let's end our video here. Remember to subscribe and like. Hello and welcome to day 27 of this full stack shift taking application. So here today we are going to tackle on our login functionality. So remember in our last video we created this part here that we are calling the Redux toolkit here, and this part is which will help us to be able to persist our user into our application, so that a user, even if the user reloads their browser, then it means that they won't be logged out or will not lose the information of the user. So what we'll do is that here I'm going to go into this page for logging in. So as you can see here, and the first thing that I want is to create variables that will help us also to store our password and our staff ID. So I'm going to create here const, and then here we are going to have like a staff ID like that, and the other thing is set staff ID here, and then here we are going to use useState, and then here also we have like a empty text. So also we are going to have a variable for password. So this is password, and then set password here like that. And then now here we can be able to have like this part that we are also adding useState. You can be able to see a useState here. Actually I can just give it that brackets, and then it is empty text. So we have staff ID here, and we have password. So let us collect the information from our inputs. So the first input here that we want is for the staff ID. So for this one here, we have this input for staff ID. So I'm going to use on change event. So on change event here. So this is on change event. So this one actually it should be on change like that. And then here I can be able now to use now the event here and then set staff. So set staff ID like that, and then here this one is e.target.value like that. And then also we are going to use the same for the password. So also here down for the password here, so I'm going to do the same. So on change that one. So here I'm going to use now the event also, and I'm going to also set password like that, and then here it will be e.target.value. So that means that now we can be able also to get the information from these inputs now. So the other thing that I'm going to do here is that here that we have this span that we are calling login here, I'm going to add on click event. So this is on click event here, and I'm going to add another function here that we are calling handle login, and then this one we are going to create it. So copy this, and then up here we are going to create a const an arrow function. So this one here like that. So this one, and then we are going also to be able now to log in using this one here. So here also I'm going to add a sync, but before that I need to actually use dispatch. So I'm going to import several stuff. So I'm going to import here from, let's say, React, or from React Redux. So from React Redux here, React Redux, we are going to import this. We are going to use to import here, use dispatch from the React Redux, and also I'm going to use selector like that, and then now we can be able to use them here. So let's use that. So after this one we can be able to say const dispatch here. We are going to call the function use dispatch. So we are going to call use dispatch here like that. And then the other thing that also we are going to do is that also we are going to get the user. We are going to select the user slice. So get the user here using use selector like that. And then now the other thing that I need to do is to make sure now I select the user. So I'm going to start by state, and then using now the state I can be able to get the user like that. So that is it. First of all, let me just save. So the other thing that I need to do now, I'm going to come here, and I'm going now to continue with the functionality inside this login function. So the first thing that I'm going to do here is first of all check if I have staff ID. So if I have staff ID here, and also if I have the password. So if I have the password, and if I also have like staff ID, what I can do is that I can do await now, and then I'm going to call login, and I'm going to get this login. We are going to get this login from, now let me show you. So let me import login. I'm going to import login here. I'm going to import it from, let me show you this file here that we are calling Redux, from the Redux folder, and then I'm going to get it from now like this user reducer here. So like that. So I'm going to use it here, and the first event here, or the first thing that we need to as argument is dispatch. So we need to get to send the dispatch, and also we are going also to send like staff ID as a object, and then password here, like that. So now after this, now also we need to use this use selector here to get our user, because I need to know if I'm able to log in. So I'm going to do console log here, and I'm going to just print user dot current user, like that. And then we can be able to see that. So let me first of all save that, and then let's see if we get like we are going to get like our user. So I'm going to also cut this and do try catch, because this is can bring errors. So this one I'm going to paste it down here, and also I'm going to console log here and then print the error here, like that. So let me see now. If I do this now, I'll be able now to see if I'm able to log in. So if I log in, I'll be able to see I just print the current user here, of which will be have persisted the user. So here I'm going to first of all go to the side of login. So let me go to login. So let me also, and before that I want to show you something also. So here I need to show you the side of staff. So this side of the staff here. So I don't know what the problem is. So here I'm getting some errors. So here let me see where the error is. What the error. So I think here we have like some problem. Does not provide an export name for login at this part. So here also the requested module does not exist. So I think it's because my VS Code is also not is still running. So what I'll do is that I think I can first of all close it. So let me close it here, like that, and then I'm going to open it again. So let me open it to see if it will be able to save my information, and also to finish loading, because I think it got stuck in loading. So I have restarted it, so I'm thinking that it will be okay now. So here we have everything here. Let it load. So it has finished loading. So let's see. So if I reload this one here, I think that was the problem. So here I can be able to see now that we don't have like this part here for the user. So what I'll do is that let me see if I can be able to restart my application also. So I'm going to let me close this terminal here, and then I leave only 3 terminals. So here the first terminal is here, this one. I'm going to navigate to Frontend. So I'm going to go to npm Frontend, and then I'll start my server here. And then also I'm going to start my server for backend. So backend here. And then here I'm going to use node.js. So again, so this is a 2 here. So you can be able to see here we have now started our application here, and here also we can be able to see this one here. So let us reload. So if we reload here, I think now it will work, hoping so. So yeah, you can see here we don't have like this part here. So let me try and import it. So because we are in login here, what I'll do is that I'm going to check if if I have this login in this part. Actually, I think I have made a mistake. So here we need to get the login, and then actually let me see the login. If we have the login here, so the login it should be from API calls. So that's one of the problems that I have. So this is npm API calls. So let us see if it will work now. So let us reload again. And if we reload now, you can be able to see now we have this stuffs part here. Also, I want to show you something. So if I click here, the functionality for bidding. So if I click the shift for bidding here like that, you'll be able to see we have this bid button. But if we, let me go back, this actually is stuff. I made a mistake somewhere. So also here, if I go to this part where we have my shift, because this is not for bidding, you cannot be able to see that button for bidding, that is. So I'm going also, because here I've seen that I made mistake here. It is not stuff, it is stuff. So let me go to this here that we are calling shift, and up here, let me see where I made the mistake. So let me scroll down, and here it should be stuff, not stuffs. So that is it. Let me try and reload again. So let me go back, and then when I use now, I can go back to stuff. So now I want us to go to the login side. So to go to login, I need to just go to login here. Let me type login. So let me click login here, and we'll be able to see login. So you can see when we have this part here, you can see we have login, and also because we have not logged in yet, you can see here we have console log, and you can see here we have null now, this null, because we don't have the user. So let's just type the details for logging in. So here I had already had a logged in user, so I'm going to copy the staff ID here like that. So let me paste it here, and then also I'm going to copy the other part, which is password. So also let me copy it like that, and then I'm going to paste it here. So let me try and log in now. So if I click here, you can be able to see now we have these details. We have these details, we have the name here and everything. So now we are logged in. So what I can do is that I need to restrict some pages, because if you have logged in, you should not be able to come back to log in again, or this page that is called login. And also if you have not logged in, you should not be able to see this page here that you are calling the staff, because already you have not logged in. So to do that, I'm going to this part here that we are calling the API.jsx, and I'm going to import user selector. So let me see where I used use selector. I use selector here from my login here, and let me copy this part. I'm going to use selector to be able to select the user slice. So I'm going to paste it up here, or let me use it here. So the other thing that I need to do is that I'll remove this, and then I'm going to come here into this part and copy this. So let me copy it again, and then paste it down here, so I can use it somewhere here. I think I can use it just here like that. So I have user here. So what I'll do is that I'll first of all, before you get the path, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just make sure that I have done some restriction. So this page, the first page, you can be able to see it, home page. You can be able to see login page if you have not logged in, and also forget password, reset password. But for this one here, for like stuff, we need to be able to restrict. So to restrict, what you'll do is that, for example, you'll first check. So you do user and then current user like that, and then first of all check if you have logged in, and if you have logged in, then you can be able to access this here stuff page here. If not, then it means that you not be able to see that page, or we can return none, or maybe another thing that also you can be able to do is that you can use navigate for React router DOM. So let me import here. So I'm going to import, let me show you. I'm going to import here navigate, like this one here. So you can see navigate there, and I can come here now very easily, so, and use navigate too. So here I'm going to use navigate, and then here navigate, here I'm going to use to now to show where I want to navigate to. So this is, I'm going to navigate to login. So let me slash login here, login, like that. Also the other thing is that now I can be able to use this here. So I'm going to copy this, and now I can be able actually now to be able to copy the same here, and then I'm going to paste it here, but this time this will be my account, so, or account, so this part here, because we are checking here, I'm going to take account, so you can be able to see account here. The other thing is here for my shift, also I can be able to restrict that. So this is my shifts, so this is my shifts here, so this is my shifts, I think, or shifts, I think it is shifts here, yeah, this is shifts here. So the other thing is report, so I'm going to restrict report, so this is report page, so report, like that. So let me see shift here, also I'm going to restrict it like that. So this is shift here, like that. So that is it. So I think I have restricted now the pages. So that is it. If I've not logged in, so for example, let me try and log out. So I'm going to come back here, and going to create a function here, a very simple function. So let me just come here, and I'm going to create button, and then this button we are going to call it logout, and I want to show you how you can be able now to log out. So here I'm going to give it on click, so on click, like that. I'm going to say logout as a function, so let me create that function here. So const here logout, and then this is an arrow function, like that. And then what I'm going to do is to now export to call the logout here. So where is my logout? My logout is in my Redux. So this is the Redux here, and in user Redux here. So this is the function, and actually here I made a mistake. So I'm going to copy login failure and this logout, and I'm going to paste it inside here. And then what I'm going to do is that I'm going also to export logout here. So logout, I'm going to export it, logout, can be able to see it here. And then I'm going to come back here, and I'm going to use dispatch. So this is dispatch, and then I'm going to use now logout. So let me see if I can get logout. You can see logout here. And then now I'm going to click it to log out. So if I'm in this page for logging in here, so logging in, login here, like that. If I click now, let me show you something. So if I try and click here, this part here, log out, and actually I can be able to actually just console log again after I have log out. So if I log out, and then let me click here, so if I click, you can see now it is none. so we are not logged in right now. So if I try and navigate to staffs here, or staff side of the page, will not be able to do that. So here, if I try, you can be able to see we are redirected back to login. So we cannot be able to see staff side unless we log in. So I'm going to remove this part here now, because we are going to not to need logout here functionality. So I'm going also to remove this like that. So here I'm going to just format my code. Let me remove this logout here. So that is it for that part. So I'm going to log in now again. So let me see where the error is. So actually, I don't know why I'm having this actually. So let me see where the error is again. So I'm having like errors here. So this is logging in, and again, I think if it is successful, you can navigate to, we can be able to navigate also to staffs. So let me show you how you can be able to make sure that you navigate to staffs if you have already logged in. So first thing first, I'm not going to, first of all, I'm not going to just be able to use selector here. I'm not going to use selector here. So what I'm going to do is to make sure that you can navigate to logging in, or let me just log in and then navigate to now the staffs. So let me come here, and then I can be able to do AP 1100, because that is the one that we have here. And then this is the password 1234. So I'm going to copy this. So I'm going to copy that, paste it here, and try and log in. So this will be like that. So let me log in, and then now if I try and go to the staff side, let me see if we can be able to now see that page. Oh, this is actually staff, not staffs. So we are going to, you can see now we are able to see now this part. So that is it. And so what we are going to do also is to make sure that if you look here, you can be able to see also we have this part that we are calling my account, and I want to come here and display that information here, and also make sure that we have this part here working for password, and also changing your password. So typing password and also be able to see that password, and when you click this button here, you'll be able to change your password. So what I'm going to do is let me close this, actually this one also, and this. So I'm going to also to, let me open the login again, because I'm going to need to copy stuff here. So let me say copy this, or just remove this, remove that, and then here in my account, so this is account here. So let me first of all format also the code here, so that it is formatted well. So now let me also open the login. I don't know why I'm still keep closing the login. So here I need to copy some stuff here. First of all, I need to copy this part here that we're calling use selector. So copy use selector and then paste it here, up here. And then the other thing that also I need to do is I need to make sure that I can be able to get the user using use selector. So how can I do this? So actually I cannot be able to do that here. So actually I might need to do it manually. So let me just close this. So I'm going to import here from React Redux. So React Redux here. And then this one will be use selector, like that. The other thing that we need to do is here we are going to make sure that we are going to select
So I'm going to select our user. So the first thing that I need to do is to make sure now I select, of which that will be very easy for us now because we know how it works. So use selector and then const user here, and then here I can be able to use selector like that, and then here I'm going to take the state, and then after I'm taking the state here, I'll also be able to now use state.user like that, as simple as that. So now I'll be able to use this user here to display my information. For example, here in username, so here I'm going to remove this. Here I can be able to use here user. So I have user dot current user, current user dot, actually this is small c, current user dot now the username like that. So this one I'm going to be copying this and displaying it. So this is, I'm going to paste it here. This one it will be full name. So this is full name here. And also here I'm going to use the placeholder here, and that one is for email. So this one is for email now. So email, actually don't know why I've just removed everything. So this is email. So also here is the phone. So I'm going to just remove this like that and then paste it here. So this is phone. So this is phone. And what else do we need? Also here we need to have like an address. Yeah, so we have address here. So this is address. We have gender here. So this one is gender. So gender here. So this is gender. And the other one is staff ID, which here we need to have staff ID here. So this is staff ID. So let me paste it here, staff ID. So let me check now. So if I save that, you can be able to see already the information is changed here now. So the other thing that I need to do here is now to work on this submit, to take the password and submit. So what I will do here, let me first of all format this, and I'm going to create a variable here that we are going to call it password also. So I'm going to create const password, and I'm going to do set password here. So this is use state like that. It is an empty text there. And the other thing that I'm going to do, if you see here, we have this input, and this input here we are going to now collect the text here. For this text I'm going to use on change. So this is on change like that, and then this one we are going to use set password. So set password, you can be able to see it. So this is e.target.value like that. So after that, now also we can have like another function that we are going to call it, let me see, the like a function. Here we are going to have a function that we are going to call it handle submit. So let me do on click here. So here we'll be having a function that we are calling handle. So handle submit like that. And then this is where now we are going to implement now the checking for stronger password and also for submitting our information. So now here I'm going to create that function. This one function we are calling
handle submit, and then it's an arrow function. And also I'm going to receive e, and because I'm going to prevent default reloading, so I'm going to use e.prevent default here, like that. And then the other thing is that now I'll be able to validate the password, because I want to use stronger password for my users. So what I'll do is that I already have to validate that password, and I had already have that code here. So I'm going to copy this like that. So let me paste it here, up here, so like that. So I'm going to remove this, and also I'm going to remove this like that. So here I'm going also to import this public request. I think it should autocomplete, or I can also be able to just make sure that I have imported it. So import here, import, and we are going to import public request. So I don't know why I cannot be able to import it direct. So I'm going to get it from this file that you are calling request methods here. Let me also be able to now get public request like that, as simple as that. And then now I'm going to, because now we have this public request here, and then here I'm going to actually let me copy this first of all, and I'm going to just add some things here, because in here if password.length, then let me see what we need to do here. Must be at least 8 characters, and if password is not, so you need to check for this condition. So here I'm going to have like an error here. So let me copy this like that, and then I'm going to, and actually I can paste it here, or I can just console log. Let me just console log here, because I don't want to spend a lot of time here. Or maybe I can just actually, let me make it, so let me paste this one here. That means that we need to create a variable here. So we have a variable here, so I'm going to copy it and then paste it down here. So this is error, so we have error here, and then set error like that. So now we have validate password function, and this one will check if your password is strong enough, and then after that it will just send this request to your backend here. You can be able to see we need to have email here, and after the email we are getting it from the current user, and then we send also the password, and this is to make sure that this one will send like an email in the inbox of the person who have changed the password, so that also they can remember the password that they have changed. So then also here you can see set password will be set to empty text. So now I'm going to call that function here. So validate password here, I'm going to call it here. So I don't know what I have done here. So validate password like that. So we are going to call this function here. And also let me see the other part that we have not used. So error. So let me show you something. So I'm going to come here down, and if maybe, let's see, come here. If we have error, that means we have text in error, then we're going to show the error here. So I'm going to use span. So let me use span here like that. So I'm going to show the error itself. So we have error, so like that. So I don't know why this is not working for us. So let me also copy this like that. Okay, I'm going to show it up here, or maybe somewhere here. And I don't know why this error is, I don't have this variable called error, cannot be able to see it. So we have this error here. So I'm going to just first of all remove it. And now, because I don't have any other error up there, let me try and use this. So error, like that. Also, I'm going to check if I have error, then that means that I can use span now. So this is span to display that error. So I can display error here. So error, and then if I don't, then I can just leave it like that. So as simple as that. So that is the functionality for changing the password. So there is a last part that I want to finish with this application, and this part is in our admin dashboard, and this is how to use coordinates. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to come here and in my source pages here, and then product, or this that we are calling shift page here, what I'm going to do is that also I'm going to show you the coordinates, and the coordinates that I'm going to use is the live coordinate. So here I'm going to first of all delete this, because this is hard coding the code. I want to get like codes in a very dynamic way from our clocking in and clock out. So here I'm going to have shift like that, and also here I'm going to have, actually this should be codes like that, and then set codes or coordinates, and then this one will be use state. So let me use state here, use state. This one will be object like that. So now the other thing that I need to do is to create a function. So I'm going to create a function here. This function, we are going to call it handle cross map. So I'm going to call it handle cross map. You can call it the way you want. So this here, I'm going to first of all accept that is event, and also here I'm going to accept codes like that. So this is a function. Actually I need to use here like a function, an arrow function. So this is handle cross map. So I think this has already been declared. So I think here I have another handle cross map, or this one here. Actually I can be able to see it. So I'm going to just remove that, and in here I'm going to have event, and then I'm going also to have like codes or coordinates. The other thing that I need to do here is I'm going to first of all make sure that I set codes to give it the codes that we have passed here. So like that. So what I'm going to do now to get these codes, I'm going to come back here in clock in and clock out. So let me come here, and you can see I'm looping. So as am I looping here, what I'm going to do is handle cross map. So you can see here handle cross map here. So this is clock in and clock out is down here. So let me show you something now. Here I'm going to accept event. So let me accept event here like that. So that is event, and then here I'm going to also make sure that I have to accept now the event plus the coordinates now. So I'm going to do event, and then I'm going to accept coordinates, which will be clocking now, or clock. Let me see, when we are looping, we are using clock in here. So I'm going to do clock in dots codes like that, and the same will happen with our, so let me copy this. The same will happen with our clock out, So come here at the clock out, and in here I'm going to use now clock out. So let me paste it here, but this time this will be clock out now, clock out, like that. So that is it. Now I think now I have done almost everything in this project. So in the last video, now we are going to talk about the overview of this project, and then we wrap up about this project. So thank you so much for coming all this way. So if you like this project, like this video, and also subscribe so that you get notified each and every time that I upload new video. See you in the next video, which will be the last video that we have in this project. This day we are going to look at how we can be able to add stuff and also be able to show the documents that we upload with our stuff, because that is something also that I didn't show you when we were developing this application. So in this video I'm going back into my code here, and there is somewhere I want you to correct the error that we did, or there is this file here that is called auth.js, where we have registration here, or how the user should be registered by admin. So here you can see we are using crypto.js here to encrypt our password, but if you scroll up here you can be able to see that we are importing crypto.js, which has a capital J and S. So I'm going to check here, and let me also change this to crypto.js, because if you don't do that, then it means that it won't work. So now let us go back into now my application here, and then I'm going to go to view the stuff, or the user, you can call it the user or the stuff, and then here you can go to create, and here now we can be able to add some details. So I'm going to use also here another person's email. So for example, this Alok Mondala here, I'm going to copy and then paste it here. Let me use the email here from Alok Mondala 199 at gmail.com. And then the other thing is I can just add a phone number here. I can guess any number. Let me add any number here. Then I'm going to add the address. I'm going to just add a Sydney, or maybe something like Adelaide, like that. Here also I'm going to maybe select the gender to be male. Here also now I can be able to choose these documents here. So I'm going to choose multiple documents. So for example, I'm going to select the shift report and then client's report, but I'm assuming this will be the documents for the clients, things like contract and those other documents that you may want to just upload with the client's information, or that contains client's information. So I'm going to open that, and you can see here two files are selected. So I'm going to click create here. If I do that, you'll be able to see that this page will reload, and then it will just clear these inputs. So if I come to stuffs here, you'll be able to see also we have this Rock Mondala here. If I come to the code here, terminal, you can be able to see we have this ID that the email has been sent to Rock Mondala. So now the other thing that I want to do is to show you how we can be able to show those document, because here also you can see the staff ID has been generated, and also it will be sent with the email. So if I click edit here, we need to be able to see here the contracts here, so that we can be able to also open those documents. So let's do that. So here I'm going to go into this page that you are calling user. So let me scroll into pages, admin pages, and then let me look for the user here, and user.jxx here. I'm going to push this down, and then here in the documents, so I'm going to check where I have documents. Here I want to first of all remove this. The other thing that I want here is now to start looping. So I'm going to remove this, and here now I can be able to do stuff.
like that. So I'm going to add stuff here, and then dot map. So this one actually is not like I'm going to use question mark here, and then I'm going also to do documents, because it is called documents, and then also question mark dot map, because you can remember documents are just array. Because if you check here also, I can be able to show you in the database here, the documents are array here. So let me come back here now, and then yeah, let me see where I was adding those or where I was in the code here. So dot map, and then here I'm going to have now the document. I'm going to call it doc, like that, and then index, like that. But this one can be doc name because it's doc name. And here also I want to now be able to loop through, so of which I can be able to do this function here, because it's just that I'm looping, and then I'll just paste this down here. So here I'm going to now display the document name. So here let me add here doc name, like that, and let me add it like that. And here you can be able now to see we have this. So here also I'm going to create a function. So I'm going to use on click. So on click here as a event. So this one is to enable this icon to be clickable. So I'm going to call this, let me just make sure that we can click it. So here I can call it handle view, something of the sort, so that also we can add here doc, like that. So we can pass doc here, or the document name. So let me create this. So I'm going to copy this, and I'll come up here, and then I'm going to create that function. So const, and then this one here, this is just an arrow function, like that. And then I think that is okay. I don't know why this one is not working. I can see here, I think this is where I made the mistake. So this is where we need to have equal sign, and then I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to remove this here, like that. So this here, and then inside here now I want to add some code whereby I'm going to be able to show you like how I can be able to view this page or the document in another tab. So to be able to show this document in another page, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use window, and then the other thing that I'm going to do is open, like that, because this is just a inbuilt window and open. So here I'm going to use the backtick, and here I'm going to actually be able to now use this interpolation. I give it like I'm going to add URL here, and the other thing that I'm going to add, this is because I'm going to take like the, or what we are calling like the host name, our server, which is let me actually add it here. So our server is HTTP here. Let me remove this HTTP, and then here I'm going to add localhost, because we are running this server in our computer. Then here is the port number, and then from here now I can be able to use this one here. Now like you can be able to see this interpolation, and I want to actually here, before I do that, I want to access the files folder in our backend, and then from here now I can be able to use now the doc or the file name that we are passing here. So this doc name, and then here the other things that I want to add here. Let me add here another argument through this open. So this one I'm going to open here something that we are calling blank, and also I'm going to add non-referral. So none or no referral.
So I'm confirming so that I don't make the mistake here. So non-deferral, like that. So now I've finished this, so let's see how it will happen. And this here, you can be able to see we are using this localhost here, or this our server, that is our backend, and then we are accessing this files folder. And this is because we have already added in our in our backend, we already used this file or this folder as static. That's why we are able to access it. Other than that, you cannot be able to access it. So to access it, now this is let me show you. So here, let me show you something. So in my backend, so let me open backend, and I'm going to go to this root file here. You can be able to see here we used this middleware here, and also we selected this folder, and then we made it static. That's why we can be able to access it. So let me go back here, and I can see as if I have some error somewhere. So let me check. So I'm going to just check here where the error might be coming from. Maybe here I have error. Yes, here I have error. So this one should be doc.name, like that, and then now you can see we have fixed the error. So I don't think I have any other thing that I need to do here. Let us test now. So I'm going back into my application, and then here I'm going to reload again my application. So this one is doc mandala. So here, let me show you if I have the documents. So I'm going also to reload this. So if I reload this, also we'll be able to see the documents. So also if I come here in my backend, and we have this file. Let me show you this file that we have here in our backend, or this folder. You can see we have already uploaded these files here. We have several folders or files that are PDF that we have uploaded here. And this is because I already had uploaded other files here as I was testing this application. So let's go back here, and here you can be able to see we have all these users that we have created here. You can see the documents. You can see we have documents, and we have those two documents here. You can see when you upload the documents so that it will be unique, we add these numbers here to make it very unique. So that is it. Because these files, remember, they are uploaded in the same folder, so that you need them to have different names. So let me go back into my application. So where is my application? Have this application here. So actually, let me come here, and here I cannot be able to see like the documents. So let me see where the problem is. So if I go back here, I can see we have this stuff, and then that's document. So I'm going to see where the problem is. So let me come up here and see. So we have stuff, and then when you get stuff, you can be able to show the doc name here. So here, because I have this key, let me use this key as index, and then add here index, so that it should be unique. So the other thing that I need to show here is this doc name, and here I don't know why we cannot be able to see like the documents here. So let me try, and maybe I'm going to use something like let me add here stuff.fullname, stuff.fullname, like that, and then let us see if we'll be able to see it. So if I reload again, so let me reload here. Yeah, we cannot be able to see. So I think there's somewhere that we have a problem. So I'm going to remove these two also, like that, so that we are going to be able to see if there's error here. So let me also reload again. So I don't know why this is not working for us. So let us see. Okay, so I cannot be able to see it. So it's as if we don't have like documents. So let me just use these documents here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove these curly braces here and see if this is the problem that I'm getting, so that I just be able to return this div here like that. So if I do that, and then also let me save that. So if I do this, let me see here. Actually, you can be able now to see like we have this document here displayed, but I don't want to show this full name. Just want to show the doc name here because this is the document name. So this is should be document underscore name like that. The other thing that also, let me show you, if I, yeah, you can be able now to see I'm able to show the document here and the document name, and here you can see we don't have cursor, so that we show the admin that is clickable. So what we're going to do, I'm going to select these documents here, and actually because I had decided, so I'm going to add cursor pointer like that. So if I do cursor pointer like that, then I'm going to come here, and then let me reload this application here, and then let me try open this document in another page. So if you do that, you can be able to see have opened this page here, or this document here, and you can be able to download this document or maybe print it the way you want. And the other thing also is this one, we have this the other document, so I can open it again, so you can see how you can be able also to open those documents. That is what I wanted to show you in this application. So this is the last video that we are having in this application. So you can do that for also client. You can implement that for clients, since I have shown you how to do that for your staffs. And now I think I have implemented every major functionality in this application. So I'm going to be producing small videos about this several functionalities, so that you'll be able to understand them more. So that is something that I'm going to do. But for now, I want to close this application right here. So this is the last video. And then if you have any question, you can have my email from my YouTube channel, and then you'll chat me. So that is it. I'm going to also to combine this video to be a very long video, one video that is very long for this project, so that if you want to go through it as a one video, then it will be easy for you. So let us close this video here, and also this project here. Thank you so much if you have come this far. And then also I'm going to show I'm going to also see you in the next project or in the next video. Have a good day.